and I'm riding 30,000 kilometers to activate support in regenerating soil. From 21st of March for 100 days, the whole world should talk soil. Be a part of this and let us make it happen. What we are facing now is soil extinction. In most countries, more than 50% of the topsoil is already gone. Every responsible scientist in the world is clearly saying by 2045, we will be producing 40% less food and our populations will be 9.2 billion. It is foolish to think that only the poor in the world will be affected. No, it will affect every human being on the planet because civilizations will collapse, civil wars will unfold once there is food shortage. This is not just about us because we are already using the soil of the unborn child. This is a terrible world that we are envisioning for ourselves and we are creating, but this can be turned around. This is why the Save Soil movement, to bring about a policy change to regenerate soil in 192 democratic nations. As a part of this, I'm 65 and I'm riding 30,000 kilometers to activate support in regenerating soil. From 21st of March for 100 days, the whole world should talk soil. Be a part of this and let us make it happen.
Exchange for Media.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. The morning is new, and of course, we are few. बाकी लोग हमारे आ रहे हैं. We're still awaiting their confirmations and, of course, their presence. Till then, you request you to please have some chai and coffee outside. And thank you. For all the members who are outside, I would request, Tushar, can you please help bring them inside? Yep. Done. Thank you.
Advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media. Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media. Exchange for Media, a name synonymous
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for being here. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor to be your host for today. We've all assembled here to honor the media spokespersons who are pillars of our national and regional political parties. The list that we have arrived at today recognizes and honors their skills and abilities to effectively deliver the respective parties' messages in a crowded, competitive 24/7 news environment, thus strengthening India's multi-party democracy. The selection was done by a board consisting of the editors of various Exchange for Media online and print publications and is led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of the Exchange for Media Group. The criteria for selection were quality of arguments, uniqueness of points, presentation style, credibility, and visibility. The performance of the spokespersons was monitored by the research team of Exchange for Media throughout the year 2021 on these criteria. An analysis of the same was presented to the selection board in March 2022. This was followed by consultations with various stakeholders, editors of newspapers and television news channels, media educators, political leaders, and media observers and experts, and analysis of their social media and other sources of content. Well, before we move forward, we would like to thank our partners for today: Exchange for Media Group, BW Business World, and Save Soil. Along with our AVs for Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World, we also have a video by Sadhguru, founder, Isha Foundation, bringing your focus to a silent ecological disaster unfolding right under your toes: soil extinction. Please pay attention to this as well. May I please request my team to play the partners AV.
Yeah, a name synonymous with the India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
What we are facing now is soil extinction. In most countries, more than 50% of the topsoil is already gone. Every responsible scientist in the world is clearly saying by 2045, we will be producing 40% less food and our populations will be 9.2 billion. It is foolish to think that only the poor in the world will be affected. No, it will affect every human being on the planet because civilizations will collapse, civil wars will unfold once there is food shortage. This is not just about us because we are already using the soil of the unborn child. This is a terrible world that we are envisioning for ourselves and we are creating, but this can be turned around. This is why the Save Soil movement, to bring about a policy change to regenerate soil in 192 democratic nations. As a part of this, I'm 65 and I'm riding 30,000 kilometers to activate support in regenerating soil. From 21st of March for 100 days, the whole world should talk soil. Be a part of this and let us make it happen.
To know more details about Safe Soil and how you can also participate, please contact the team members who are present at the venue. We will also request everybody to tweet and share their winning moments and learnings from the day using the hashtag E4M Party Spokespersons 50. 4 and 50 are numeric. That's hashtag E4M Party Spokespersons 50. And now it's time to celebrate and congratulate some amazing party spokespersons. To begin with, may I please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and PW Business World, to deliver the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, Aditya. Ram, good morning. It's still morning. We started late, but this is the first year of this initiative. It has been done at a very short notice. Originally, we were not doing it this week. We were doing it separately. We started going on this journey in December 2019 when we decided to do this knowledge-based exercise of ranking political spokespersons. This is the first year. So I'd like to welcome all of you. Ms. Shama Mohammed from the Congress Party is here. Ms. Shweta Shalini ji is here. Ms. Taran Guri is here. Ms. Charu Pragya is here. And I'd gone out to take the call of one of the spokespersons, Mr. Anurag Badoria is here. And this is the first year. मेरे दो बच्चे हैं, दोनों टीनेजर है, कॉलेज में मेरी बेटी जा रही है. And I can say that, you know, ऐसा लगता है कि वो कल पैदा हुए थे. Genuinely मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि Exchange for Media मैंने कुछ साल पहले ही शुरू किया था. Things grow up. This is the first year. We are honest. We may not be perfect. And, you know, some of you know me personally, know my personality. I stay away from controversy. I try to do justice to my relationships, but I also try and be honest with whatever we do. It's a very tough. I've been on the text with a very close friend of mine. She's the lead editor of a news channel, and today morning the winners of the hour shared, and she's not happy. She's being very gracious with me, but she's not happy. I know from her, and so you know, पता नहीं awards करने चाहिए कि नहीं करने चाहिए. आज मैं पहली बार सोच रहा हूँ. और अब मेरी बेटी भी बहुत अवार्ड्स में अप्लाई करती है, जब नहीं जीतती है तो बहुत बुरा लगता है. तो मैं सोचता बहुत ज्यादा हूँ ऐसा, इसलिए मेरे बाल भी कम है अनुराग जी. तो it is, you know, Mr. Sunil Kumar at about 3:30 will make a presentation. He's our president and he's the head of our e4m Insights. And I have called him, like आज morning में मैंने और पिछले 3 दिन में मैंने 6 बड़े संपादकों को फोन किया. बड़े संपादक जो आप 6 टॉप नेटवर्क्स के संपादक ले लें, और उनसे सबसे पूछा कि आपके हिसाब से नंबर 1 कौन है, नंबर 2 कौन है, नंबर 3 कौन है, ऐसे करके 20 तक तो मैंने पूछा. और अब मुझे याद हो गई है रैंकिंग मोटी 30-35. और आई कैन टेल यू मोस्टली फर्स्ट एंड सेकंड वर सेम. एक संपादक के अलावा सबने बोला जो फर्स्ट है वो ठीक है, कि एक संपादक ने बोला जो नंबर 2 है वो नंबर 1 होने चाहिए. एंड I called all, you know, channels which are supposed to be friendly to one side, editor. मैं बता सकता हूँ अलग लिस्ट बनानी पड़ेगी 6, अगर मेरे को सबकी बात. और मैंने सुनील जी को फोन किया तो उन्होंने बोला दिस इज द everyone will have a perspective. It will be based on how much interaction they have with them, how many times they come on their channel, what is their channel stand. So next year we'll put a jury to this also. And jury enough, it lends another layer of credibility. I mean, ultimately these are our awards. You know, you will call me if you are happy, if you call me if you're a little less happy, right? So ultimately हमारे awards हैं, हमें पता है, लेकिन हम honestly करना चाहते हैं. And we've looked at credibility, we've looked at content, we've looked at social media. एक list top 10 में है, बोले कि उनके एक और पार्टी के वो तो ज़्यादा टीवी पे आते नहीं हैं, लेकिन when big things happen, that political spokesperson is fielded, right? So again, Sunil is very knowledge oriented. I respect his view. And he has no quid pro quo. He doesn't have relationships with those people. I may have with some. So I have to convince him if I have to do. And my team knows that I respect Sunil ji. अगर वो कुछ बोल देते हैं तो मैं उनको contest नहीं करता. We discuss, we debate. Either he changes my mind or I change his mind. But I respect him. It is the first year. It may not be perfect. We're open to criticism, suggestions. But it is the first year, and we are celebrating this as an adjunct event to our INBA, which is on Saturday. The ANB Minister is the chief guest. Harivansh ji will preside over the function. The ANB Minister will be there at 6. We will start the awards at sharp 6, and we'll possibly run it till about 9:30. Last year they were started at 6:10. They went on till 12:45. This year we are not giving bronze on the stage, so we've curtailed the event. So वो Imperial में है, और दिन में there is a huge conference on the business of news to contextualize what's happening on the business side, what's happening on the editorial side. So today it is the pioneering year. So Shama ji, Anurag ji, Shweta Shalini ji, Mr. आप मुझे फोन कर रही थी because मैं WhatsApp और Truecaller से देख लेता हूँ, और मेरे को वापस करना था आपको फोन, लेकिन मेरा कल भी एक इवेंट था तो मैंने बहुत कॉल नहीं लौटाए हैं. मैं लौटाऊंगा, आप तो यहाँ पे आ गई हैं, बट और कॉल भी लौटाऊंगा. So this is the first year. Charu Pragya ji, thank you for giving us your time. Time से बड़ी कोई चीज नहीं होती, दुआ और time. In COVID, I've realized what my mother has told me for more than 50 years, almost 50 years. I'll be 50 this year. In 4 months, I'll be 50. And, health is wealth and time is money. I was 10 years old. And I want to tell you, my mother, I have an older sister who's 4 years older. My mother would say to my sister, whose name is Sukirti, but her nickname is Bittu. I mean, I call Bittu Didi. I mean, my parents gave that name. I have no contribution. And my nickname, you can guess, my name is Anurag. So mera naam Annu hai. In fact, some of my friends in the old days of the landline would call. I was at my Masi's home. I was in engineering school. I was 19 years old. And one of my friends, Abhinav Dwivedi, called the landline and said, can I speak with Anurag Batra? So my Masi said, yahan koi nahi Anurag Batra. So my nickname is Annu. So I told my Masi, mera naam hai Anurag Batra. So, my mother would say to my sister and me कि भगवान को शुक्रिया अदा करो कि तुम्हारे कान ठीक हैं, नाक ठीक हैं. And I used to ask my sister कि मम्मा पागल हैं कि बोलती हैं कि कान ठीक है, नाक ठीक है, लाते ठीक है, भगवान को थैंक यू बोलो. But as I've grown up, I have 2 children. I realize that we don't thank God for every small thing, but I'm genuinely grateful to you for making time, for trusting us, for engaging with us. We may not be perfect, but we try to be honest. We are honest. We try to do it as honestly, humanly possible. Yes, we are human beings. I follow my friend Javier Shegil is there. He's also my neighbor. I haven't not returned his call also. But Javier, मैं कल से events पे हूँ, तो thank you for coming. So please, एक तो सारे spokespersons के लिए आप इनको थोड़ा प्रोत्साहन दे दो. और अगले साल मैं संपादकों की जूरी बना रहा हूँ, ताकि मैं आपको लड़ना है, कुछ करना है, आप उनसे लड़िए, मुझसे मत लड़िए. और मैंने बता भी दिया किसी को फोन करके कि अगले साल आप जूरी चेयर करेंगे, उनको मैंने. And you respect him, all of you. Yesterday we did the English journalism 40 under 40 when you were calling me, and 37 of the winners came. Their bosses came. Shireen was there, and Shireen is very busy. She works very hard. Her boss is a very close, ex-boss is a very close friend of mine. Sai Kumar, he was the group CEO of Network 18, is my closest friend. And he tells me about Shireen, that Shireen is the most hardworking person in the network. He works 14 hours. She's only working. She works, goes home, works, goes home. She was here for 3 hours. And Priyanka was telling me last night to encourage. Sonia Singh was here to encourage the NDTV team. So on. And Mr. Sukumar of HT was the editor-in-chief. He is the editor-in-chief of HT, was the jury chair. Shri Uday Maurkarji, who was the Central Information Commissioner of India, was the chief guest. Shri S. Raviji, who's the chairman of TFCI, was the guest of honor. So 38 of them physically came at a 3-day notice. Today, 30 in the evening at 6:30 in the multipurpose hall, the Exchange for Media team is there. Pankaj Sharma, जो हमारे संपादक हैं समाचार4media.com के, ये 15वां साल है समाचार फॉर मीडिया का. विकास जी भी 5-6 साल से हमारे साथ हैं, मेरे मीडिया स्कूल से पढ़े हुए हैं, और रूबिका भी मेरे मीडिया स्कूल से है. ये और आनंद पराशर जी हैं. आज 40 विनर्स में से 37 फिजिकली आ रहे हैं, 3 ऑनलाइन. तो वी हैव इन दैट डोमेन वी बिल्ड दैट क्रेडिबिलिटी ओवर 21 plus years. And I think in the spokesperson domain also we will improve. मैं बहुत confused हूँ. सवेरे से मैं stress testing कर रहा था list पे just to. So मैं बहुत confused हूँ. मैं इतना बोल सकता हूँ. And being confused is a good thing. Sometimes people are too sure of themselves. Someday I'd like to be like that too. But you know, I'm always like, and I'm, you know, so if आपकी ranking कम हो ज़्यादा हो, please be nice to me. Please be nice. So I want to say, because Sunil ji done मेरा दायित्व है, मैंने मेरी संस्था है, मैंने की है. But I believe in professionalism, and we've used our parameters. You'll make a presentation. You know, it is a combination of, it is across. Again, a journalist pointed out, an editor pointed out, कि आप इंग्लिश और हिंदी को समांतर कर रहे हैं. You know, कई दोनों में आते हैं, दो भाषी हैं. जैसे जयवीर is, I mean, I've met Javier after 2.5 years, so he's my neighbor. I've never met him. He's changed homes also. I've also changed home. You know, the family built a new home. But मैं वैसे इनसे राम राम हो जाती है, but मैं इनको रोज मेरा उठना बैठना नहीं है. बल्कि I've told him that next week I'm coming to his home and having a cup of tea with him. He was offering me other things, but you know, yes. But I'm not fond of other things. I'm fond of eating though. But so, you know, I just want to say we've looked at. Then somebody said, "Oh, ये वाले spokesperson तो TV पे कमाते हैं, Twitter पे ज़्यादा होते हैं." मैं नाम नहीं बोलूँगा, समझ आ जाएगा जब लिस्ट देंगे. But then I called on anything that anybody said, and 1 or 2 spokespersons said some things to me without knowing their ranking, and I played it back to Sunil. Then he gave me and he convinced me. And you know, he's not friendly with anyone. He's not doing any. So I know he's like insulated, doing and I've worked with him 11 years. He's my friend. He's older than me. I, you know, if he says something in the company, I respect him because he is totally knowledge oriented. And if I give him a concept, usko tarash dete hain. He's able to build on it and make it. So I just want to say, we looked at all those things: English versus Hindi, English and Hindi, online and TV, credibility, content, number of things. And I'm not a political person. I'm not, you know, I'm not batting for anyone. Okay. So I just want to say, I'm in life also, I'm not like that. I have friends and I would like to, in a personal way, bat for them. I may also have biases. I have biases. I'm a human being. I will have some biases. निर्विकार तो सिर्फ शिव जी हैं, राइट? और आप हनुमान चालीसा का अनुराग जी पाठ कर रहे थे, मैं भी कर रहा हूँ आज 2-3 बार. तो because I'm very nervous. I am very nervous when this. I'm very इनबा का 14वां साल है, but I'm very nervous. And you know, I have all kinds of pressures. And वो मेरा समुदाय है और उसमें मेरे दोस्त हैं, सब दोस्त हैं. And I have come so far by staying equidistant and not doing anything wrong. And not so, you know, I'm just saying this. That अगर आज कोई आपकी ऊपर नीचे हो तो please be nice to me. This is the first year. गलती भी हो सकती है, ठीक है. Next year we'll do it with a jury, just to add one. I'm again and again saying it because honestly, I have called everybody who matters in journalism in the last 3 days, 10-12 people that I respect, right from the #1 Hindi and English channels editor, हिंदी चैनल और अंग्रेजी भी देखते हैं, तो नाम मैं क्या बताऊं. मेरे दोस्त अमीश देवन को भी फोन कर लिया, फिर मैंने निशांत को भी फोन कर लिया, फिर सबको फोन कर लिया. तो सबने मुझे इनपुट्स दिए हैं, चाहे सुप्रियो प्रसाद जी हो, चाहे निशांत चतुर्वेदी हो, चाहे अमीश देवगन हो. और कुछ लोग जो आज इतने एक्टिव नहीं, जैसे वासेंद्र मिश्रा जी भी हैं, मैं जितने हर तरह के स्पेक्ट्रम को फोन करके आई डिड स्ट्रेस टेस्टिंग ऑन द लिस्ट, तो 90% तो कॉमनैलिटी थी। दो चार कोई बोलता है इसको ऊपर होना चाहिए, इसको नीचे होना चाहिए, इस कारण से होना चाहिए। we will building a dashboard in terms of number of appearances, social media, but ultimately whenever we are saying it's one, again it's a qualitative. So ultimately it's an editorial list. We don't even need a jury. You can say your editorial choices are wrong, all that, and it's primarily national spokesperson. So some of the like Shweta Shalini ji, Bombay based है, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, still be in Delhi, and but she may have a little lesser number of appearances than another person, and she has lesser. So, and some have been a spokesperson for a very long point of time. Some have been there for a relatively part. In some cases, the party doesn't field everyone. And in some cases, the party fields, if they're a lawyer की billable hours होते हैं, मैं नाम जिनका नहीं ले रहा हूँ, but आप समझ जाइए, लेकिन उनको बड़ी चीजों के लिए फील्ड करते हैं वो नंबर, बिकॉज उनकी क्रेडिबिलिटी बहुत है, संपादकों में उनकी क्रेडिबिलिटी बहुत है कि वो डेटा के साथ आते हैं, नाम नहीं ले रहा, आपको समझ है, वो लॉयर हैं, बहुत बड़े लॉयर हैं, एमपी भी है। एक और अभी मैं सज्जन है जिनका फोन लेने मार गया था, वो भी अगेन everyone has a view on everyone without it. Nobody has said it to me in a bad way or demeaning way to another colleague of theirs in the party, but everyone has a viewpoint on others than themselves. I called someone who's in the top 10. He's in the top 10. He's not number one. He said to me yesterday, मैंने उनको बताने से पहले पूछ लिया अर्ली मॉर्निंग में कि आपकी क्या नंबर होना चाहिए, मैं हिम्मत करके पूछ लिया, तो उन्होंने बोला मेरा तो 1 ही होना चाहिए। मैंने कहा ठीक है, हो सकता होगा। In my view, his ranking was very good. I was surprised his ranking was possibly 1-2 notches above what I think it should be. And again, I can be wrong. I'm not. I watch news television for 2-3 hours every night. Anyone who knows me knows that मैं बिल्कुल 8 बजे के बाद बैठ के 11 बजे तक न्यूज़ टीवी देखता हूँ, मेरी रुचि है। और so I'm trying to give this preamble to be able to tell you that it is the first year. INBA is the 14th year. I think we have a sense of that domain. So we've done an honest job. Is it perfect? We'll know in 2-3 years. It is not to, I don't have a brief from any one of you or the party. I'm not even in the party, in any party. I know very few politicians. I know them because they were the INB minister. I run exchange for media, or they went to school with me, or they were my junior in an engineering school. Ajay Veer आपकी पार्टी में, हुड्डा साहब मेरे इंजीनियरिंग स्कूल के जूनियर हैं, मैं 4 बैच मेरी, ठीक है। ऐसे ही एक और सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर है, वो भी 4 बैच मेरे स्कूल की जूनियर है, बहुत बड़ी सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर है, बट उनसे मेरे वो संबंध है। लेकिन मैं ना पॉलिटिक्स में हूँ, ना मैं I don't like being harsh on anyone. And as I'm growing older, I'm becoming even more spiritual and honest. And I was thinking, it is very tough. I've had stress because it is a very competitive world and everyone wants to be number one. And there's nothing wrong. But number one तो एक ही हो सकता है. तो Sunil ji will present at 3:30. It is an honest ranking. Is it perfect? I hope so. And I hope you believe so. My believing so as well. But by the 3rd year, it will be perfect. That I know. अगर कुछ गलतियां भी होंगी तो हम उनको सुधार लेंगे. But हमने बहुत without malice, without any interest, we don't make money from any party. We don't do any commercial activities as any spokesperson. Mostly I know for very few years, 2 years, 1 year, 3 years, even if I know editors and anchors for 20 years. I just want to tell you today, Samachar for Media की ranking launch होगी, और शशि शेखर जी उसके जूरी चेयर थे. शशि शेखर इज द एडिटर इन चीफ ऑफ हिंदुस्तान, और हिंदी पत्रकारिता में बड़ा नाम है, और मेरे बहुत अच्छे दोस्त हैं, बड़े भाई की तरह हैं, और क्योंकि वो अतुल महेश्वरी और अमर उजाला के साथ काम करते थे, और अतुल जी और मेरे अच्छे संबंध थे, प्लस वो मेरे बिजनेस पार्टनर थे मेरे मीडिया स्कूल में. अतुल जी का देहांत हो गया 9 साल पहले, तो स्कूल बंद कर दिया था, इसलिए मैंने, और मेरी बीवी ने भी बोला कि अब बंद करो फॉर वेरियस रीजंस, तो मैंने बंद कर दिया बिटवीन दीज 2 थिंग्स. But I still haven't given up on my dream of building India's #1 media school and university, which I hopefully will get to doing in the next few years. सो उन्होंने जूरी चेयर की, मैं अंग्रेजी की जूरी में तो गया भी नहीं, क्योंकि उस दिन मैं अपनी बेटी के साथ बॉम्बे में था, चारू जी यूएन के इवेंट पे वो बोल रही थी, तो उसने बोला कि आप फोन नहीं देख सकते, ईमेल काम नहीं करोगे, आप काम के किसी आदमी को मेरे साथ नहीं मिलोगे। सो मेरे को प्रार्थना की बात माननी पड़ी, बट मैं हिंदी वाली में 2 घंटा गया। तो हमारे अभी 14 साल हो गए समाचार फॉर मीडिया को, उसमें 5 साल अभिषेक मेहरोत्रा संपादक थे, 5 साल नीरज जी संपादक रहे, आप पिछले 2, 2.5, 3 साल से आप देख रहे हो पंकज जी, तो ये हो गए 4, 4, 11, 1 साल पीके खुराना जी रहे जब शुरू किया था, 12, 14 में मोटा मोटा 12 साल ये है। तो नीरज मेरे साथी थे, मेरे मीडिया स्कूल से हैं, अब जी न्यूज में बहुत सीनियर पोजीशन पे हैं, और मेरी उनसे बहुत घनिष्ठता है, 5 साल काम किया मैंने उनके साथ, वो मेरे मीडिया स्कूल से हैं। तो उन्होंने भी प्रेजेंट किया, और उस टाइम मैं था, और उनसे सुमित अवस्थी जी ने एक प्रश्न पूछ लीजिए जिसका उन्होंने अच्छा उत्तर नहीं दिया अकॉर्डिंग टू सुमित, तो वो लिस्ट में नहीं है, और वो मुझे रोज टेक्स्ट कर रहे हैं, और मैं उनको क्या जवाब दूं। और शशि जी से मेरी घनिष्ठता है, मैं शशि जी के साथ 25 बार उनके घर पे खाना खाया है, लेकिन मैं शशि जी को बोल नहीं रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मैं अपनी प्रोसेस की मर्यादा फॉलो करता हूँ। तो आई जस्ट वांट टू टेल यू दैट इफ आई टोल्ड शशि जी, ही विल नॉट से नो टू मी, बट आई एम नॉट डूइंग दैट, एंड नीरज इज वेरी डियर टू मी। एंड मैं, आप विरोधाभास मत समझिएगा, लेकिन मैं पर्सनल संबंध निभाता हूँ। मेरे को चारू प्रज्ञा जी से, निशान जी, बाय द वे मेरे को उस दिन फ्लाइट में जब मैं बॉम्बे आ रहा था, आपके साथी मिल गए जो अब बाहर पढ़ाने गए हुए थे, अब वो आपके बीजेपी में हैं, एक सेल के इंचार्ज इकोनॉमिक के, आपके साथ मैं पहली बार मिलने आया था, मेरे को निशान जी ने मिलाया था। आपके आरएस उस दिन वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करने बॉम्बे जा रहे थे, मेरे साथ फ्लाइट में मेरे को मिल गए। सो यू नो, आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू टेल यू दिस, आई डू ऑल्सो बिलीव इन पर्सनल रिलेशनशिप मैटर, जो दोस्त काम आए मुसीबत में वही मैटर। एंड मैं यहाँ तक इसलिए पहुंचा हूँ, मेरे माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद है, ईश्वर का आशीर्वाद है, और मेरे दोस्तों ने मेरी बहुत मदद की है, और मैं ये कोई इफेक्ट के लिए नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। तो इसलिए मेरे को जब कोई कहता है तो मेरा मन होता है कि अगर मैं कुछ कर पाऊँ तो कर दूं, बट कई जगह नहीं कर पाता हूँ। सो आई विल लीव द स्टेज, वी आर ऑलरेडी रनिंग लेट। पंकज जी, पंकज नहीं, मैं चारू जी को बोल रहा हूँ, उनका नाम पंकज है, पंकज चौधरी, दैट्स द नेम। वो मुझे उस दिन फ्लाइट में मिल गए थे, और पंकज जी से मेरे को निशांत ने मिलाया। तो ऐसे है कि अब संबंध ही है, मैं, मेरे एक और दोस्त है और मैं उनको दोस्त मानता हूँ, और अमित वाधवानी मेरे मेरे लिए वो दोस्त है। मैं, आई मे हैव डन बिजनेस विद हिम, बट आई एम नॉट कमर्शियल विद हिम, एंड आई एम नॉट ट्रांजैक्शन ओरिएंटेड कि आज मेरे को चारू जी से आज कल मॉर्निंग में कुछ चाहिए या श्वेता जी से चाहिए, मैं ऐसे करके नहीं करता हूँ। मैं, श्वेता जी इज अमंग द फ्यू पीपल आई पर्सनली कॉल्ड हर, टेक्स्टेड हर, चेज्ड हर, सेइंग आपको आना है। And you know, she's been a spokesperson, but she's on the national scene only in last 2-3 years, right? So your ranking, I know what is your ranking, पता नहीं आपको अच्छी लगेगी नहीं लगेगी, but that is what it is. But I personally called her and said, and Javeed called me, and इनके फोन पे लिखा था मिल्खा सिंह, पता है आपको? तो मैं ट्रू कॉलर में हर कॉल नंबर देख लेता हूँ कि कौन है, तो ठीक है। और नहीं, बट आपके यहाँ तो इतनी बाइक्स हैं, आप भागते कैसे हैं? He has a very good collection of cars and bikes, and his father, जिनसे थोड़ी ज़्यादा राम राम हो जाती है, तो बहुत दिन से हुई नहीं है। And Javid, I must tell you, me and my wife came to see the next house to you. There's a new house that's been built. So, and that day I fell. I actually fell and hurt myself. There was construction area, nothing to do with you or my wife. My wife was saying कि तुम लोगों को बोलो कि मैंने धक्का दे दिया, but ऐसा नहीं है। तो yeah. That time you didn't know you were doing rankings, so can't blame it on you. But I'm, मेरे को आज मैं थोड़ा नर्वस हूँ। एक तो मेरी एक बहुत बड़ी बहन की तरह बड़ी संपादक है एक चैनल की, वो नाराज हो गई है। मैं ऐसे नहीं बोल रही कि मैं नाराज हूँ, लेकिन मुझे समझ आता है कि वो नाराज है। तो that's playing on my mind, and the spokesperson ranking is playing on my mind. So these are two things that are playing on my mind, and I hope we come up to your expectations. I hope our rankings and the framework and what we come up with is accepted by you, is credible, and we are able to incorporate your suggestions going forward. नाजिया हमारी संपादक हैं exchangeformedia.com की, और पिछले 5 साल से मेरे साथ काम कर रही हैं, मेरे साथ कम, मेरे पार्टनर के समय बिजनेस वर्ल्ड में ज़्यादा समय लगाता हूँ, एक्सेप्ट दीज इनिशिएटिव्स इनबा एंड नवल के साथ ज़्यादा काम करती हैं वो। बट मैंने इनको स्पेशली रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आप इसके लिए आए, वैसे भी दिल्ली से हैं और अब इनके बच्चे भी थोड़े बड़े हो गए हैं तो ये थोड़ा सा घूम सकती है, पहले जब छोटे थे तो। एंड आई ऑल कॉल माई अदर, शी इज द सीनियर मोस्ट बट देयर आर अदर colleagues like Simran, she's worked with us 11 years, very outstanding colleague of mine, but वो चेन्नई में और उनकी बैक में प्रॉब्लम था, वो नहीं आई। एंड नीता को भी मैंने फ़ोन किया, मैंने कहा नीता आइए, बट आज नीता अमेजोन का वो है, उसके में इवेंट पे बिजी है। तो मैंने अपने सारे संपादकों को रिक्वेस्ट किया कि वो आए। नाजिया हमारी फ्लैगशिप exchangeformedia.com देखती हैं, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स, इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में इन्होंने 16-17 साल काम किया और अब जब से 5 साल से आई हैं हमारी साइट का ट्रैफिक और क्वालिटेटिवली इम्प्रूव हो गया। एंड वी ऑलवेज रिक्रूटेड जर्नलिस्ट एंड एडिटर्स फ्रॉम मेन स्ट्रीम B2C मीडिया बिकॉज वो परिपक्वता लाता है। एंड वी टेक व्हाट वी डू वेरी वेरी सीरियसली। समाचार फॉर मीडिया में पंकज, आनंद हमारे वीडियो देखते हैं, विकास, ये सब हैं, रुहेल, अगेन very important part of the Exchange for Media team put together that event. And Ankit is a relatively new colleague but did a great event called Pride of India last week in Bombay and finished the awards. I went specially to Bombay to give the awards and you finished it before I did. Do you think I came for living in the hotel? But that's okay. I was happy actually. I was very tired that day. But because इनका पहला इवेंट था, इन सब ने मेरे को बोला कि आइए आइए आइए, तो मैं बिजनेस वर्ल्ड के सोशल इम्पैक्ट अवार्ड्स आधा छोड़ करके बॉम्बे गया और तब तक वो खत्म हो गए थे। वी आर नोटोरियस फॉर रनिंग लेट ऑन अवार्ड्स, बट फॉर अ चेंज वी वर अहेड, राइट? So you know, a lot of my other colleagues are there. Yesterday I was giving grief to all my colleagues. I am a perfectionist, so मैं इन सबको समझा रहा था कि ये छोटी छोटी कल गलतियां थी, जबकि कल का इवेंट आउटस्टैंडिंग था, बट फिर भी मेरे को सिर्फ गलतियां दिखती हैं। तो मैं नर्वस रहता हूँ हर चीज़ से पहले, एंड आई स्टार्ट एवरी डे लाइक इट्स माय बेस्ट डे एंड आई एम बिगनिंग, एंड दैट्स नॉट अ क्लीशे और आई एम सेइंग इट। I work, anyone who works with me knows that I have a childlike enthusiasm. So to this list is a very important list, and as a follow-up we are doing 2 things. In June we are doing the debate, the media debate. We're bringing 4 of the finest speakers on one end and 4 on another to debate, will media's credibility be back? Can media get its credibility back? Because it has lost some credibility, let's be honest. You know, it works in a certain environment, all that, and it has to get it back, especially mainstream media, especially news. Then in July we are doing a debate with 4 politicians and 4 editors, again on media. We don't have a locus standi to do, we don't have anything else, so we would involve some of you in that in more ways than, and some can be debating, some can be engaged in questions, and again it will be a scripted as much as it can be scripted debates. There will be televised debates, they'll be on television, plus they'll be on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter. We will tie up with them to make sure it reaches out to as much of, because they are about media, but they're larger than the B2B domain that we work in. They are important for the democracy and the B2C audiences. So we will do that in June and July. So we are doing the media debate also this week. Then we said it will get buried in INBA. You know, everybody is interested in the awards. They won't possibly be interested in the debate that much. So I just want to leave the stage. I've taken more time than I normally do because I did want to build this context that this is the first year. It is an honest ranking. It may be close to perfect, but in the 3rd year, it will be perfect. I've seen it in many of the awards we do, many of the rankings we do. And I want to leave the stage by saying the last thing. I went to a business school called MDI, and my parents are academicians, middle class family. तो मेरे माँ बाप दोनों पहले दिन जब मैं इंटरव्यू देने गया था तो मेरे पिताजी गए थे, बिकॉज उनका 1:30 बजे कॉलेज खत्म हो जाता था, और मेरी मदर SCRT में थी तो 5:15 बजे आती थी वो, और तब तक मैं इंजीनियरिंग में बिगड़ चुका था, पहली बार हॉस्टल गया था, और I got admission, and then my parents went to leave me, and then I'm lucky enough to be on the board of MDI. I'm the first alumnus. I'm a government nominee, AICTE nominee on the board of MDI for the last 2 years and 4.5 months. I'm also the chairman of the alumni, and I am an MDI student. So alumni होती है, वो कितने भी director आ जाएं, कितने भी board, उनका level of affinity for MDI, at least I think, can't be like mine. At least I think, maybe there is this. और मैं 20 बिजनेस वर्ल्ड पिछले 20 साल से, अभी 42वां साल है, 8 साल से भी यूनिट रैंकिंग करता है 20 स्कूल्स की, और मैं 17 साल से बिजनेस वर्ल्ड को एस एलुमनाई चेयरमैन लिखता था कि आपकी रैंकिंग में ये प्रॉब्लम है, वो 17 मेरे पास मेल्स हैं, लेटर्स हैं। मैं फाइनली व्हेन आई गॉट देयर एंड यू नो आई हैड एन एडिटर, ही नो लॉन्गर वर्क्स विद मी, बट यू नो सुनील जी आ गए, इन्होंने रैंकिंग की है। आइए सुनील जी, आप ही के बारे में चर्चा हो रही है। Yeah, that's Mr. Sunil Kumar. Sunil is my friend. He's older than me. We worked for the last 11 years, and he's my consul. And you know, as I said, I have lots of respect for him. That's not because I want to put the list on him. You know, he knows it. I don't have to. So I just want to say that when I bought Business World, and it is in the top 6 schools, that's not debatable. You know, whether I put it in my ranking or not put it in my ranking. But my alumni team, of which I am an important part, said, इस साल अनुराग जी आप उसको 5 बना दीजिए, तो क्या है? तो मैंने उनको बोला, देखिए मुझे अपनी क्रेडिबिलिटी भी रखनी है, एमडीआई से एफिनिटी है मेरी, आपको पता ही है मेरे को, और 17 साल से मैं बिजनेस वर्ल्ड को लेटर लिख रहा हूँ, बट एमडीआई इज 6th on my rankings for the last 6 years or 7 years. 7 rankings have come out since I acquired Business World. और मेरे एडिटर उसको 5 बना रहे थे, तो मैंने उनको 6 किया, और उन पे मेरी बहस भी हो गई उनसे, और उन्होंने छोड़ भी दिया उस पर, और उन्होंने किसी को बोला भी, किसी ने आर्टिकल में भी मेरे बारे में लिखा, उल्टा लिखा कि मैं 5 कर रहा था, तो आया नहीं, कर रहा था, करना ही होता तो मेरे को पूछने की जरूरत थोड़ा किसी से, and I can justify if I need to. That's the domain I'm an expert in. I went to a business school, I ran a business product. I understand that domain really well. But business MDI is number 6 and Business World ranking is not number 5. So I just want to tell you that whatever rules I'm applying to you, I apply to myself. I ask myself what is the right thing to do. I try and do it. I'm not perfect, but I try and do it. So मैं यहाँ विराम देना चाहूँगा, और आदित्य मलिक, आज आपको कम पैसे मिलेंगे क्योंकि मैंने बहुत देर रैंकिंग कर लिया है। आ जाइए आप, और अपने लिए ताली बजा सकते हैं, और अनुराग जी है कि आप मेरे लिए भी ताली बजाएं, सिर्फ महिलाओं के लिए नहीं बजाएं। You are a ladies man, I know that. I say it in a good way, not in a. So आइए आदित्य, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for the welcome address और मेरी payment कटवाने के लिए, but thank you. Okay, and now continuing on the journey of the inaugural edition of these awards, it's time to proceed with the first panel discussion of today. It's on defending the indefensible, taking a stand where there is none. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Jyotsna Tronagri ji, TDP, Shama Mohammed ji, Congress, Anurag Bhadoria ji, SP, Charu Pragya ji, BJP, Shweta Shalini ji, BJP, and the session will be moderated by Nazia Alvi Rahman ji, editor, Exchange for Media Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause.
If it makes it convenient to moderate. Six people. लेकिन gender disbalance हो जाएगा. अच्छा gender. चलिए कोई बात नहीं. It's okay. It's okay. It's absolutely fine.
Actually, Anurag ji made us a lot of.
So, a very warm welcome to everyone. So there are a couple of things that I want to mention before we start. One, I'll try to keep it bilingual. And secondly, just before we were to start, one of the spokespersons asked me, I'll not name, कि आपको debate किसकी तरफ रखना है. So I'll try to tell you that, as Anurag sir said, हमको debate की तरह रखना है. No, we don't have any biases. We don't have any bents. We'll be happy to have a very healthy debate. And all of you should feel little lighter today, because this is not about your ideologies and parties. It is all about you. It is about you being spokespersons. And so, despite all the differences that you have in ideology, there's something common about all of you. You defend people you believe in, ideologies you believe in, but we're all humans. There are days when we don't believe in certain things that are said or done by our leaders. It happens with me very often. I don't believe with Anurag on a lot of things, but still you have to take a stand, right? So so what I would want us to start with is a healthy, light-hearted debate where you tell us about your experiences of defending your party stand or whatever, but not going too much into the details on days when you perhaps did not want to defend. So who do I start with? I have BJP on both the extremes. So I can start with you, Charu.
Good afternoon and namaste to everyone, and thank you so much for having me, Anurag ji. Thank you very much. I loved the topic of the panel. So when I got the email and I read the topic, I think a lot of the times when people from the general public meet spokespersons, they always ask this, कि TV इतना loud हो गया है, TV इतना ugly or difficult to handle ho gaya. How do you manage it? Like, we can barely watch it. How do you manage to come on these programs? And I find that very judgmental, honestly, because this is what we do, right? Day in and day out, we're defending our party and our party stand on television. And we will meet people we otherwise respect in society who look at us in a very, very judgmental manner. But I believe that you can do justice to your position as a spokesperson only when you believe in what you are talking about. So it really goes a long way when you really appreciate the ideology and the efforts put in by your leaders, by your party. That cannot change. When that starts shaking, you cannot perform. Also, I have seen that it helps that if you don't agree with something, you either call it out or you apologize. So बहुत बार ऐसा होता है, very candidly I'm saying this, that if there is a situation जब कोई बोलेगा हाँ लेकिन आपकी पार्टी ने ऐसा किया तब आपने कुछ नहीं बोला, I prefer to take a step back and say I agree वो गलत था and I apologize for it. If I can apologize for it, मैं माफी मांगती हूँ and you move on from there. And I find it very silly sometimes and मैं भी थोड़ी
repercussions नहीं होते.
नहीं, मुझे नहीं लगता होते हैं, because if you are in a fair party setup, you should be allowed to speak your mind. That's exactly why you are where you are. So मैं ये tongue in cheek बोलूंगी, बहुत बार ना हम टीवी डिबेट्स देखते हैं और उसमें spokespersons को देखते हैं and they are very passionately defending something which is sounding silly. मतलब कुछ बहुत ही अजीब सी चीज हो गई होती है और वो चिल्ला के और बिना सुने उस चीज को डिफेंड करते जाते हैं और हम देख के सोचते हैं ये ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हैं? Why not take a step back and instead of saying पर आपका क्राइम बड़ा था, but like especially when it comes to say crime against women, when it comes to issues of safety, usually the discussion becomes about ये बड़ा रेप है ये छोटा रेप है, वो state wise उसको analyze करने लगते हैं. I think these kind of discussions become difficult to handle and I find it easy to take a step back, apologize on live TV and then take it from there.
अनुराग जी आप बताइए, अभी तो आप पिछले 2 साल से बहुत ज्यादा वोकल थे, आपका इलेक्शन
ये बाद में मुझे मारेंगे पर मैं बोल देती हूँ, he is one of those people who will not take a step back on any debate.
सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जब हम लोग डिबेट में होते हैं, चारू जी कुछ भी कह दें अभी, लेकिन स्टैंड करते हो अपनी पार्टी के लिए, या कोई बात ऐसी है जिस बात को हमें लगता है कि बात सही है, हो सकता है आपको लग रहा है वो बात गलत है, क्योंकि मेरी आइडियोलॉजी के हिसाब से और मेरे नजरिए के हिसाब से वो बात सही नहीं है और वो बात आपको सही लग रही है। अब जैसे मैं बोलूं आजकल डिबेट चल रही है हनुमान चालीसा पे, तो मुझे लगता है हनुमान चालीसा हमारा धर्म, हमारा एक आस्था का विषय है। हम अपने घर में उसका पाठ करें, अपने जो हमारे मंदिर हैं, बहुत सारे मंदिर, हजारों मंदिर हैं हनुमान जी के, जाके पाठ करें। ये क्या जरूरत है कि हमें किसी के घर के सामने जाके करना है, जबरदस्ती किसी के यहाँ जबरदस्ती किसी के यहाँ जाके करना है। और उसके बाद अगर जब हम इस पे डिबेट करते हैं तो चारू प्रज्ञा जी उसको डिफेंड करती हैं, अभी अच्छी बात कह रही हैं। तब हम जब उस समय कहते हैं कि मंदिर में डिबेट करना चाहिए तो चारू प्रज्ञा कहती क्यों नहीं कर सकते, मुझे तो करने का राइट है।
देखिए अभी चारू जी बिल्कुल आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे, मैं कहूंगी, लेकिन
मुझे
वहां पर उनके पास choice नहीं है।
वही मैंने अच्छी बातें करने का अभी बात कर ली, क्योंकि अभी कैमरा टीवी वाला नहीं है। नहीं, चारू जी अभी कहने लगती नहीं हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते हनुमान चालीसा, कहीं भी कर सकते हैं। हनुमान चालीसा के लिए कोई प्राण प्रतिष्ठा की जरूरत नहीं होती है, कहीं भी हो सकता है। तो सवाल ये नहीं है, सवाल ये कि हमारे नजरिए से जो चीज गलत है, हो सकता है कि दूसरी पार्टी जो है या दूसरे लोग हैं उसको अपने नजरिए से सही साबित करने में लगे हों। तो इस तरह की जब डिबेट होती है तो डिबेट कई बार बहुत गर्म भी हो जाती है, क्योंकि हमें अपनी बात को कहना होता है कि मैं कह रहा हूं ये बात सही नहीं है, महंगाई बेरोजगारी पर चर्चा होनी चाहिए। वो कह रहे नहीं, महंगाई बेरोजगारी पर चर्चा नहीं होनी चाहिए, चर्चा जहांगीरपुरी और अलवर पे होनी चाहिए। तो सवाल जहांगीरपुरी अलवर पे ही अगर पूरा देश को ले जाना है तो देश की जो और समस्याएं हैं उस समस्याओं पे बात कब होगी? भाई देश तो बहुत बड़ा है। 130
चारू जी से ज्यादा एंकर और न्यूज चैनल की भी गलती है ना कि वो
इसीलिए
टॉपिक पे डिबेट कर।
इसीलिए मैंने आपसे डिबेट होने के पहले पूछा था, आप नाम नहीं लेना चाह रही है, मैंने आपसे पूछा था कि आप किस तरफ की डिबेट कराएंगी, बीजेपी की तरफ कराना है या हिंदुस्तान की तरफ कराना है। तो आपने कहा नहीं मैं न्यूट्रल कराना चाहती हूँ। तो मैंने कहा आजकल तो न्यूट्रल कोई कराना नहीं चाहता। हिंदुस्तान पे डिबेट नहीं होती है, डिबेट एक आइडियोलॉजी को लेकर होती है कि हमें बीजेपी को बचाना है। अब जब हम बोलना शुरू करेंगे तो वो एंकर बोलना शुरू कर देगा। दिक्कत ये है, बीजेपी जब तक बोलती रहेगी तब तक कोई दिक्कत नहीं। जैसे हमने बोलना शुरू किया, आप बताओ 91 में क्या हुआ, आप बताओ 88 में क्या हुआ, आप बताओ 1970 में क्या हुआ, आप बताओ 1950 में क्या हुआ। अरे भैया 2014 के बाद की बात होगी कि कभी नहीं होगी।
I have covered BJP very closely and I have a friend in BJP who मुझे थोड़े दिन पहले बोल रहे थे whenever I am invited, so I tell the anchor, I not made the anchor, मैं तो आप या तो आप बोलेंगे या मैं बोलूंगा, बात तो एक ही है।
नहीं जैसे
मुझे क्यों बुला रहे हैं?
नहीं जैसे अनुराग बत्रा जी ने अपना इतिहास बताया कि जब मैं स्कूल गया था, मेरे स्कूल के फ्रेंड हैं, ये हैं वो हैं, ये बोली ना बातें। तो अब अगर 24 घंटे वो अपने स्कूल फ्रेंड की बात करेंगे तो मीडिया एक्सचेंज का काम कब होगा? यहाँ तो करेंगे, लेकिन जब अपने ऑफिस में होते होंगे तो अपने फोकस होते होंगे कि मुझे कैसे मीडिया एक्सचेंज को आगे ले जाना है।
Respect for my BJP panelists and you know they like all of us, they're doing their job, right? We can't we have to keep it neutral. We'll not make it into a BJP bashing. There's something that, you know, I'm sure even whether they like it, they don't like it, they have to do it. So I'll bring in Shama into it. Shama, you tell me that, you know, how easy or difficult it is to defend in situations where, you know, you may not be in complete approval with, you know, what has happened on that day with your party, or, you know, somebody in your leadership has said, passed a remark that you don't agree with, but still you have to defend it on the camera.
First of all, this topic is defending the indefensible and taking the stand when there is none. For me, defending the indefensible does not exist, because my perspective is not Charu Pragya's perspective that evening. My perspective is defending the party, and I believe that I'm defending the party. So there is nothing called indefensible, one. Number two, it says taking a stand when there is none. Never. There is always a stand. Unless and until you have a stand, you're not a leader. If you are not a leader, if you say that I don't have a stand today, and in Malayalam we say Nalavadilla, means there is no leader. A leader has to be decisive, a leader has to have a stand, and there is to be clarity of thought. So I don't agree first with the topic of defending the indefensible. So there are times, in the evenings when it comes in and says, this is what you have. For example, the other day I was debating on sedition because of the seditious charges recently we are hearing. And I told very clearly my thought process is that this law has to be scrapped. It has to go, irrespective of Bharatiya Janata Party, the Congress Party, Samajwadi, the TDP, all of us sitting here. This law has to go. It is something which happened in the colonial times, and we need to get rid of it because you can't question one government. If one government is just putting a seditious charge based on some frivolous charges, then the other government says, you know what, he's doing it. Why can't I? There's a tit for tat happening right now in this country. Nobody wants to leave the other because a certain one is in control. And I don't like you mentioned, don't want to make it a BJP versus, but I'm just talking about my country. What we need to do is we don't need this tit for tat. Let us go for the constitution. Let us go for justice. For example, I felt hurt personally when there was a call for a genocide of a particular community, which I belong to. And then I thought about it, we are signatories of the Geneva Convention. In 1949, we were the first ones from South Asia and the 5th country to sign for the Geneva Convention. We implemented it. And who spoke about it? What did I hear that day? No Supreme Court suo motu cognizance. The civil society was very lax. Everybody in that particular context. And I was shocked, is this my India? This is not something small. And we all should remember one thing is the genocide in Rwanda started on the Rwandan TV of the Hutus saying the Tutsi cockroaches, go after them. We are educated people here. We are not going to react with these genocidal calls, but there are those illiterates in our country. There are many others who are uneducated who, say, oh, what they are saying is the truth. And that's what is the problem at this point of time. We need to decide as a nation, as people, that we have to follow the constitution of this country. We have to follow the path of the truth. And we need to stand for humanity, for equality, for fraternity, what our forefathers have inscribed in our constitution. And that's about it. Sorry, I've made it a bit of a serious thing, but this is my thought process today of not putting it BJP versus Congress, but what we all as Indians have to stand. So something for me is I'm always defending the defensible. That's what I have to say. And
India will stand.
And a leader has to have a stand. There is nothing like no stand. That's what I would like to say.
Absolutely. You guys are too consumed with your daily news and all these political comments. We are not. We are on the other side of it. And I'm telling you, India is too strong for these calls, and India will fight back, and India will stand. All this will eventually not happen. Jyotsna, I'll bring you into this, and I want to understand from you, is regional our regional channels and debates there as noisy and as meaningless, if I can say, as our national debates have become?
Good afternoon at the outset to each and everyone here. Meaningless, not exactly. Because what happens is, as Charuji was just mentioning, I stick to my point. And we as human beings have a very, very bad quality, I should say, that aage jo aadmi hai na, wo apni baat manna chahiye. We try and convincing is only one aspect that we do. Beyond that, we try to compel the other person to actually accept our point. We compel the other person to actually say what I'm saying is correct. That's where the argument starts. And yes, as Charuji was saying a little bit about being vocal, being noisy, sticking to the point. But at the same time, we believe in our ideology of the party. Like if I belong to Telugu Desam Party and we have a stand, we have an ideology, and I stick to it because I'm a part of the party and I'm a follower of my leader. So I stick to my point and I try and convince the people. And I think as party spokespersons, we should all be convincing. We shouldn't be compelling. I think there's a very, very thin line there. We talk about convincing and compelling. And most of us, when you said meaningless debates, yes, that's where they cross the line. They say, nahi, convince nahi karna hai, isko compel hi karna hai, bilkul. Jo main bol raha hu, wahi sahi hai. बस आगे जो बोल आगे आदमी जो बोल रहा है वो गलत है बस.
आगे जो है फिर सेडिशन केस है.
See again, I'm not into because we don't want to make it political. So this is where the entire problem lies. Even in our regional debates that we talk about, every party has got an ideology, and I stick to my ideology. I stick to my party stand. And as very rightly said by Shamaji, we have a stand, and that's the reason we are talking. If we do not have a stand, we do not talk. As simple as that. And once we stick to our stand, and we have that ability in us, and we have that, I should say, conviction in us to stick to our point, we make sure we are actually convincing the other person. Problem kahan aata hai? Problem wahan aata hai jahan pe I say that mera hi point correct hai, dusre ka point galat hai, and I actually make sure that I prove him wrong. And debates and almost you might have seen a couple of my debates. I say that आपका point गलत है, वो आपका ideology है. I want to prove my point. मैं जो बोल रही हूँ वो सही है, and these are the I think this is the substantial documents or substantial proofs to say that I am correct, and I stick to my point. तो automatically आप wrong prove हो जाओगे. मेरे को गला फाड़ के वहां पे बोलना नहीं है कि मैं आप गलत है, आप गलत है, आप गलत है, नहीं बोलना है मेरे को.
श्वेता जी, आपको लगता है कि आपको कई बार गला फाड़ के बोलना पड़ता है क्योंकि this has become the new normal, that when people are not ready to accept other people's point of view, or 10 years ago when we used to watch television debates, or 15 years ago, so it would be for the motion, against the motion, aap sab apna apna point of view denge, and then it will conclude. But now everything has to be in one direction. Do you feel it when you are participating in the debates, or you think there are still some debates which are debates where you?
नाजिर जी, ऐसा है, जो अंतिम बोलता है उसके पास उसका फायदा भी होता है और नुकसान भी होता है. नुकसान ये है कि बाकी सब लोग हर पॉइंट बोल चुके हैं. फायदा ये है कि आप सबको उत्तर दे सकते हैं. तो सर्वप्रथम आपके प्रश्न का उत्तर ये है, और आपने कहा था कि कीप इट लाइट. मुझसे बहुत लोग मिलते हैं जो मुझे इन पर्सन जब मिलते हैं तो कहते हैं, अरे श्वेता जी आप तो बहुत अच्छी हैं. बेसिकली वो ये मीन करते हैं कि अरे आप जैसे टीवी पे दिखती हैं वैसी नहीं है. सो कमिंग टू पिकिंग अप फ्रॉम व्हाट ज्योत्सना, so picking up the point that Jyotsna ji said, see, until you are trying to convince or compel, it is still fine. There are some people who come and only confuse, and that's where the problem starts. Most importantly, देखिए, being a spokesperson is a skill set. It's neither science, it's not an art, right? It's a skill set. You actually gain that skill set. Now, spokesperson पद दिया जाता है आपको. आप human being है, लेकिन आपको पद दिया गया है स्पोक्सपर्सन का. अब मैं इंजीनियर हूं, इसलिए आपको बताती हूँ कि जब आप एक साउंड सिस्टम लगाते हैं तो जो एम्पलीफायर होता है ना, जो लाउड स्पीकर, जैसा अभी भदौरिया जी याद कर रहे थे, जो लाउड स्पीकर होता है ना, वो स्पोक्सपर्सन है. सो व्हाटएवर इज, मैं गाना क्या बजने वाला ये मैं डिसाइड ही नहीं करती हूँ. मैं सिर्फ भोंपू की तरह उसको बड़े जोर से बोलती हूँ. सो इसीलिए मेरा काम ही वही है जो आपने कहा है. मेरा काम यह है कि मैं अपनी पार्टी की सोच को जनता तक लेके जा सकूं. हाँ, my own personal stand, and as borrowing from what Shamaji said very clearly, yes, every person, not only a leader, every person should have a stand. The difference is you need to either stand up or you need to stand out. The problem is when you start wanting to stand out, and that's where you end up. So for example, हमारी पार्टी में आपको जैसे मुझसे जब पूछा जाता है, अभी अनुराग जी ने ये बात कही, मुझसे पूछा जाता है तो मैं कहती हूँ कि कुछ ऐसे सब्जेक्ट्स हैं जिन पे मैं जाना चाहूंगी. आई एम अ स्ट्रैटेजिस्ट, I've been doing electioneering for a very long time. So कुछ ऐसे मुद्दे होते हैं जिसमें मुझे बुलाया जाता है, and I want to go because there I have an expertise. But अगर कोई मेरे expertise का मुद्दा नहीं है और मुझे वहां बैठा दिया जाता है, then it is not that I don't have a stand. And that's when it is important that you behave exactly like what Charuji said, or exactly what Anurag ji just said. I need to be honest because finally people are seeing who I am. People want to understand the leader in me, and that leader in me needs to believe कि मैं वही बोल रही हूँ जो मैं सोचती हूँ और मैं दिल से बोल रही हूँ. So it is not about picking up the current मुद्दा, जैसे अभी अनुराग जी ने उठाया मुद्दा और कहा कि भाई हनुमान चालीसा. बेसिकली बात ये नहीं है ना, बात ये है कि क्या मुझे फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है? क्या आप मुझे और किसी और को एक दायरे में देख रहे हैं? क्या ये बात मुद्दा ये है कि क्राइम हुआ भी नहीं और आप क्राइम के लिए सजा सुना रहे हैं? तो क्या आप समझ रहे हैं कि मैं राजा हूं? बिकॉज हमारा देश लोकतांत्रिक देश है, एंड nothing is more important than the country itself. Personally, I believe in two things. I always respect the people who are in front of me, because whatever they are, they represent their own parties. And on this, Anurag ji, thank you so much. Eventually, आपने देखा कि मैंने आपसे पूछा भी नहीं कि हमारी रैंकिंग क्या है. Please understand that first thing I have to tell you, thank you for thinking about spokespersons, because individually each of us are spokespersons of our own party. We do a very tough job. We go every evening, are extremely, शाम को वो समय होता है जब आप अपने परिवार को दे सकते हो. परिवार आपसे पूछता है कि भाई आप, अगर आप परिवार के बीचों बीच हो, आप वहां बैठ के चिकम चिकी कर रहे हो, बच्चे आपसे सीख रहे हैं. So you need to understand that we give it a lot for our own parties. If there is an effort, forget about right, being perfect, not being perfect, being close to perfect. Even if there is an initiative to stand up and recognize our effort, we are extremely thankful. So thank you so much.
You can always tell your family कि इसको घर पे बैठ के चीखूं, इससे अच्छा वहाँ चीख लूं. अब इंसान एनर्जी तो निकालेगा ही, इससे पर्सनल रिलेशंस भी आपके इंटैक्ट.
अरे नहीं, ऐसा है नाज़िया जी, अगर मेरे घर में कोई मेहमान आए होते हैं ना, मेरे पापा मुझे बोल देते हैं कि वो चारू को बोलो दरवाजा बंद करके भी आवाज बाहर आती है. So you have to find some other place to sit and work because it gets difficult.
I think Anurag sir wants to say something.
वो जो बात गला फाड़ने की हुई कि दिक्कत ये है कि जब आप पैनल डिस्कशन में जाते हो, एक आदमी ऐसा बैठाया जाता है जब सारे प्रवक्ता तो अपनी स्टैंड पे अपनी बात कह रहे हैं, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास होता है कोई भी पार्टी का प्रवक्ता वो गलत चीज पे स्टैंड नहीं लेता है इन जनरली, लेकिन वहां पे एक आदमी ऐसा बैठाया जाता है जो आग लगाने का काम करेगा. वो ऐसी बात कहेगा और फिर वो कहेगा नहीं तो राजनीतिक एक नया पद दे दिया गया है, राजनीतिक विशेषज्ञ हो, पता नहीं क्या है होगा, वो पार्टी के लिए काम करने आया है, खासकर बीजेपी के लिए काम करने आया है. एंकर उसके साथ मिलके खड़ा होके चिल्लाने लगेगा. अब बताओ, गला नहीं फाड़े तो एंकर की इतनी तेज आवाज, वो जो एक एलिमेंट आया है उसकी आवाज, तो हमारी आइडियोलॉजी जाएगी कहाँ? हमारी तो आवाज ही नहीं जा पाएगी.
जी, ये ट्रिक्स हमने आप लोगों से सीखा है, सत्ताधारियों से सीखा.
Let's not start that blame game again. I'll come back to it. So, I want to understand from you that what has happened in last 10 years, 15 years, we now have almost 400 news channels, right? पहले ऐसा होता था, आज से 15 साल पहले 2-3 चैनल्स होते थे, 2-3 स्पोक्सपर्सन्स होते थे who used to be very senior people, very उनका रिसर्च, उनका एक्सपीरियंस.
उसका रिजल्ट क्या है पता है? हाँ. घर में नीचे बैठे मेरे फादर IPS रिटायर है, वो पता है क्या कहते हैं? वो ऊपर चिल्ला रहा है. कोई डिबेट नहीं कहते हैं, ऊपर कोई पूछता हो क्या कर रहा है, ऊपर चिल्ला रहा है वो.
That's my question, that do you think that with increase of number of channels, I mean, with all due respect to all of you, the quality of spokespersons जो पहले होती थी, आज से 15-20 साल पहले जब वो बिग फाइट होता था, वी द पीपल जो हम लोग देखते थे, उसमें अरुण जेटली जी होते थे, उसमें एक साइड मनु सिंह जी होते थे, मतलब उनके जो एक they were like, I don't know, they must be like in their 40s or 50s, and they had spent some 15-20 years working as a political worker. उनकी knowledge होती थी, wherein like now we see a lot of young people, very minimum experience, very little many of them, who have passed school, went abroad, studied abroad, suddenly landed in Delhi and became the spokesperson of a particular party. And, they are talking about India. I don't know how much, I mean, maybe they know it, but do you agree that, now political parties need to invest in some kind of training for their own like they need to do some kind of introspection? Or maybe they're happy.
Respectfully, Naziya ji, what happens is in this world today, it's difficult to distinguish noise from news. There is so much of noise. There are so many news channels. Many a times you hear of channels that you don't even know about when you're in the business of being on a news channel every single day. So it's difficult to make that distinction. Also because they need to fill up their airtime.
And this is true for the anchors also. Even
Yes,
the anchors are as inexperienced as the spokesperson.
Yeah.
Commercial. One of the reasons news channels give people in a box is the cheapest way to do news. You don't charge them any money. Do you charge them any money?
Long ago, they used to pay for drinks.
Yeah, it is the cheapest way because it doesn't cost anything. One of the channels.
Yeah, going on ground becomes very expensive for any news channel. So it's easy to just put
And you know,
people in
one of the
boxes.
channels that brings the most number of spokesperson, I don't have to tell you the channel. It is a channel with a lot of energy. The anchor has the most.
नहीं, उसमें स्पोक्स पर्सन 2 ही 3 होते हैं, बाद बाकी वो सब बैठा दिए जाते हैं.
हाँ, वो वाले
जो म्यूट पे
उनका
हाँ,
इस
जो
साल
mute-
का प्रॉफिट 60 करोड़ से ऊपर
हाँ,
है।
बिल्कुल।
उनके CA भी मेरे को मिले थे, उन्होंने मुझे कंफर्म नहीं किया, बट मुझे पता है 80 भी हो सकता है, 60 और 80 के बीच में है। तो नाजिया, वो हमारी स्टोरी टिकनी थी, इसलिए मैंने बोला।
बिल्कुल सर।
जहाँ
नहीं,
पे
नहीं,
आप बोल रहे थे कि नहीं है।
नहीं नहीं, मैं
जावेद बोल रहा
उसको मैं आपको एक बात और बता.
So it is a commercial. There is a business model to that. Otherwise, if you do reporting, you do research, you do on ground, it costs you a lot more money.
But the problem is that while they are doing their business, you people are the one who walk
Yeah, we are
out
the ones
as-
who take
as,
the
you know,
flake.
yeah.
Absolutely. And you know what happens is, I say this very often, galti kisi ki bhi ho, gali humne khani hai. And that becomes true. But because of that reason, now parties have also become specific about who they send on TV. So I know for a fact that my party is very specific. There will be a clear party line, of course, and then it is up to you how well you can do your research and build on it. That being said, there are going to be news channels जहां पर हमारी पार्टी की बैंडविड्थ नहीं है. भाई कितने हमारे स्पोक्सपर्सन है, फिर उससे भी ज्यादा चैनल्स हैं. उसके बाद आप कितनी भी मेहनत करो, आपकी बैंडविड्थ नहीं है उतनी ज्यादा जगहों पे उतने ज्यादा लोगों को भेजने के लिए. So what some channels start doing is that they pick up people who are affiliated to the party, maybe members of the party, and they call them a spokesperson and they put them on their show. So what is being said by them is not necessarily what is being
So
said
it
by the
comes back
people
to
on
my
the party
question
list.
कि parties को एक प्रॉपर तरीका बनाना
होना
चाहिए,
चाहिए।
एक ट्रेनिंग होनी चाहिए,
हाँ, बिल्कुल
एक
होती
basic
है।
वो होना चाहिए।
Yes, yes.
मैं इसमें करेक्ट कर दूं, पार्टी ने तो ट्रेनिंग दी है, समा तैयारी करके जाते होंगे कि मुझे यार अर्थव्यवस्था पे डिबेट होनी है, ये भी तैयारी करके जाते होंगे, चारू जी भी, आप भी तैयारी करके जाते होंगे. लेकिन जब आप डिबेट पे पहुंचते हो तो डिबेट पे बात क्या हो रही है, आप बताइए. कहाँ पे लॉजिक की बात होती है डिबेट में? बात हनुमान चालीसा की शुरू हो जाएगी. अब हनुमान चालीसा सुनाइए आप. अगर हनुमान चालीसा सुनाएंगे तो आपके पास मैं सेंटेंस पूरा होने दीजिए. हनुमान जी की मेरी बात नहीं, पूरी बात और आगे भी बोल दें. उसके पहले वो वहां पे कह रहे थे कि वो वहां शिव तांडव सुनाओ. अब शिव तांडव पे कंपटीशन होने लगा. बात हो रही थी कि कैसे यहाँ पे हमारे समाज के अंदर में कैसे सौहार्द का वातावरण बने, कैसे यहाँ पे पुराने लोगों ने, जैसे आपने नाम लिया अरुण जेटली साहब का नाम लिया, आपने मनोज सिंघवी जी का नाम लिया, हम में से सब उसी लेवल के लोग हैं, लेकिन अब उनको बोलने का मौका नहीं है. वो समा के पास भी उतना आइडिया आपके पास भी है. आप भी किसी नहीं, एक मिनट, आप भी किसी पॉलिटिकल बड़े लीडर से कम नहीं है. लेकिन सवाल ये है कि आपको वो बोलने का मौका कहाँ है? आपको अपने आप को प्रूफ करने का मौका कहाँ है? आपको मौका ही नहीं है.
You can always blame the anchor. You can always blame it on the commercial thing.
I want to say what Anurag ji just said, that it is a business at the end of the day.
I understand
When it
that,
is a
but-
business, it is run on how many people are watching. Maybe as a society, we need to reflect on why maximum number of people are watching these things. Because why will any news channel show something which is not being watched? I believe in this. भाई salaries pay करनी है, channel चलाना है, आपका खर्चा लगता है, जो बिकता है वो दिखाते होंगे. Why is it that ये बिक रहा है? That's a question of worry.
But अभी वो तो why तो वो हम we are passing on the burden. Why are you part of that? Is what I want to understand from you.
गंदा है पर धंधा है.
I mean, all of you are doing
No,
it,
but
right?
Nadia,
So can I come
there
in?
are those channels and that's how they work.
No,
and
no,
they
no,
have to
that I
represent their
understand,
party, so
right?
you have to
But
be.
you as a human also always have a choice where to draw the line.
So I'll tell you that. Before I continue, I've
Because
heard
this is also about
Anurag
India,
ji-
right? It is not only about business. It is not only about, it is you, what you are talking is affecting millions of people, right? It is polarizing the society. It can have its all kinds of effects, right? So you also have, as a human being, also need to draw a line कि मैं इसके beyond I will not go. इससे मेरी country का constitution जो है, I'm crossing
वो
that
ना हो
line,
पाएगा,
right?
So
प्रवक्ता बदल
can I,
जाएगा।
can I speak now?
बदल जाएगा।
अनुराग जी ने एक चीज कहा था वहां जब पोडियम में थे कि मैं एक परफेक्शनिस्ट हूँ और मैं भी एक परफेक्शनिस्ट हूँ और मैं आगे मैं देख रही हूँ मेरा नाम अभी शम्मा हो गया और मेरा मोहम्मद का भी स्पेलिंग गलत है, तो ये थोड़ा बहुत आपको बदलना है, मैं जिस सामने है। The other thing what I want to tell is that you see after 2014 again nothing to another party, जब हम लोग टीवी पे चले जाते हो, हम वो एंकर है, लेकिन मैं बोल सकती हूँ कि वो एक पार्टी का एंकर होता है, एक एनालिस्ट आता है, वो एक पार्टी का एनालिस्ट होता है और एक प्रवक्ता भी उस पार्टी के है, तो हम अकेले और 3 एक पार्टी के और एंकर भी, तो वो मैं फेस किया है जब मैं आई थी 2016 मैंने शुरू किया था। So it was a tough one because it is not, that's why somebody asked me, Shama, tum shout क्यों करती है? I said, what can I do? Because I have to find a way. They don't let me speak. बोलते हैं कि no, they just move out from you to go to the next. So I have to be, what I understood is being assertive होना चाहिए आपको। और जो आपने कहा था कि जो अमेरिका और यहाँ का जो फर्क क्या था जब ट्रम्प के समय, there the fourth estate was not sold out, and the example was when a CNN reporter was kicked out by Trump at a press conference. Usko bola, you get lost, you cannot attend any more of my press conference. He went to the Supreme Court, और उसके बाद when it was in the Supreme Court, all the right-wing news channels, जो Fox News है वो भी इनके साथ थे. He was with the CNN guy saying that the fourth estate remained over there independent. They didn't get along and they didn't take us, one-sided way did not go.
I completely agree with you. We need to
yeah. So you
better.
asked us.
Do you also feel that even as spokesperson, you all need to unite better?
No.
And draw your lines and say before the it starts. All of you together, even you as maybe I'm just saying because you come from the ruling party, you can say that let's have a debate.
No, he has answered that. उन्होंने answer किया है.
Let's have a debate and not.
No, we all belong to. नहीं, आपने समझने की कोशिश करो. There is an ideology. There is a party line. What she has told. Okay, there is a party line. So everybody follows their party line. And in fact, when we come out of it, I've met many of them. They're very, very civil. जो एक party line होता है, वो है. So then there will be everybody from the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress, and everybody say, you know what, we all are resigning. It's not that way, the way you think. Of course, we understand. So in my party, I can talk about we are fighting for the present, for everything what India stands for. We want the India back. Every time any of our spokesperson, our leaders are fighting for the India which was there, the inclusive India. And you must have seen the letter Mrs. Sonia Gandhi has written to the president with all of us. So what I'm saying is but we need to maintain on a channel a decorum. What I feel, which I don't go beyond that personally. I think there shouldn't be कोई गाली गलोच नहीं होना चाहिए. किसका personal जो बातें हैं, उनके जो private life है, we should not bring it onto a channel. We should discuss the policies of the government. Whatever the policies the government is going wrong, we go into the policies. But personal abuse आपको नहीं करना है, and that is what it is, and that is what I don't see these days. What is happening is you are called names, you are called jihadi, you are called many other things, not just on air but also offline, even if you're not one. So of course, and then you have rape threats, all those things also come along with it, So yes, it's a difficult one, but what we need to do is put our line through and maybe a discussion with the party of maintaining decorum, which again I'm going to say was there more before 2014.
Jyotsna ji, if you also believe that spokesperson, either spokesperson आप लोगों को एक stand लेना चाहिए कि इसके beyond अगर आप सब बोलते न्यूज़ एंकर को कि देखो चीखेंगे नहीं, we'll try to have a healthy debate. Will he have too much of a choice, or you think that there are some spokespersons who enjoy this noise and they like the attention they get, and that is the reason why all of this
let me put it very honestly, Nazia ji, here. What happens is We all are from a very, very, decent families. We don't want to be called names, as Shamaji said. We don't like it, all that. But what happens is when you're on TV and when you have the other person talking, simply if you don't talk, your mouth is shut, वो अपना चालू रखेगा और नीचे ट्रोलिंग्स आते रहेंगे, पहली बात. दूसरी बात कहाँ होता है, we personally, like from TDP, what we have done is we actually boycott such kind of people. We don't go to such kind of debates where such kind of people come. We do it. And I personally do it. I said, अगर मेरे को नहीं जाना, मेरे को वो टीवी नहीं बुला रहा तो भी चलेगा, मगर मैं अपनी पार्टी का इज्जत और मेरा इज्जत दोनों, because if I talk something wrong, there I'm not only just demeaning myself or degrading myself, I'm also degrading my party. I'm also degrading my leader. And I'm also not respecting my ideology. वो नहीं करना है अपने को. So more or less it happens. Most of us, एक particular channel को हम लोग नहीं जाते क्योंकि वहां पे बहुत गाली गलौज होता है, बहुत चीका चिल्लाना होता है, and then you are actually left alone because you don't shout, you don't call names, you don't use any abusive language, so you are left out. वो channels को हम लोग नहीं जाते. At least we have made it very clear from our party. And second thing is, as you were saying, we especially with our party, we already have a system wherein a particular training is given to the spokespersons, and I believe most of the parties also do it. But मेरे को, and what I feel personally is, ये जो training system है ना नाज़िया जी, it has to happen even with the news channels, with the anchors. आजकल कोई भी एंकर बन जाएगा, कोई भी वहां पे बैठ के, they can talk anything that they want, anything on earth that they want, and there is no stopping. Topic एक रहेगा, just because you're not seeing the increase in the number of viewership, आपको वो viewership आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा है, तो क्या करोगे, बीच में एक point ला दोगे आप वहां पे जो out of topic है, बिल्कुल out of topic है, वो topic से related ही नहीं है, वो तो व्यूअरशिप बढ़ जाएगा, तो चलो नाज़िया जी आप चालू कर दो वो. This is what is happening, and here I'm not blaming the anchors, I'm not blaming the news channels, because it's cutthroat competition out there.
So we need to change the entire system. I've been sent a note that we have to wrap it up in 5 minutes.
Yes.
Shweta, briefly your views on this, and then I'll put the final question and we can close it.
देखिए, आपने हर डिबेट की तरह हम यहाँ पे भी मुद्दे से हल्का सा भटक गए हैं. आपने प्रश्न क्या पूछा था? आपने प्रश्न ये पूछा था कि अटल जी के समय पर at those times they were spokespersons and you had debates, and has the quality gone down? So there are two things that I want to say. First is, please understand that content is king. The content quality has gone down in totality. अब आप ये बताइए, आप मुझसे ये प्रश्न पूछते हैं, आप मीडिया वर्ल्ड से हैं, आप मुझसे प्रश्न पूछते हैं कि आप हनुमान चालीसा पे अभी भी 10 बार हनुमान चालीसा अनुराग जी कर चुके हैं, आप हनुमान चालीसा पे ही बात क्यों करते हैं? आप हनुमान चालीसा पे भाई आपने डिबेट पे बुलाया ही हनुमान चालीसा पे है, तो किस पे बात करूं? आप मुझे अर्थव्यवस्था पे बुलाते तो मैं अर्थव्यवस्था पे बात करती. सेकंड, शमा जी अभी बात कह रही थी, मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी, जिस तरीके से मीडिया एक तरीके से चलता है, सत्ता भी एक तरीके से चलता है. जब सत्ता आपकी आती है ना, तो ऑटोमेटिकली सारे विशेषज्ञ आपके हो जाते हैं, पूरे मीडिया चैनल आपके हो जाते हैं, और ये सत्ता का ही रूप है. अब 2014 से पहले हम भी जाते थे डिबेट पे और हम भी वैसा ही फील करते थे कि भाई इर्द गिर्द, और मुझे चैनल्स के नाम लेने की जरूरत नहीं है, अभी भी कुछ ऐसे चैनल्स हैं जहां पे जब हमें भेजा जाता है तो हम वन वर्सेस ऑल रहते हैं. और बीजेपी आज एक्चुअल यथार्थ में भी ये महसूस करती है कि पार्टी वाइज भी बीजेपी वर्सेस ऑल ही है, आइडियोलॉजी वाइज भी बीजेपी वर्सेस ऑल है. तो अब इस यथार्थ को सामने रखते हुए अगर आप ये प्रश्न दोबारा से पूछेंगी तो मैं आपको केवल मात्र इतनी सी बात कहूंगी जो शमा जी ने कही. देखिए, क्या जरूरत यह है कि हम एक दूसरे की इज्जत करें. आप भी अपना काम कर रहे हैं और मैं भी अपना काम कर रही हूँ. I'm just amplifying the thought process of my organization, right? So for you to be disrespectful towards me and for me to be disrespectful to you, अगर मैं राजी को बात कर रही हूँ क्या
and subtle.
That's another debate.
Some
we are learning.
subtle से थोड़ा blatant हो गया.
See,
That's the
अब तो
only
पुराना
point
हो
I'm
गया.
trying to make. कि हम subtle से blatant कब हो गए? I have this last question now. Shama has to leave, and Shama was like, she came much before time, and we have to respect the fact. Last question is, Charu, as a spokesperson, what are some of the few qualities you think a spokesperson must have? And if you can name a spokesperson not from your party that you really like.
Okay.
But that is from the same party.
So
I said not from your party.
I admire spokespersons who are not talking in circles, who are very clear about their thoughts. I did go 1, 2, 3, 4 करके अपने points. It's very listen and take something home from it. The spokesperson that I like very much, who's not from my party, she was never from my party actually, Priyanka Chaturvedi. I think she speaks well. She spoke well when she was in the Congress. Even now, she's lesser on television from Shiv Sena. But I think she's got clarity of thought. She does not talk in respectful of the opposition spokesperson. Like we've had, I don't know, God knows how many face-offs, but there's never been a point that I felt disrespected. And I always appreciate a spokesperson who gives the respect they expect to get.
Javed ji, we're running late, so we will not take questions, but complete this.
क्या qualities?
But yeah, favorite spokesperson.
नहीं, एक्चुअली हाँ, वो सीधी सी बात है, क्योंकि बीजेपी की आइडियोलॉजी यही है, जहाँ फायदा है वहीं बात करनी है. तो भाई खरबूजे मिलने हैं, चारों प्रज्ञा से अच्छा कोई प्रवक्ता है ही नहीं.
अच्छा चलिए सीरियसली बताइए. चारू जी भी बहुत अच्छी हैं, बट अगर आपको
सीरियसली जहाँ तक प्रवक्ताओं का सवाल है, अब कुछ दिनों से पहले मैं एक प्रवक्ता जिसको बहुत अच्छा समझता था और उसकी नॉलेज को बहुत सम्मान करता है, नहीं मैं बहुत सम्मान करता था, और कुछ दिनों से उनका भी रूप जब बदला हुआ मैंने देखा, तो मुझे अब सरप्राइज होता है उनको देख के कि मैं इनको इतना आइडल मानता था और समझता था. बीजेपी मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी को मैं समझता था कि बड़े समझदार हैं, लेकिन उनकी भी गलती नहीं है कि जिस जगह चले गए हैं वो अब उनकी मजबूरी है अपने आप को बनाए रखने के लिए.
Shama.
So the most important qualities of a spokesperson होता है कि conviction होना चाहिए आपको assertive चाहिए, no rhetorics, and clarity of thought process, and decisive, and very important is presence of mind. क्योंकि कभी-कभी we don't know what is the question, we are prepared but कुछ ना कुछ आ सकते हैं, and you are defending your party, so presence of mind is very, very important. And if you ask me who is a spokesperson who I like from the other party, from the Bharatiya Janata Party, is Nalin Kohli, because for me he's very respectful from the other side. He has all the, so Nalin is the only time I'm very well prepared, because I know he is very well prepared. His answers are to the point. He has clarity of thought, and he is very, very respectful.
Shamaji, let me put you on spot from your party.
I've got many favorites, many favorites in my party.
You have one sitting right
Yeah, he's also a good friend, my colleague. नहीं बहुत है हमारी पार्टी में, तो मैं क्यों नाम ले लूं? मेरी पार्टी में बहुत सब अच्छे spokespersons हैं मेरे हिसाब से.
कोई बात.
I believe the foremost quality a spokesperson should have is listening. You need to listen to what the other person is talking so that you can answer him very correctly, first thing. Second thing is you need to understand the ideology of your party to the core, because you are defending that ideology. So you need to understand the ideology of your party to the core, and you need to believe in yourself, have the confidence that you can actually convince the other person. These are the qualities that I believe a spokesperson should have. And probably I see all the people up here having that, and I'm really to share the dais with all of you. And if I have to talk about a spokesperson whom I adore, he's from Congress Party, a regional person there from our state, Mr. Shravan Dasoju. He talks really good. He has the facts and figures with him all the time. He actually convinces the other person, saying that, yes, Shravanji, what you have said at the end is correct, but probably usme ye thoda bahut ab add kar do. He makes sure the other person talks that. So that's how I believe a spokesperson should be. जो आपने बोला है वो सही है, पर थोड़ा बहुत उसको तो ऐड कर लो बाद में. And one of those beautiful.
Thank you.
Shweta.
My all-time, he's from my Sudhanshu, and I think I only stick because he's the best that we have. Sudhanshu Trivedi, love the way he speaks. He is articulate. He is bang on. मैं उनको कहती हूँ कि आपने विकिपीडिया रट के घोल के अंदर डाल दिया है. You know, he is fantastic. So I think I'll stop at that.
I'll just tell who is from mine, no? I can tell somebody who I thought, and anyway, since a senior leader, there wouldn't be any accusations I haven't chosen. It's Manish Tiwari.
Wow. आजकल बहुत कम आते हैं. आजकल बहुत पिछले 2-3 साल से. Very good.
But I don't force. See, throughout the debate, I did not force any one of you.
From
to
another
say-
party, I said Nalin,
Yeah.
but from my party, a senior leader is.
So we can conclude on that note that I didn't force you, any one of you, to say anything that you did not want to say. And I hope none of you was offended in any way. We try to keep it as healthy and as light as possible. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists. And of course, the moderator, I would request Sunil Kumarji, President, Exchange for Media Group, to please join us on stage and felicitate all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause for all the panelists, our moderator, and Sunil ji as well, please. Please. Subdu. Okay, lots of discussions happening there. I won't stop anybody, but thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists and our moderator, Nazia ji. Thank you. Okay, looking at the time, I will very quickly introduce the next session because it's a quickie. It's a fireside chat on credibility and content are twins. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Javeer Shergill ji from Congress, and joining him is Nazia Alvi Rahman ji once again, editor, Exchange for Media, for this fireside chat. Please give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Please. So I think the convenient thing would be to ask you to give your point of views on everything that we were discussing before. And we can start on that note because, yeah. So I do have questions on that, but I'm sure that, as spokesperson, you would have been wanting to give your point of view on a lot of things that we discussed before. So would you want to start with something?
On a lighter note first, you mentioned it lightly that, there are few young people who study abroad.
And I realized
and they're parachuted.
No.
So I am one of those young people.
I said it is at the wrong
No. I am one of those young people, but
you grew up here.
I'll marry that into something to the other point. So I went to a small school in a small town in Punjab called Jalandhar. I studied in Calcutta. I studied in America, and then I came back and did my practice. Could I have parachuted? No. Could I have spoken, debated, made a point of view without knowing the realities of streets of India? No. Strengths of my opponents? No. I am a product of a training program which the Congress Party created in 2013. I was given 10,000 pages to read. 4,000 people were given 10,000 pages to read on content, terrorism, women empowerment policy. From 4,000 people, 50 new media faces were picked up, and I was one of them. 50. So the young lad from America was tested, tried.
You're not from America.
No, in the sense education.
You barely spent a couple of years in America, but most part of your growing up and
but having said
education
that,
has
the
been in
training was like Anurag ji has done a completely unbiased, non-prejudiced selection program without sifarish. The Congress party picked up political opponents, and that is why training is important. Number one. Number two, I think the spokespersons I've done in my limited journey more than around 3,000-4,000 television debates in the past 8 years. I was 33 when I joined, no, 31 when World of TV, and I'm going to be 39. So one thing as spokesperson, I've kept in mind कि हम दुश्मनी में भी एक शराफत रखते हैं. किसी के एंकर के बारे, उसके निजी जीवन, परिवार, जितना मर्जी वो आपके खिलाफ हो, किसी प्रवक्ता के बारे, ultimately it's your own with what thought you can sleep better at night. Look at yourself in the mirror, not turn into another beast on TV and be a human. That is the larger Lakshman Rekha I have obeyed. Number 3, आपने पूछा कि प्रवक्ता का, before we go into the topic, कि आप कैसे ये कहते हैं कि बाहर की दुनिया क्या कहती है और क्या रोल है. मैंने अपनी पार्टी के मंच पे भी बोला है, प्रवक्ता चाहे जिस पार्टी का हो, रोज अग्नि परीक्षा देता है. एंकर, प्रवक्ता और मीडिया कॉलमिस्ट, दे आर नॉट अलाउड मिस्टेक्स. एक एमएलए 3 बार भी चुनाव हार जाएगा, उसको चौथी बार टिकट मिल जाएगी. एक एमपी 2 बार चुनाव हार जाएगा, उसको तीसरी बार फिर टिकट मिल जाएगी. पर अगर एक एंकर और प्रवक्ता 2 डिबेट में चूक कर गया तो उसकी छुट्टी हो जाएगी. So the highest standards of accountability in the spokespersons of all across party, if especially in our party, we impose that on our electoral colleagues, maybe things will really revive and change. So this is what I have to say.
Now we'll come to the topic, credibility and content are twins. Well, we have always believed that. That's what we grew up believing on. But do you think that now it's become little shaky, you know? Content is the content that we consume on daily basis on news channels or through various sources. Do you think when you read it, you feel that, you know, this is credible, or you always feel the need to go back, cross-check, fact-check?
I think the credibility and content are two Siamese twins attached to the hip of truth. There are two twins which are attached to the hip of truth. हिंदी में बोलूं पर वो जो हिंदी का डायलॉग था कि जुड़वा कुंभ के मेले गुम जाते हैं, तो ये 2 ऐसे जुड़वा हैं, आपकी साख और आपका जो सत्य, आपका जो तथ्य, जो आज सनसनी और दुष्प्रचार के कुंभ के मेले में गुम गए हैं. That is one. Number 2, credibility gives validation to content. Content adds weight to credibility. Coming to your, because we are less on time, less session, it's not credibility and content have gone away. The demand and supply of credibility and content has gone away. In the 30-second, I have seen my debates personally, and I'm guilty of that, and every spokesperson is guilty of that. From where emphasis on facts, we also have to sprinkle it with dialogues, one-liners, headline creators, because we said that people focus on headline, not the content. So that journey I have seen from content credibility changing to populism, sensationalism, to attract as many eyeballs I as a spokesperson can come. Number 3, if I am not the beast television debate is in print is still, अगर मैं viewer को जो शाम को थका हारा आ रहा है, और मैं कुछ कड़वी बातें भी कहूंगा, 70-80% कुछ मनोरंजन के लिए टीवी देख रहा है, अगर उसको सनसनी, डायलॉग बाजी, तू मैं का तड़का नहीं लगेगा, वो चैनल नहीं चल रहा.
But for that, he can go to other channels, right? He need not consume news for that.
You're right. But now coming to that, 144,983 newspapers in India. That's the rough number. 958 satellite TV channels running. 380 out of which are reporting news. 539 are non-news channels. 483 All India Radio FM stations. 392 private FM stations. That is the volume of information which is fed into the country. Percentage wise,
and some 1 lakh WhatsApp messages,
and Facebook and Twitter wise, right? Dominance is of sensationalism. That is why print is a dying breed. और मैं अपनी generation को भी अपना, मैं उस अभी इतना बुजुर्ग नहीं हुआ, the 240 character appetite, the capsule, the YouTube 30-second clip that is now dominating, which does not demand credibility and content at all.
But where are we heading? At some point of time, we'll need credible news. We are always, everyone, the entire generation is forever in doubt.
I think every nation goes through a phase. Today, the politics is going through a transition. People loved President Trump. वो जो बोलते थे उनको आंख बंद करके मान लिया जाता था. So here, Mr. Biden and his critiques change that. The emergence of fact-checking news platforms, the emergence of, there are 213% rise in fake news in the last pandemic in India alone. The rumor mongering, the viewer will rise, shake, wake, put the pressure on channels to do that. That alteration has to come from the media. अब मैं आपको थोड़ा सा उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा कि डिमांड से एक मैम वुड नो किसी भी पार्टी का एनी पार्टी एमएलए meets on an average 200 to 300 people on a daily basis. 200 to 300 people on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
Out of them, not even 1% talk about traffic, road, drugs, infrastructure. किसी को transfer चाहिए, किसी को चंदा
Even
चाहिए.
religion. They will come to you for all kind
for
of
that,
work.
for that. But the election now puts the pressure on the electoral. It's demand and supply. Unless that demand changes, supply is not going to change. A politician has to win elections. He's not a professor in college. A TV channel has to sell a business. A newspaper has to sell a content. There are newspapers who are striving on content. There are newspapers who are starting on Saas Bahu stories. There are channels who are now dressing into satellite as pilot themselves and going over Ukraine. The point is, the reform has to emerge within the society. People have to change their priorities. And then we, the gladiators or the soldiers or the actors or the directors, we will play to the gallery accordingly.
Now, you are a renowned lawyer, right? You work with Mr. Sanghvi, right? You worked with him. There is, when you're a lawyer, when you're talking in court, there is a different kind of credibility that, has to be there. How is that shift? Does that shift at all, when you're talking before the court and when you're talking before, common people like us? Do you think you can get away with anything and in court you have to be credible? Or
see, one thing court teaches us, lawyers who are argue, they make us thick-skinned. Judge आपको झाड़ रहा है, judge आपको गाली निकाल रहा है, not literally. Judge is not agreeing with you, but you are thick-skinned. मुझे अपनी बात कह के ही जानी है because my client is paying. I have to tell my clients. So that lawyer quality helps us in anchor. Anchor आपको गाली निकाल रहा है, anchor आपको shake कर रहा है, anchor आपको disturb कर रहा है. You can, as a lawyer we are trained, no matter what the other person is saying, I can't deviate from my focus. In those 30 seconds, I have to talk about petrol or diesel, even if he is talking about religion. वो अगर माउंट एवरेस्ट की भी बात कर रहा है, मुझे दिल्ली के पेट्रोल पंप की बात कह के ही उठना है, whether you like it or not. Number two, yes, the threshold of credibility now is my personal conscience. TV does not require it. In 30 seconds, I can speak anything. People can say India has 800 crore voters. People can say Javeer Shergill is involved in a scandal. Nobody's checking. It's claps. But court, you cannot afford to take that risk. So I think lawyer makes me thick-skinned, does not shift from the focus. But being a spokesperson, in the longer run, I also know I've reduced TV debates. One of my very dear friend died while on the TV debate, Rajiv Tyagi. He had a health condition. It's a heart attack. I'm not blaming any media platform. But looking at him, I was live on air that day. I wrote a letter, it went very viral, to the INB minister. Sir, as per the NBSA guidelines, you need to tame TV debates. They have become slanderous, sensational platform where I'm forced to abuse. Otherwise, nobody will listen. Please bring back civility to TV debates. That letter was debated all across India at 9 o'clock, but nothing changed. And I had to take a conscious call. I reduced that day, that Rajiv's lifeless body I saw. His young wife and a kid were there. Because I knew how much he shouted and how much toll it takes on the health of every spokesperson. So unless you don't tame this slanderous beast,
it is not just physical health, it's also the mental health.
It's a mental health.
Right?
There are, Anuragji is my neighbor, and I was young at 31. When there's certain news channels, I used to do 4 times in a week. And when I used to get up from a chair, sorry, I'm being dramatic, and I used to get up my chair and my head used to go numb and shake. I never used to recognize my own self. Who am I? Am I that person who's shouting? Am I that person showing somebody down? It shakes your mental health. And that is why the reason you have to be strong, like a Formula 1 driver. You have to have a sharp mind. You have to have a thick-skinned, not to be impacted by personal remarks. And क्या कहते हैं कि कर्तव्यों को भावनाओं पे भारी रखिए. भूलिए मत आपका कर्तव्य क्या है. कई बार दिल दिमाग से नहीं सहमत, दिमाग दिल से नहीं सहमत. But the larger duty cause you have to keep and keep your health well-being safe.
But आपने जितना बोला, I take all of that. आपको, लेकिन end of the day, we're all humans, right?
Yeah.
We all react to it. So have there been days when you have come back very disheartened or very depressed from a television debate, and you've felt that, you know, maybe I'm not doing the right thing?
Yeah, many. I think a good spokesperson has to keep himself at the platform of self-assessment. There are days where you say, maybe I didn't say the fact right. There are days when I said the other spokesperson outshouted me. I did not perform. There are days where I didn't wanted to speak on religion, but I was forced to speak on religion because otherwise, ये कहते हैं बेकार प्रवक्ता है. So there are days when you think this is what you really signed up for as an individual. Of course, that's every human, as an anchor, as a TV channel, as a spokesperson, you think like that. But then again, as I said, you have to another day, another new day. System बदल नहीं सकता. आपको इसलिए नहीं प्रवक्ता बनाया कि आप सिस्टम को बदलिए. आपको इसलिए प्रवक्ता बनाया गया आपकी वाणी, आपकी बोली से आपका वोटर आपसे प्रभावित हो. और वो मुझे अपना काम करना है. पर हाँ, दिन के अंत में मुझे अपनी अंतरात्मा को उत्तर देना है. जब तक वो दे रहा है, मैं ये काम करता रहूंगा.
Now, you're a successful lawyer. Time is money for you. And नहीं, आज तो मैं लूंगी आपका time. मैं बोलूँगा आप time कैसे manage करते हैं when you also give time to party?
Legal lawyering is my necessity. वकालत मेरी रोजी रोटी है. राजनीति मेरा जज्बा है. I don't come from a political family at all. जो jazba, the passion I feel standing on an election rally and talking to the people, the passion I feel addressing the crowd, the passion I feel being on a TV channel, the passion I feel helping others in a very, very small panel, and to be selfish or because it's like the passion, the high you get people taking a photograph with you is the passion that in a very
feel when you're in a court.
No, in a very limit, and not to be because youngsters are sitting. And not to be self-boosting, the passion at a very young age, I've addressed university at Harvard, Columbia, Stephens, Xavier's. तो मैं सोचता हूँ पंजाब जलंधर का लड़का जो सेंट जोसेफ बॉयज स्कूल में पढ़ा है, जिसको हार्वर्ड में कभी एडमिशन नहीं मिलती, राजनीति पॉलिटिक्स ने ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म दे दिया where I'm going and addressing students of Harvard. I've spoken in Israel, NATO, security. This high, no money can, it's irreplaceable. So when you say time is money, yes, today I'm following my passion. I'm following my sarfaroshi, जो मुझे जिस चीज की है. For paying the bills, my legal brief is there, and I'm, as my guru, Dr. Singhvi is there, I'm mastering the art of multitasking. So hopefully one day.
So, coming back to the content thing that we were discussing, I agree with you that it's a phase. But how and when do you think this phase will, diminish or pass, and, we'll be back to the times when, people will demand credibility? That demand has already started, isn't it? Yes. So how and where, because you interact with your interactions with must be with thousands of people on a weekly basis. Yeah. So where do you see the trend going, and what is the roadmap?
I think there's an English saying, all that glitters is not gold, and people realize that. I don't want it to be a Congress versus BJP platform but people realize what President Trump is feeding them is not what they want to consume. Maybe if he's abusing a Mexican immigrant, there was a appetite for that for only a month or 2 months. The fact that news channels, I'm sure Anuragji, your platform and many other national channels now have in-house fact-checking machinery, because they have realized the wind has started tilting. The wind is changing direction.
Fact check तो PIB ने भी launch किया है.
चलो वो तो कहते हैं कि मेरा कातिल ही मेरा मुंसिफ है तो मुझे इंसाफ कौन दिलवाएगा, वो पुरानी कहावत है. और एक और है कि वो, if I'm getting it right, ये लश्कर भी तुम्हारा है और ये सरदार भी तुम्हारा है. तुम झूठ को सच भी लिख दो, ये अखबार भी तुम्हारा है. हम शिकायत करते भी तो किससे करते, ये सरकार भी तुम्हारी है और ये दरबार भी तुम्हारा है.
So that is why I thought I'll take your views on this PIB fact check, जो जिसमें वो खुद ही चेक करके बताते हैं कि कौन सी न्यूज़ ठीक है और कौन सी न्यूज़ गलत है. जब आप डिबेट्स पे जाते हैं और इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस, इस तरह के स्टेटमेंट्स आपके जो दूसरी पार्टी से लोग हैं बोलते हैं, दिस या जैसे पॉलिटिशियंस बोल देते हैं that this is 80% versus 20% debate, या they call politicians by names, you know, women politicians were called prostitutes or whatever. How do you counter that, you know, and considering that you don't cross the line and all, because these are very provocative kind of statements. How do you maintain your sanctity and, you know, also your calm, you know, because these are very annoying things.
I think over the years, and again in my limited political journey, because we spokespersons see each other so much at 9 o'clock. So I'll take a name, and I have no shame in taking a name. If it's me and a Sudhanshu Trivedi, we are debating. No matter how the anchor is, both me and him know we will not cross each other's Lakshman Rekha. We will not abuse each other. It's an unsaid rule. Maybe it's the personality or the character we bear. There are certain.
वो कौन है जिसके साथ आप क्रॉस कर जाते हैं?
देखिए, I personally maybe once or twice I would have done, and I felt very ashamed of myself.
Or you feel like इसके साथ I will next time I'll go and cross.
नहीं, फिर मेरा पंजाबी खून अंदर से खोलता है. वो पंजाबी कहते हैं कि अगर पेचा पड़ी जाए तो पीछे नहीं हटना, कि पेचा पड़ी गया है तो nobody should call me a loser. But yes, largely I think if you respect other spokesperson, and if you don't speak in their language, ultimately you end up embarrassing them and forcing them also to think that don't consider my nicety as my weakness. मेरी अच्छाई को मेरी कमजोरी मत समझिए. आवाज में जोर जरूर डालिए, शोर भी जरूर डालिए, तथ्य भी डालिए, सनसनी का तड़का भी जरूर लगाइए, पर किसी के परिवार, माता पिता, वो अपना कर्तव्य करने आया है, एंकर को बिकाऊ कह के मैं अपना संदेश पार्टी का देने आया हूँ, किसी पे लालचन नहीं लगाने आया, और अभी तक मैं सक्सेसफुल रहा हूँ. तो आगे देखिए.
But I've seen all of this happening in courts also. I have seen particularly in lower courts. I have seen I've covered courts for 10 years. I have seen a lot of senior lawyers just try to intimidate the judges by saying these kind of sentences. I've heard, ये जज तो बिक गया, हाँ, ये जज तो ये नहीं देगा बेल, इसने पैसे खा लिए. I've heard it. Just to put pressure. So I think this is the reason why lawyers become good politicians later, right? They start it very early. There is a different kind of training. And I've also noticed judges, very senior high court judges, remember? So they knew that I cover courts for Hindustan Times or Times of India. So when I would walk in, they'll start yelling at the petitioner for no reason, giving interesting quotes. For my just sentences that will make headline next day. और वो written order में नहीं डलवाते थे. वो सब open court में होता था. So I think courtroom is a good training ground for most of the spokespersons.
No, I don't want to be in contempt of court. पता लगा some judges.
Neither do I.
Some judges watch this and I am in jail suddenly. And you know, I think whether the spokesperson or the lawyer or the judge, because Shazia ji is sitting here and she's a senior respected spokesperson from another political party. I think in a mischievous way, we have mastered the tactic. If the topic is very difficult, or if the judge does not want to address a difficult court, I will try to shake her by making a remark. She will try to shake me by, okay, let me see if Javeer gets shaken, or I'll say, let me see if Shazia ji gets shaken and derails from her thought process. Similarly with the judge, when he does not want to give you a hearing, judge ka bhi mood hai, adjourn hi karna hai, then he'll make a remark. So that is why I say as a lawyer, I am thick-skinned. I know why she is remarking me or I am remarking her. Why judge wants to shake me or you know, shake me up and ask me to leave the court. So that is why I think for a young spokesperson, old spokesperson, larger जो क्या कहते हैं कि जो जड़ी बूटी है कि वो मैं अपने मन में बना के चाहता हूँ, चाहे केस हो, चाहे प्रवक्ता हो, चाहे टीवी हो, मुझे ये 5 बातें कहनी है, धूप हो, छाए हो, गाली हो, गलोच हो, शाजिया जी मुझे अच्छी लग रही है, नहीं अच्छी लग रही है, मेरे पे ताने डाल रही है, मैं इन पे क्या करूं, ये 5 बातें मैंने कह के इस 1 घंटे में उठनी है.
और बाद में उनसे सॉरी तो बोल ही लूंगा.
नहीं,
I have noticed this and I think we'll do a very big service to the country अगर मैं कभी सारे स्पोक्सपर्सन को ऑफ स्क्रीन दिखा दूं.
बिल्कुल
ऐसा लड़ रहे होते हैं और जैसे ही you're off camera you're best friends, right? You are like yeah let's meet for coffee, let's go out. मतलब common लोगों के लिए it will be difficult to believe.
No, I think that is also a quality. Yeah, or I think that's a quality which the court lawyers also teach, a senior also teach. The disagreement in the courtroom, you leave in the courtroom. And the beauty of our democracy, which a spokesperson always remember, is हम दुश्मनी में भी शराफत रखते हैं, and we agree to respectfully disagree. और मैं मानता हूँ किसी की पे लालछन लगाना, गाली देना, किसी को मोरल डाउन करना, चाहे कई कई दिन होते हैं मेरे पास अगर तथ्य ना हो या दूसरे प्रवक्ता को, we give each other that space. किसी को नीचा दिखाना सबसे आसान काम है, किसी को एक इज्जत देना, बख्शना, किसी के हुनर की कदर करना और किसी से अग्री टू डिसएग्री जो रिस्पेक्टफुली करना सबसे मुश्किल काम है. एंड इफ वी हैव मास्टर्ड दैट आर्ट, वी हैव अ लॉन्ग जर्नी. हमें 100 मीटर की दौड़ तो दौड़नी नहीं है. I have incentives, I have ambitions, I have dreams to sit in the parliament. Either I can be an animal of populism, be a TV channel whose life is only 2 years, or I be a derby horse or a long stallion who can run without getting exhausted. So I want to be that horse who can run without getting
And
exhausted.
we wish you all the best.
Thank
and we are
you.
very sure that, we will see you in Parliament very
Hopefully.
soon.
That's my selfish
Thank
wish.
you.
That is why I'm going to write to the Prime Minister. He's made such a big parliament. Uski seats kar dein 1,000. 1,000 में डाल दें quota. Young लोग under 45 irrespective महिला पुरुष ये होने ही चाहिए तो शायद हमारा चांस लग जाए. Thank you so
नहीं,
much.
आपका वैसे भी निकलेगा चांस. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Some mic. What number is this, Anurag ji? What number is this?
I think, sir, because all of your experience much better, there are enough laws and regulations in the country, whether it is the Cable Regulation Act, whether it is the News Broadcasters Standard Authority. I appeared for Justice Sikri, and for all the spokespersons I made a debate, they have powers, they have all the laws to tame TV channels. But the point is कि आप अपनी ताकत कब दिखाएं और कितने जोर से दिखाएं. जिस दिन कोई जाग जाएगा एक्टिविस्ट, वो NBSA के पास there are specific guidelines. If an anchor or a spokesperson incites, insults, provokes, sensationalizes, speaks without fact, that TV channel can face a ban. So India has no dearth of laws and regulations.
The only dearth is of intention.
Intention and to tame them. Yeah.
I think Shazia can answer that better.
In the way audiences receive it, in the way the society is, I mean.
Sir, I take hope from Netflix and Amazon. Earlier in the Bollywood movies, the only appetite was for a girl boy dancing around the rose garden. Then it shifted to, in a very sexist manner, to only item girls dancing. That appetite became. But now when the content came, OTT, Netflix, Amazon, the people showed their appetite for some serious movies, of some serious content. So I think for political class, हमें हर पिक्चर में विलन दिखाया जाता है, number one, since 1960s, 70s. But consumer, we are the girls and boys dancing. I think time will come where that platform will change, the pressure will be also on change, news channels to change, and I'm just hopeful and waiting for that in my lifetime.
When your children see you, I know you have 2 children, right? Do they say anything to you? Do they comment कि पापा वैसे क्यों बोलते हो? जब I know you're mostly very composed. You try to stick to facts and you never make personal comment. But sometimes, as you said that in those 4,000 TV debates, ek do baar, you got riled up. You're all human, right? So have you got a comment from your family about ki chhod do?
All the time, I think, and I can say on record. And again, I'm not referring to that fact when Rajiv Tyagi died on that fateful night of 14th August. I still remember. And there are now many cases of young people getting a heart attack for some strange reason amongst boys and girls. And I got a call from my father that, son, evaluate what's in it for you. What are you doing? Either you train your mind to be that stress-free that you're not shaken, it doesn't impact your health, or you change gears. So मैं जैसे बोल रहा था, this is what I've signed up for. So either I train myself mentally, health-wise, because this system is here to stay, or I change my lanes.
My last quick question.
Yeah.
Again, party की politics होती है कि किसको field करना है.
बिल्कुल.
किसको field करना है spokesperson, किसको chance देना है, किसको बड़े Have you ever faced that?
You're
क्योंकि
thrown
मैंने पिछले 2 साल से आपको कम देखा और हमारी रिसर्च में भी पिछले 2 साल से आप कम आए हैं.
No, also
मैं
it's
बिल्कुल, because over the last few days I've got into कौन कितनी appearances, this that.
I think,
पिछले
sir,
2 साल में क्या, have you taken a conscious decision of coming less?
सर ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा, पर पॉलिटिक्स साम सीढ़ी का खेल है. कभी आप 99 पे और हर एक दौर देखा है, but party has given me so many opportunities in the sense we've never gone outside. But the 2 years, as ma'am is referring, yes, there has been somewhat a conscious call also. I'm active on ANI, the TV debate, the headline and the everything. But 2 साल कुछ ऐसे समझ लिए कि थोड़ा साम सीढ़ी का खेल समझ रहे हैं तो.
ठीक. और लास्ट क्वेश्चन, आपके 2 फेवरेट एडिटर कौन है? एक अंग्रेजी से और एक हिंदी से. 2 फेवरेट एंकर एडिटर.
You really don't want me to go on all TV channels. Sir, I like both the spectrum. You know, people hate certain anchors. I'll tell you about certain. I don't want to name an anchor. I like a more tough anchor who doesn't allow me to speak, because the more he challenges me and pushes me to the wall, it trains me more. The more he or yeah. I like it because they bring up, जितना आपका boxing partner उतना aggressive होगा तब मैं boxing, otherwise I'll be a soft cushion chocolate boy. So they have trained me. I'm thick-skinned because of their thing. Secondly, I like a anchor or editor, one person, their humility, and because young बैठे हैं. Outside TV channels, there are a few anchors who are very bad in the TV show, but they will always make a point to receive a young person at the car, drop that young person at the car. There are very people in India who are very celebrated, who are very liberal, but when you go to their shows, वो फोन स्क्रीन से आंख नहीं उठाते आपको हेलो और हाय कहने के लिए. ये एक युवा प्रवक्ता या नए प्रवक्ता पे बहुत इज्जत. तो मैं उन एंकर्स की इज्जत करता हूँ जो टीवी से ज्यादा स्टूडियो के बाद आपको इज्जत बख्शते हैं और आपको प्रमोट और सपोर्ट करते हैं.
Thank you so much, Javi, for being so honest. And I hope you're back here. And I think you have to go at 4 p.m. for the launch. I'll be here. Yeah.
Also, I would request the presence of Priyanka Bhadoria ji, Associate Director, Marketing and Events, Exchange for Media Group, to please join us on stage and felicitate Javeer Shergill ji.
I hope it was light enough. Yeah. Come. I've been troubling her all the time.
A big round of applause for Javeer ji. Please also thank you so much, Nazia ji, a second session in a row. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, from that fireside chat, we move on to our next fireside chat. It's on the changing role of a spokesperson. And please join me in welcoming on stage Shazia Ilmi ji from BJP and Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, Exchange for Media Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause.
Today I will sit on the right side.
Oh my God. And I'm on the left side, but I'm supposedly representing the right wing.
Okay, sorry, one second.
Oh, that's okay.
So great. You know, the unique part of you being here and speaking is that you have been on you've been on both sides of the fence, anchor and now a spokesperson. First of all, give me a sense of what has changed, you know, the role, as far as the role is concerned. Has it changed? What has changed?
Well, a lot has changed. So I was a debut anchor of Star Network, which is now ABP News. And I remember those were different times. Now, that was, it was print media and electronic media. And we were the prime competitors to Aaj Tak, which was a sole news channel, so to speak. And there was good old NDTV, which we took over as Star Network, and in Hindi. So it was just Aaj Tak and Star, because Z was yet to become 24 hours. So this is how it was at that point of time. Now we have a whole plethora of social media, news sources, citizen journalists, and what have you. So there's a deluge of information. So we don't remain one of the primary sources at all. A lot has changed, really. I mean, it's cannot be fathomed, really. So yeah, I have been on both the sides. Got trained from Jamia Masscom. So I'm also a producer and a technical person. So I do wear many hats. I'm one of the few anchors who was also a producer. So I was a technical nuts and bolts person. I mean, I would be directing. I don't know most of the camera persons yesterday who were there. So I've worked with them, like setting up mics, being in the PCR.
We're both from Jamia, yeah.
Yeah, Masscom Jamia. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's how it was. So I got trained to be a technical producer, like not even an anchor. Anchoring was just the extra thing I did later on, much later in life. So yeah, so I'm totally from the industry, like nuts and bolts and editorial later on. A lot has changed, and I think the spokesperson's job is very, very demanding. I still feel that I'm capable of a lot of more technical stuff, and I miss it. So I love it when my time comes to anchor because I get to meet the camera person, and that is my primary joy. So for me, it's a very different experience. I set the composition and I said, this is more, there's more depth here. Yahan pe rakho. My affection is with my technical listing. So I'm that sense more unique, I guess, than anything else. And also, I guess I've always been, I was a Hindi news anchor, but I always spoke in English. So that was a challenge at that point of time. But going back to your question, I think there is the whole politics of hate, the malice, the additional onslaught of social media and what it brings with it, the storm of hate. I think that is something that we contend with. And I think the spokesperson's job is to sift and sieve. And sometimes it's so quick because there is so much new stuff coming in that his job has become that of a researcher, of somebody who has to find facts faster than anyone else can. Even your party can back you up. Before they can back you up, you have to know your stuff. So I think knowing exactly where you stand vis-a-vis not just your party, but vis-a-vis your own worldview of what you want to set out to do, and vis-a-vis humanity. So it's, I think, important. I've been part of one of the most sensitive issues in the last almost 8 years in the BJP now, whether it's triple talaq, whether it's a sensitive issue of hijab that went on, and the importance of believing in the Supreme Court on the Ram Temple judgment, and ensuring that we have to work towards a unifying cause and not towards hatred. So that has been a very important job, I think. And I think every spokesperson should know that it cannot be limited just to party politics and electoral politics. There is an end game. And what is the end game? The end game is keeping India together, keeping communities together, raising the bar, raising the consciousness of people. So for me, that's where I come from. I come from very, almost like a prosperous Muslim ghetto, Chamanganj, Kanpur. I'll never forget where I come from. So that part of me is alive. Nobody can take that away.
You know, we're talking about the change. You know, one clear change that people say is that before party spokespersons became the poster boys and poster girls of television, the level of discourse was different. And now the level of discourse on TV has come down thanks to them. Is it so?
Well, not really, because you see, if you see some of, yes and no. I think some of the party spokespersons have behaved in a very irresponsible manner, and I will speak of all parties here. And the kind of ugliness that is there on television, I mean, I cringe from within, but sometimes it's also given to you. I mean, I can send you so many clippings when, you know, you're a Muslim, you have sold your soul, and tumhe azab padega, tum dozak jaogi. I mean, I said, where does Quran say that you can't be a part of BJP? I'm free to exercise my political choice. And there's a reason why I am where I am. And I can, please talk to me at least. And I'll give you reasons why I'm where I am. But there's visceral hate that is given to you. And then there are, on the triple talaq debates, the kind of things I've heard. Ruhail, I cannot tell you, it's been very ugly. And people, I mean, Javeer, my very dear friend, and we have, there are times when we have been part of debates where others have fought so much, then we both said, let's get out of here. You know, people speaking for our parties who are not in the party, but they're supposedly speaking for our respective parties. We said it was getting so ugly that Javeer and I said, Shazia, chalo chalte. I said, Javeer, this is very ugly. It is so hateful. So it's for the spokespersons, yes, and the parties, but what is being unleashed across by citizens? I think sometimes people are far more political than even the spokespersons are. Just when you go to a drawing room conversation, the way people just start attacking you, you don't even want to talk about politics, but the whole atmosphere is so vitiated. So it's just very scary. I just want to take a back seat and I said, do not talk to me about this. I want to have dinner at your place. I want to know about cinema. I want to know how your son is doing. I mean, I love children. So I want to know about the preschool, but it's just about hardcore politics and hate, and it's everywhere. And I must say one thing, you know, it's very easy for you all to, and I'm not blaming you, spokespersons do, but there is a way some anchors bring out the worst in you and some anchors do not. So I must say that it's just become the standard way. It's like an akhada. Go and go, you know, it's just go for it. Go get at each other.
Absolutely.
So, you know, it's like, and you're supposed to fend for yourself. And then so some people bring out the noble in you and some people don't. So it becomes very ignoble. And you're supposed to fend for yourself there. And sometimes it's very, it's very, I mean, it's very humiliating. Because as a lady, you're doing your best and you're sticking to, forget the party brief, but whatever you know about the Quran, about the Constitution, about the human values, but the kind of filth. So just because some people disagree with you because of their party stand, but they know what is correct, they will just go against you only because you belong to a party. Now that is also equally wrong. I think somewhere we have to stop being just party people and be decent human beings. And I think that's important. So I guess I might have to make a point for that.
Also, you know, do you take this blame that party spokespersons, you know, they play on the divisive lines while at the same time it is a friendly match or they're best of the friends at the same time? Isn't that a disservice to people who are taking you so seriously? I mean, from that standpoint, how would you respond to it when people ask these questions?
No, I think when I think when it becomes so vicious and on screen, and I guess, you know, party spokespersons also must realize one thing. उनको लगता है कि भाई उनके bosses देख रहे हैं, हाँ, political masters देख रहे हैं, जितना आप लड़ेंगे उतना वो होगा. Or somewhere the ground has been set. You know, I have been told by party colleagues and people, आप aggressive नहीं है, आप ना इसको बात और कहने. मैंने कहा नहीं, जितना aggression कब चाहिए होता है, मुझे भी गुस्सा आता है, मैं अपनी बात गुस्से से रखूंगी, aggression मुझ में आएगा. कोई बात होगी देश के बारे में जो झूठ होगा, मैं उसको बहुत स्ट्रांगली और फियर्सली डिफेंड करूंगी. लेकिन बदतमीजी, बदतहजीबी के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है कहीं पे भी, ऑन एयर, ऑफ एयर. हिंसक भाषा, you know, language which has violence in it, I'm sorry, we cannot stand for it. There is a new guidelines there, and I think constantly, you know, getting in the community. So it's also the responsibility of parties also not to make everything about Hindus and Muslims. You know, there is civic work going on. You can't just make everything. Suppose there are 5 areas that have been chosen for anti-encroachment drive, but you want to pick up only Shaheen Bagh. Now that is also playing to this thing. So we must call them out also that why are you doing this? So as a spokesperson, I'm saying there's Jaitpur, there's Madanpura, this is what's going on, but you want to pick up only Shaheen Bagh. No, so let's also do that. Let's also be responsible.
Right.
So when an anchor will do that, I will say this. It's just a set game. And you know what is the worst part about it, my friends? That is very predictable. It is very boring. बहुत बोर हो गए यार. मैं तो ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि
Same
छोड़
hate
दो.
mongering and
Let's
shouting.
up
I mean,
let's up the game. थोड़ा intelligence ले आओ इसमें. बहुत बोर हो गए. This is a set pattern. I want to tell every anchor, every party, every spokesperson, even citizens of India, थोड़ा change कर दो यार. इसे मतलब बहुत बोर हो गए हम लोग. कोई और खेल खेल लो. मैं
so
पूरे इलेक्टोरल सिस्टम से कहना चाहती हूँ, पूरे देश बंधुओं से, भैया प्लीज छोड़ दो इसे, कोई और खेल खेलते हैं. It's become really boring.
I want to bring in some questions, but I want to ask you one last question. Ye
इससे बर्दाश्त नहीं हो
next,
रहा है ये.
how can we bring that sanity into this discourse according to you?
काबिले-
How much of the party interference is needed there, in your view, to bring that sanity in debates?
I mean, I just give up merely because of boredom. I really want to talk about something else. मैं चाह रही हूँ, मैं यार बीच में जब शुरू हो जाता ना हिंदू मुस्लिम और ये सब, मैं चाहती हूँ मैं गाने गाऊं, चाहे मुझे कोई जंगली कहे. I swear I become so bored with it. You know, it's really like मेरा दिल चाहता है कि मैं कुछ गाने गाऊं, और दिल चाहता है the song ना. I really want to do something like that, real, because I'm really bored. बचपन से सुनते आ रहे हैं.
You can sing on this forum. That's okay.
No, really, it's like शुरुआत से, since I've been growing up, वो Sikh rights हुए, ये मतलब it's just too much, and I know it by heart. I know about Nelli massacre, Bhagalpur massacre, ये police वो typical, कहीं rape होगा, you know, कहीं rape होता है, और अगर BJP state होगा तो obviously मुझे ऐसे डांटेंगे जैसे मैंने rape किया है. All the anchors start shouting at me. यार, I'm one person who was out on the streets in Nirbhaya. मुझे नहीं डांटो यार. You please, I'm the one, I've fought against everything. I have compromised my entire personal life because I'm in the field every day. I worked off my life. I didn't need to work, but you know, I've killed myself to be there. तो मेरे को डांट रहे हो. Who are you? You don't know how much I've done. But because I'm in the BJP, I must be shouted at. नहीं करो यार, नहीं करो please. ये बहुत ज़्यादा है. तो you know, I really want to change the thing. I had to say it's typical. Rape हुआ, instead of talking about rape laws, what a woman goes through, how are parents treating her, what are the curriculum like, what do they teach in gurdwaras and masjids and mandirs, what is the whole psychological makeup of the society. Nahi, typical format. BJP, SP, you know, I mean, it is so standard. और वही same सवाल, वही boring जवाब, वही तू मैं, वही whataboutery. It is just plain boring. It is not intelligent.
Absolutely.
My problem is there. My problem is that it's just stupid after some time. You will not get solutions. So pura, it's a mass hypnosis of a sort.
Right.
And let's just get out of it, friends.
Right.
Let's think of
I just want to bring in some questions. Anyone has any questions here before we break for lunch in next 10 minutes?
शाहजा जी, मेरा सवाल है, जब भी टीवी पे स्पोक पर्सन को किसी को इनवाइट किया जाता है तो वो बोलते हैं कि यू नो दे वांट टू नो कि अपोजिशन में उनके कौन आ रहा है, किस पार्टी से कौन बैठ रहा है. तो क्या ये सही है, क्योंकि वो अपनी पार्टी का पक्ष रखने आ रहे हैं?
देखिए, मैंने कभी नहीं पूछा है. आप किसी कोऑर्डिनेटर से पूछेंगे.
आपके लिए मैं एक जनरल सवाल.
हाँ, ये पूछते हैं क्योंकि फिर अगर सुप्रिया श्रीनेत होंगी तो उनकी पुरानी बातों को लाया जाएगा. इट्स लाइक दैट. तो इट्स लॉट ऑफ पीपल आस्क. फॉर इंस्टेंस, I've started doing that with I'll be very honest, because I cannot help but be honest, as you can see. So I've started doing that with India Today. I've started asking them. They got S.Y. Qureshi. So I wanted to ask. So I at least had a reference ready that S.Y. Qureshi has said this on many occasions. So once they get somebody from the opposition and a neutral voice. Now there's another, friends, this is something else, look out for. I mean, you know, many of you are in the business. Look out for, so there is somebody from BJP. There is somebody from SP, my very good friend Anurag Bhadoria. And there is a third person who is a political analyst. Now this political analyst who's a neutral voice, how neutral is he or she? वो कह दो कि हम neutral नहीं हैं भाई, हम नहीं हैं, हमारी sympathies इसकी तरफ हैं. बोल दो साफ, it's much better. तो वो neutral journalist भी आग लगा रहा है एक तरफ की, तो वो neutral नहीं है. I refused to be part of Al Jazeera yesterday. You know why? Because Kavita Krishnan was talking about from one side and I was talking from the other side. And third was Arfa Khanam, Arfa Sherwani. Buyer. So Arfa nahi hai neutral journalist. So I knew that and I said, no, that's not neutral. So it's one of those things. So I think that even news channels have to be fair and spokespersons must call it out. Since Anna Hazare movement, I have learned to do that, you cannot call so-and-so person or neutral, because neutral is a person who takes both sides, who sees the case by the merits and demerits. So so it's good to know who that neutral journalist will be, and amongst the spokespersons, who will it be, I guess.
News is such that the event of the day, कहीं लखीमपुर में कुछ हो गया, जहांगीरपुरी में हो गया, या कोई अच्छा भी हो गया कि we want more gold at Olympics, hopefully someday much more. So it is very topical. News has to be very topical.
Yes, it is.
But do you suggest to anchors कि यार एयर के बारे में सिर्फ जब एयर खराब होती है दिल्ली में, उसके अलावा एयर के बारे में बात कर लो? अभी कोविड ठंडा हो गया या आ रहा है तो हॉस्पिटल हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम, मतलब ऐसी सीरियस चीजें, जैसे एयर बहुत सीरियस चीजें हम बात नहीं करते. आई डोंट थिंक वी टॉक इनफ अबाउट द एयर इन नॉर्दर्न इंडिया. आई डोंट थिंक वी, बीच में हमने एक साल पहले हेल्थ केयर कैपेबिलिटीज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे बात की, हम बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. हम साइबर बुलिंग की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. मैं 3-4 चीजें जो मेरे जहन में बहुत ज्यादा है. And cyber bullying सबकी, I mean, it has got toxic, मतलब आप पता नहीं कैसे सहती हैं. मेरे पत्रकार भी कुछ मेरे महिला पत्रकार हैं, whether you like them or not, let's not, पता नहीं उन पे लोग क्या क्या बोलते रहते हैं. रोहित सरदाना जिस दिन मरे, वो मैंने कुछ लोगों ने देखा क्या बोला ट्विटर पे उनके बारे में, वो मर गए हैं.
I know.
I mean, I called Sunil and I said, ये क्या है? So how do you suggest to anchors कि आप देखिए दिन में जो इवेंट हुआ तो वही लेना, न्यूज का नेचर वैसा है. बट बियॉन्ड दैट, ऑन द डेज दैट देयर इज नॉट एनी मेजर नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव, हैव यू एनकाउंटर सिचुएशन जहां आपने एक आइडिया दिया उनको और उन्होंने करा है? ऐसा होता है? आप करती हैं या सिर्फ इवेंट्स इज वेयर योर फोकस गेट्स?
No, we do say there are good stories. There are some decent, there's progress done here or there. But the problem is, Anuragji, everything has become politically, पॉलिटिक्स इतना ज्यादा बस गई हम लोग के अंदर कि अगर कुछ अच्छा भी बोलेंगे तो वो होगा. तो मैं कहती हूँ भैया, ऑपोजिशन स्टेट्स में जो अच्छा हो रहा है, आई गो बियॉन्ड न्यूट्रलिटी. मैं कहती हूँ लोगों से, जस्ट गो बियॉन्ड इट, पर वो नहीं हो रहा है. I agree with you. Like I got to know Christian Medical College, a child hung himself. I felt so, and he wrote on the wall, "Mummy, it's not your fault, but I can't take it anymore because of bullying, because of pressure." I got to know yesterday from a friend whose son is there. Anuragji, I could not sleep all of last night. And nobody wrote about it because children are scared. And this is a big issue. पर कोई बात नहीं करेगा, ये न्यूज नहीं बनेगी कभी भी. This should be the headline news. Cyber bullying, what women in politics go through. कितनी गंदी बातें हमें सुनने को मिलती हैं. I cannot tell you what we go through. I'm sure women from other parties go through. And I want to be one with them. That they should not rejoice when I get rebuked. Similarly, I should not rejoice when they get rebuked. It doesn't matter which party you go through. It's an indignity that you suffer. But it's become so politicized that some of us will keep quiet कि वो दूसरी party की अच्छा है. She's been called names. It's disgusting. So we have to go beyond that. I wish there was a session on that. And I wish anchors got the women spokespersons at all the parties.
You're doing it on the 30th.
And it's really sad. कि आप ये कर रहे हैं, मतलब आप, you are all right with it. It's not okay. It's really not okay. About the air, about the soil, I'm so glad you're doing that. This is what is going to, this is the, the long term, this is Dharti Ma. You every day, Bharat Mata ki jai, this is Dharti Ma, this is Bhumi, but nobody's talking about it.
In other words, you're saying when there is no divisive day, that day can be a holiday for spokesperson.
We can have so many unifying causes, things that unifying us. But no, I think somewhere the divisive agenda has gotten into a system. वो हमारे नस में बस गया है. But Anuragji, don't blame just the anchors in the news. It's become a part of the system. And society, so TRPs, the TRPs are dependent on that. The more divisive you are, the better you do. नहीं वो है मैं anchor भी रही हूँ. चलिए वो मैं भी आपसे discuss करूँगी.
All right.
Thank you.
Pankaj ji has a question. Yeah, Pankaj ji, you can. He's our editor for Samachar for Media. Then we have Anand ji and Vikas ji.
कई बार जब आप डिबेट पे जाती हैं देखते हैं कि सामने वाला एंकर बायस्ड होकर सवाल पूछ रहा है, तो वहां पर कैसे टैकल करती हैं? क्या क्या आपका एटीट्यूड रहता है वहां पर?
देखिए, मैं ओवरऑल इतनी डिस्गस्टेड हो गई हूँ क्योंकि मैं उन एंकर्स को बहुत पहले से जानती हूँ. मैं एक एक एंकर को और उनके एंटीसीडेंट्स को, जो घर में कैमरामैन आया होता है उसको भी, पूरी प्रोडक्शन टीम को जानती हूँ क्योंकि मैं इंडस्ट्री की, मतलब सब कुछ मेरा इंडस्ट्री ही है. जैसे अनुराग जी हैं तो मैं उसी का हिस्सा हूँ, तो मैं सबको जानती हूँ. तो मैं, उनको भी पता है कि मुझे पता है, कि उनको पता है कि मुझे पता है, तो सबको सब कुछ पता है. तो मेरे साथ ज्यादा पंगे नहीं लेते वो लोग, तो आप जानते हैं. तो मैं ऐसे से करके बोलती हूँ, तो मुझसे मेरे साथ कोई ज्यादा कुछ कहता नहीं है. पर मैं पॉइंट आउट बहुत सारी चीजें करती हूँ. मेरी याददाश्त बहुत अच्छी है. सो आई कनेक्ट. मेमोरी का एक बहुत अच्छा फंक्शन है. देखिए, मेमोरी का एक फंक्शन है टू कनेक्ट एंड रिकॉल. सो आई रिकॉल इंसिडेंट्स. सो व्हाट आई डू इज ऑफन गो विथ, और फिर मैं सदगुरु को भी बहुत मानती हूँ. तो मैं सारी चीजें, थोड़ा गुस्सा निकालो, नो जजमेंट, गो दे. तो मैं थोड़ा अध्यात्म का भी इस्तेमाल करके, थोड़ा अध्यात्म, थोड़ी फिलॉसफी करके, ऐसे करके थोड़ा इनहेल एक्सेल करके बर्दाश्त करके थोड़ा जवाब दे देती हूँ. और तो बहुत सारी चीजों का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ता है मुझे. थोड़ा फलसफा, थोड़ा इतिहास, थोड़ी दोस्ती, थोड़ी दुश्मनी, सब कुछ काम आती है.
I said that spokespersons have clear head and skin of a rhino. So
नहीं, पर बिल्कुल स्किन ऑफ राइनो नहीं है. मैं बताऊं आपको, इतनी बुरी बुरी बातें सुनती हूँ मैं. रोज रात में रोती हूँ, अपने भाई को फोन करती हूँ, मेरा नेफ्यू आता है, मुझे शुगर फ्री आइसक्रीम खिलाता है, तो मैं ठीक होती हूँ. कभी मेरी, मैं बहुत होती हूँ. प्रवीण को फोन करती हूँ रात में, प्रवीण कैसी बुरी बुरी बातें लोग कह रहे हैं, सी व्हाट दे आर राइटिंग, सी व्हाट दे आर राइटिंग. सो आई, लॉट ऑफ माय फ्रेंड्स सफर बिकॉज आई कैन नेवर हैव अ स्किन ऑफ राइनो. आई एम एक्सट्रीमली इमोशनल. So it does affect me. So I've been told not to see the Twitter remarks and all. मुझे
कोई नहीं, माइक के बना कर लेते हैं. Wait.
who cut the cords? Please find out.
सबने doesn't like the BJP, I'm sure. सियासी की जो कॉन्स्पिरेसी हो रही है ना, साजिशें, हम जानते हैं. आम आदमी पार्टी वाला होगा ये.
Would request the presence.
This is the first thing they'll say, you know. I'm telling you, but I'm joking.
Wade ji from Milomark. Sir, please request your presence. Okay, this is back. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Rahil ji. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, आधे लोग उठ चुके हैं, but yes, time for lunch. We'll meet back after half an hour precisely. Thank you so much. 15? Sir, 15, okay, 15 minutes. It's 2:15, 2:30 we meet, sharp. Okay. तो यहाँ पे पीछे बैठ के ये कटेगा कोई नहीं करवा लो। अरे सब अवेलेबल है, आप बोला करो बस। भैया तेरा सुनील तो पूछ रहे हैं। Okay, welcome back everybody. I hope everybody's had their lunch. Yes, no, yes. आप चारों ने पक्का किया है. अच्छा, आप तो मेरे साथ ही खा रहे थे. अच्छा, lovely. साथ में खाया. Good, lovely. Okay. It's now time for the next fireside chat. Okay, it's a fireside session on communication versus cacophony. And ladies and gentlemen, now that you've all had lunch, I'm sure you will join me in a much louder and a better manner to please welcome on stage Priyanka Chaturvedi ji from Shiv Sena and Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW and Exchange for Media Group. Okay, while Dr. Batra is joining us, we once again would like to invite Nazia ji to please help us with the same. Ladies and gentlemen, please a bigger one. And of course, lovely.
Mostly, the sessions after lunch are not very good sessions because, people have just eaten and then want to sleep. That is why we keep the best people for post-lunch sessions so that, they can keep you awake. So we have one of the best spokesperson, Ms. Chaturvedi with us. So, we have been debating this since morning and most of the spokesperson have been talking of, all the things that they do on television and they have been in consensus saying that all of that is not right. So, but you are one of the spokesperson that, mostly everyone looks up to because, you've always maintained that line, where you'll make your point, but you will not assert it on the other person. So tell us about it. When did you feel that these debates became so difficult to handle that, they instead of having a conversation, it debates, it became just too much of noise?
Actually, firstly, thank you so much for having me here. For noise, I would say ever since I've got on to the spokesperson role, I've only been seeing debates which are very high decibel, low content, and it reduces itself to being tutu meme. And it used to disturb me a lot because I'm not like someone was talking outside that we end up becoming thick-skinned. I have been doing this for so many years. I haven't been able to develop a thick skin at all, and it impacts me a lot. And every time I went on television, I went with that responsibility that there is a whole lot of population which is watching you, which has tuned into you. There are lots of youngsters who are looking at you, and you cannot be reduced to fighting and screaming on television. And you need to ensure that you come with content. Otherwise, you reduce yourself to being making it a screaming, shouting match. So I've always maintained that from day one of my profile. I remember जब मैं बनी थी, तो मैं हमेशा ऐसे टर्न का इंतजार करती थी, कि मेरे पास आएगा, और लोग एक दूसरे को छक्के चौके मारकर निकल चुके होते थे और मेरा समझ नहीं आता था. Soon there, पहले टेलीविजन चैनल्स फोन करके बुलाते थे, मैडम आप 6 बजे के शो आ जाइए, 7 बजे. किसी ने फोन करना ही बंद कर दिया. मैंने कहा ये हुआ क्या? So I asked one of them who had got friendly to me, what happened? Why aren't you calling me on television anymore? कहा आप ना तू मैं नहीं करती हैं और आप बीच में नहीं बोलती हैं और आप अपने टर्न का इंतजार करती रहती हैं, इसलिए that's not good for our TRP rankings. I was like, okay. So that was one thing that I learned, that even television channels promote this kind of a high decibel discussion. But I've never been one of those, so it came very easy to me.
But you've still managed to be a good spokesperson in this kind of an environment. How have you survived? So how did you survive by just doing this?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है, एक बात बताऊं, survival depends on how people are looking at you, and if people are appreciating you, that is what ultimately matters. So what television channel expects me to do, I'm not here to do their job. Neither am I here to do as per what they want me to do or for their TRPs. I'm here as a representative on a particular topic. So I very well make comments on the topic because I was invited for that topic. If it deviates to any other thing, you have to be well read enough to be able to counter that. So I think content is always king over the noise. The cacophony versus content is extremely important. And sooner or later, मुझे नहीं पता कितने लोग करते हैं, पर मुझे सब कहते थे कि पता जैसे ये तू मैं शुरू होती है हम टीवी को म्यूट कर देते हैं. तो लोग टेलीविजन देख तो रहे हैं, वो टिकर्स पढ़ रहे हैं, पर आपका कंटेंट कोई नहीं सुन रहा है. It will change.
So you just mentioned कि आप ऐसे करते थे and then television channels stopped calling you. Then how did it change? How did they again start calling you back?
No, so I think they realized that I'm not going to change, and they better take me seriously about this. But of course, कभी-कभी होता है जब एकदम highly charged माहौल होता है, and you also end up speaking something. But even when I am angry, even when I'm very cheesed off about something, if someone directs a personal attack at me, even then I ensure that मैं उल्टा जवाब में मैं कहीं से भी किसी की बेइज्जती नहीं कर रही हूँ. मैं कंटेंट पे ही स्टिक कर उनको एम्बैरेस कर रही हूँ, सरकाज़म यूज कर उनको बता रही हूँ कि जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं गलत है. So I think it's a very mental makeup of your mind. How do you want to project yourself? Spokespersons are also at the end of the day, हम लोग को इतनी गालियां पड़ती हैं, सब पड़ता है, मेरी ट्विटर पे मेरी बहुत ट्रोलिंग होती है, पर at the end of the day, what are you giving to the people? Some information. That is how I work. And sooner or later, I guess they realize that even my comebacks are, I mean, I would say, well researched, and they're not just some आरोप जो मैं लगा रही हूँ. मैं कंटेंट के साथ आपसे सवाल पूछ रही हूँ. So I think that helps. You have to.
Has it ever happened that someone has आपको directly personally attack करने के बाद maybe later they will apologize off screen? Like people are very different on screen and very different off screen. I've always seen all of you, irrespective of party lines, be very friendly with each other. Like you were just having lunch with Shazia and everything is fine. But once you're on screen, it's very different. So is it too much of drama out there? And once it goes off camera, people come apologize, or they try to tell you, we didn't mean that, or there was some kind of a political compulsion that we had to say that.
So देखिए, कोई भी दुश्मन तो नहीं बन जाता है. सब्जेक्ट्स के बहुत हमने स्टांस लिए हुए हैं, तो वो जब डिस्कशन के पे आता है तो हम अपने उस खेमे में बढ़ जाते हैं. पर जैसे दोस्तों में होता है कि किसी को, पहले मुझे याद है जब when I was growing up, my younger sister used to love Sridevi and I used to love Madhuri Dixit. So we both used to fight over Madhuri and Sridevi. So a big competition चल रहा था who's the #1 actress. So ऐसे ही होता है कि they all feel that their view is the
but
best.
These are much serious issues,
these are more
right?
Serious, yeah.
And sometimes the attack is right on a public platform. Somebody is attacking you, getting personal. तो कभी
नहीं, मुझे काफी बार हुआ है कि when someone has hit out at me personally, तो उन्होंने माफी मांगी है, ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड मांगी है, कभी-कभी ऑन स्क्रीन मंगवाई है मैंने. तो होता है, पर एंड वी हैव टू मूव ऑन. बट देयर आर मेनी जो होते हैं जो इतना पर्सनली अटैक करते हैं और फिर कहते हैं हमने ऐसा कुछ कहा ही नहीं. तब दुख होता है कि आप किस स्तर पे ये टेलीविजन डिबेट्स को गिराएंगे. स्पेशली एक महिला होने के नाते मैं देखती हूँ इट बिकम्स वेरी इजी फॉर men to just randomly say ये तो पेज 3 सोशलाइट हैं, ये तो ऐसी हैं. आप नहीं जाते हैं क्या कोई पार्टी में? हम आपको बोल देते हैं पेज 3 सोशलाइट हैं आप. तो इस तरीके से बोलना, फिर किसी ने कहा देखिए आपका ऐसे ऐसे राइज हो गया, इतना जल्दी राइज हो गया, क्या ऐसे कैसे होता है, बहुत कम लोगों का होता है. तो थोड़ा सोच समझ कर बात करें. कभी आपके भी अटैक्स अगर ऐसे होते हैं, इनवर्ड लुकिंग होइए, कॉन्शियस सिटीजन होइए कि व्हाट कंटेंट आर यू शेयरिंग विद पीपल. Is it how you would want people to think of you?
That too when news is considered something which is consumed by families. It's not like
yes, exactly. And आजकल I can't even tell you, हिंदू मुसलमान लाउडस्पीकर हनुमान चालीसा इन्हीं पे ज्यादा से ज्यादा डिबेट्स इन्हीं पे हो रही हैं. क्या आप मुझे बताएं, जब हम लोग दिन में खाना खाते हैं, क्या खाना हम सबके लिए महंगा नहीं हो रहा है? क्या जो महंगाई हो रही है, क्या वो हिंदू मुसलमान क्रिश्चियन सिख देख रहा है? वो एक भारतीय को हो रही है. सो somewhere I think there should be some consciousness that comes in कि हमें हमारी responsibility is towards creating content which connects with the people of this country, which speaks on behalf of the people of this country. If you would see, now that I'm in the Rajya Sabha, मेरा जो भी interventions होते हैं are very people driven, are very driven towards creating better societies for our people. So once you are in that position, I would always say, अगर आप कोई position of power पे हैं, किसी तरीके की भी, और आपके पास ये मंच और माइक है, तो वो मंच और माइक को एक impactful method बनाइए. उसको reduce मत कर दीजिए जो point पे people से ये भी नहीं सुनना है, घर में दिक्कतें हैं, मेहनत हो रही है, कमाई पूरी नहीं हो रही है, रोजगार नहीं मिल रहे हैं, और टीवी पे भी आकर हम चूंचा सुन रहे हैं.
So Priyanka, is in your party, there's some kind of training when you become a spokesperson? Because, you know, that is what we were discussing in the morning, that over the years, the quality of spokesperson, much like quality of content and quality of anchors, because, you know, now we have some 400 news channels, there is a clear, you know, in the sense that it looks compromised. So do you believe that there is a need for training of spokespersons? And I was, in fact, when I was reading yesterday, I found out there are some formal schools, they're charging 25,000
Are you
rupees.
kidding me?
Yeah, they are charging 25,000
Acha?
rupees for a course in how to become a spokesperson.
My God, मैं free of cost कर दूं and मैं ठीक से
You can teach
guidelines
there.
भी दे दूं? नहीं नहीं,
You can teach
I will
there.
never do this
This
for
is for
money.
younger people.
No, I you know, spokesperson का role ना मैं I take it as a sense of responsibility. और ये responsibility की feeling तभी आएगी जब आप you truly love what you're doing and you want to ensure that people are getting the right message. ये पैसे से virtually I will not sit in judgment about it, पर मैं आपको कहूँ हमारी तो कोई ट्रेनिंग नहीं हुई. फर्स्ट डे मुझे जैसे ही मेरा अनाउंसमेंट हुआ था, उसके नेक्स्ट डे मुझे बहुत सारे टेलीविजन चैनल्स फोन करने लगे. मैं खुद घबरा गई कि मैं बोलूंगी क्या जाकर. And I was debating with some really senior people, and then I took a step back. I was in no hurry. I said, मैं जब जाऊंगी, I will be fully prepared and be prepared to take on all the attack that comes my way and to be giving it back in equal measure. So all the grooming happened on its own. Now the kind of grooming also that you take, usme you have to be well read, you have to be well informed, and you should be able to go with research. Till you don't have that context, no training academy in the world will be able to teach you that. That I can say. And मैं आप सबके 25,000 बचाऊंगी. Please ऐसे कोई काम नहीं करिएगा कि पैसा खर्च कर लो और job भी ना मिले.
Priyanka, also as spokesperson, you kind of become face of the party, right? Because initially people read and then they know that, you know, if it's Priyanka, she's from, you changed the party, you know. How was that transition? Because for a very long time, people associated with you with a certain party and an ideology and whatever, and then there is a sudden shift. So is it difficult to transition?
Actually, for me, it wasn't a difficult transition. But for people, of course, because I began being associated, and perhaps they took a liking to what I was speaking, that is why the association continued. But if you look at Priyanka Chaturvedi, the issue she spoke then, the issue she speaks now, continue being the same. But perhaps I have got a little more independence to be able to take stances on issues that talk about, you know, when you talk about a secular nation does not mean showing favoritism or creating fear in any communities. When you're secular, then you're totally giving up your personal religious identities, you're keeping them in your home, and you're working towards whatever the constitutional responsibilities are. So today I perhaps in a better position to be able to take those, you know, those stances, even if I'm trolled for it. The liberal variety trolls me for it. They can continue to troll me for it. But I'm working towards a secular country. And that secular country means no favoritism and no appeasement. It has to be an equal society, equal for all. But there cannot be harassment.
So you mean to say that the transition with this change, now you talk with more conviction?
Yes, the conviction comes from the feeling that, you know, you are not bound by a certain set of, you know, how, you know, for some people it's about their vote bank, etc. I don't do that now. And also transitions are always difficult. I would always say that transitions are difficult even for people to gather that. But my personal, I would say in my transition, what helped me a lot was the support that came from the people of this country. I can't even begin to tell you, मुझे लगा था कि इतनी negative press आएगी, इतना सब लोग मुझे negatively देखेंगे, क्या करेंगे. But they were all very positive. And that only comes when you have built a certain amount of credibility. And I have only worked towards credibility, content, and being able to present the best of your abilities. And I think that is what ultimately matters. People fade away, people end, their careers end, shelf life hoti hai, sab hota hai. And I also consciously keep myself away. अगर television बहुत दिनों रोज कर रही हूँ तो मैं भी पीछे फिर I take a step back. No one wants to see Priyanka Chaturvedi every day on
कितना
TV.
करती हैं? Like
I
have
very
you
now it's
capped
very
in the sense that I'll only go for these many debates in a week or a month?
as long as it's content driven मैं चली जाती हूँ. अगर कोई
What are
मुझसे
your
कहे,
favorite topics?
Petrol
Like,
prices पे हो, international issues पे हो, India's positioning, global positioning हो, ये youth पे हो, महिलाओं पे हो.
So when it is around some
अगर
frivolous religious
कुछ भी ध्यान
whatever,
भटकाने वाले मुद्दे हो, मैं कोशिश करती हूँ नहीं
you
जाऊँ.
turn down.
मैं मना कर देती हूँ. मैं बिल्कुल मना कर देती हूँ. And the best thing about the party also is that we will only talk on governance. We have a responsibility in Maharashtra, and if it is about issues of Maharashtra, please go for it. But if it is ध्यान भटकाने वाले मुद्दे जो जनता से कोई उसमें connect नहीं होता, जनता को और उकसाता है, भड़काता है, take a step back. So I don't do it. I can't encourage this content which I don't want my own children to watch. That is my basic principle. If I don't want my children to watch, why should I thrust it on other people's children?
Priyanka, you've been around for almost like 10, 12 years as a spokesperson, right? So prior to that, things were different, like maybe in late 90s or early 20s when the television had come in, and there used to be debates, but the quality of debates, I presume, was much better, and there were spokespersons from across parties who were well read, their content would have value. So if you can share with me names of some of the spokespersons that you used to admire and used to enjoy listening to, even if they had an absolutely different point of view.
Oh, absolutely. मेरे पास तो कितने आप देखिए, अरुण जेटली जी देखिए, आप सुषमा स्वराज जी देखिए, आप यहाँ पर कांग्रेस में I would say Pawan Khera is doing very well. जयवीर बहुत dear friend हैं, तो जयवीर पुरानों में I would say I can't. Abhishek Manu Singhvi ji, he's been since long. He's been a spokesperson. He is brilliant. I think having a law degree helps a lot for any spokesperson. They can get out of any situation. Kapil Sibal ji is one of the nicer spokespersons that we have. So yeah, so these are spokespersons who I've learned from, grown from, and grown along with. So it's interesting space to be in.
Okay, and in amongst the contemporary ones, when you I mean, I'm sure you check who all are on the panel, and there are names
every time I do that.
So there are some names that you're like, okay, yes, I'm willing to have a debate with XYZ, and I'll not ask the names with which you don't want to have debates unless you really want to share. But if we can have names of those you would want to.
I really enjoying debating with Nalin Kohli, but Nalin Kohli ji doesn't.
Nalin is the second most popular. People said your name and Nalin.
He was one of those who speaks with content, does not interrupt you, allows you your chances, and then he also takes down your argument. Similarly, so there's that respect. कि तुम अपना समय ले लो, मैं अपना समय लूंगा, और जब बोलूंगा तो
जैसा हमको स्कूल कॉलेज में सिखाया गया है कि डिबेट्स होते हैं.
सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी is someone I enjoy debating with. संबित और मेरे काफी debates होते थे, and हमेशा हम दोनों को एक साथ डाल दिया जाता था कि because you'll make for good TRP. But he's a dear friend. So but in terms of content,
and he's very different off screen.
हाँ बहुत लोग on screen भी बहुत अलग एक वो होता है. But yeah, these are some people I enjoy having a debate with in terms of the larger scheme of things. From the Congress now, I have Pawan Khera ji kabhi aate hain. Then Javeer is not very regular now. But I must give you another downside to this. I don't know कितनों को राजीव त्यागी जी याद है. राजीव त्यागी जी और मैंने बहुत साथ में काम किया था. And one fine day, while on television channel, he just collapsed. So you can imagine, nobody talks about the stress, that mental stress that we go through, the physical stress we go through, and how itni cacophony is level tak बढ़ गई कि it can create critical issues like these.
Javeer, in fact, mentioned this in the morning that after that he decided to slow down.
Yeah,
and he started. So did something similar happen to you?
नहीं मैंने तो मैं बता रही हूँ आपको, मैं शुरू से ही जब मैंने टीवी डिबेट शुरू किया था, हमारी पूरी वीकेंड चली जाती है, फैमिली लाइफ खत्म हो जाती है, आप कहीं रात में people step out of their homes for dinner at 8 p.m. 9 p.m. While we were actually sitting at home and doing TV debates, my children were forced to sit at home because hum home delivery ghar ke andar hi karwa lete the. We used to call for food. So it takes a lot away from you. People don't see your struggle. People don't see your journey. And you're seeing my family life was totally messed up because of this. And I had to actually request the party that on weekends allow me some time off, because my children cannot, in my ambition, my children cannot suffer the consequences of it. So I was always held back. मैं खुद ही अपने आप को करती थी, because I do understand कि TV fatigue लोगों को hit करता है, और आप same वही aggressive गुस्सा, it affects your mental health. And I am thin-skinned. I'm very thin-skinned. So if someone has told me something really nasty, it used to take me weeks to recover.
And the time must have reduced with time, no? पहले हफ्ते लगते होंगे, फिर एक दिन में ही लगता होगा कि
नहीं वो तो ना मेरे मन में हमेशा के लिए भले I'll let the person go, पर मेरे दिमाग में हमेशा जब भी उसको देखती हूँ मुझे ध्यान आता है तुमने ऐसे मुझसे बात कहा था. I'm very.
Do you forgive?
Of course. It's not worth keeping it into your system, because it's bad for your own health. I do forgive, but I don't forget. Never do.
Okay, I've not been given a time frame also. So is there any time frame?
I think, before I start boring people.
So, no, I mean, you know how abruptly I've been put into it. So I just want to understand that if I have more. Okay. So another thing I would want to understand from you, Priyanka, that of course we all agree that the quality has deteriorated and things are not as good as we would want them to be. What, according to you, is the roadmap? You know, where do you see hope and how things will change?
देखो, मैं बस एक ही बार हमेशा कहूंगी कि ये जिम्मेदारी सिर्फ मीडिया की नहीं है, सिर्फ spokespersons की नहीं है, ये जनता की भी है. You all are creating content which public is consuming. So if people start demanding for this kind of change, कि हम बार-बार रात पूरे थके हारे आते हैं और फिर हम ये देखते हैं, हमें नहीं देखना है. You're like giving them that TRP, you're giving them the reason to believe. For example, I'll tell you, इतने समय से वो TRP रेटिंग खत्म कर दी थी. तो सारे टेलीविजन चैनल्स एजेंडा ऐसा चलाते थे जो they thought it will connect with people. जैसे ही TRP शुरू हुई, पता चला कि यूक्रेन और रशिया का वॉर लोग ज्यादा कंटेंट प्रेफर कर रहे हैं. तो आई एम श्योर यू सॉ सम वीडियो क्लिप्स दैट वेंट वायरल, जहाँ पे हमारे ही देश के किसी कोने में खड़े होकर वो सारे ये जूम वो जूम राफेल जेट्स चल रहे, सब चल रहे हैं, न्यूक्लियर वॉर की बात की जा रही है. इट फोर्स द INB टू फाइनली कम अप विद अ गाइडलाइन. तो मेरे कहने का मतलब बस ये है कि टिल हम लोग ये TRP रैंकिंग्स ये सब के चक्कर में ना पड़े और हम कंटेंट पे ध्यान रखें, जनता के मुद्दों पे ध्यान रखें, तभी होगा. And it has to be very conscious effort and collective effort.
Has it ever happened that, 5-6 of you as spokesperson have spoken about it and have thought कि हमको कुछ करना चाहिए, we should go to the MIB or we should form a body or, we should do something about bringing this change?
Actually, I have extensively on my personal capacity worked on this. मैंने लेटर लिखा था INB मिनिस्टर को, तब रविशंकर प्रसाद जी नहीं प्रकाश जावड़ेकर जी थे, मैंने उनको बकायदा लेटर लिखा था कि इस पे ध्यान देने की चीज है. और जब
क्या exactly आपने
मैंने उनसे कहा था कि जो TRP का चक्कर है, TRP का भी स्कैम निकला था, TRP का चक्कर है, look at the hate and the content that is driving these channels. कहीं तो लगाम, what is an INB ministry for? How do you make it impactful? There's a sudden spurt of channels that have been authorized to go on air, broadcasting rights दे दिए हैं, but we are unable to manage the content. So till you don't do that, it's not going to happen. So ये तो personal capacity. Now this is what I can do in my personal capacity when I pull back. B, in whatever authority I have, I can at least alert them कि ये करना है. But again, I will not just hold the government's responsibility.
Jaiveer bhi din mein bata rahe the, he also wrote a letter to MIB on very similar lines after Rajiv's demise.
That impacted a lot of us and spokespersons across party lines.
But there's not really been much action from the ministry.
नहीं, और मैं बताऊं, एक और मैं आपको चीज बताती हूँ. चलिए, ये तो हम लोग मीडिया को यहाँ पे बोल रहे हैं. Political parties में भी spokesperson आपका चेहरा है, आपका narrative builders हैं, आपको डिफेंड कर रहे हैं, आपको गाली दे रहे हैं, गाली खा भी आपके बिहाफ पे रहे हैं. बट पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज कंसिडर यू समबडी के हाँ चलो टीवी पे ही तो जाते हैं, क्या तुम लोग हो, क्या तुम लोग चेंज कर सकते हो, यू आर जस्ट देयर टू डिफेंड अस. दे टेक यू सो लाइटली. सो द पॉइंट इज दैट as a spokesperson, you are there defending, people know you, but people are also seeing that your careers are stagnant because political parties think nothing of you. So that is also something which is worth exploring as a, what is the future? And मैं तो आज बता रही थी, अनुराग जी को बोल रही थी, मेरी तो सवेरे 9 बजे की फ्लाइट थी, मुझे जैसे ही email आई कि we are acknowledging spokespersons. I was like, who does this in this country? We are debating day in, day out. Not a single person acknowledges you or your contribution. And today, Exchange for Media is doing that. I cancelled my ticket. I said, I have to be here because this is something which is such an important initiative. So at least you all are taking us seriously.
Really glad. Anurag sir, you want to take over? Yeah.
I
sure.
finally saw the list just now. That's what I went. I finally ढंग से list मैंने अभी देखी है 5 मिनट पहले. बता 1 घंटे में बता देंगे. तो मैं वो देखने के था इसलिए
मैं चली जाऊं या तो चेहरा छुपा कर भागूं. नहीं,
ऐसा है कि आप मैं जेन्युइनली बोल रहा हूँ, आप बहुत अच्छा कर रही है और अनुराग जी आप भी अच्छा कर रहे हैं, तो चिंता मत करिए. हाँ, समय से छोड़ देंगे इसलिए तो दोपहर को रखा और पहला साल है. Priyanka ji, I was listening on Twitter and we were playing this live. See, what is the difference that has come in you? You were a communication professional. You became a spokesperson. You're a member of parliament. I have seen, and because I am also on your Facebook, I do see what you post. So in your case, I know, I mean, I see most of your posts. I can't say 100, but most, especially if it's your speech in the parliament. More I saw recently you posted about your office.
Yeah.
These are two. What is the change that comes into a spokesperson when he or she becomes an MP? आपके बाद में सैयद जफर इस्लाम जी से भी बातचीत करूंगा. So what is the change in your attitude towards being a spokesperson? Do you become more selective in where you go? Of course, you have less time because you have parliamentary duties. What is the change that comes when you approach your spokesperson responsibility?
No, actually, मेरे लिए तो transition wasn't really something which made me think, how will I speak or what will I do? Because that comes very naturally to you. When you're someone who's communicating, you'll be able to communicate. But yes, ये sense of responsibility आ जाती है कि you can't just say anything random and think that people will accept it now because you have a bigger sense of responsibility. So about that, I'm very careful. My issues till now have always been people driven. Inside the parliament, and I must also say this, I'm a politician outside the parliament. Inside the parliament, I'm a responsible Indian citizen who has been given a responsibility for 1.3 billion people. And I speak with that conviction that I'm speaking about people's issues.
Thank you so much, Shri Sudhanshu Trivedi ji, जो बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता है और मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, हमारे बीच में है. सुधांशु जी शुक्रिया. श्री सैयद जफरुल इस्लाम जी वो भी बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता हैं और अब राज्यसभा एमपी हैं, वो भी हैं. और श्री उदय माहुरकर जी, who is the Central Information Commissioner of India. He is a former editor. He is the author of many books. He is also with us. Anurag ji, who is a spokesperson for the Samajwadi Party, is also with us. Mrs. Tirunguri from the TDP is also with us. She was in a panel in the morning. I also want, what is the role of research and how much research do you actually do? See, in the short news cycles, you also don't have time to do research yourself. So your research assistants, your parliamentary assistants who give you data. और कई मॉर्निंग में एक स्पोक्सपर्सन कह रहे थे कि सुधांशु जी तो गूगल है, उनको सब डेटा याद होता है, वो डेटा विकिपीडिया. हाँ, दैट्स द वर्ड आपकी एक पार्टी की स्पोक्सपर्सन ने आपके लिए यूज किया कि he brings a lot. So how do you prepare for a debate? I know because of your experience you can go unprepared and still make it look good, but आप कितना preparation करती हैं and how do you do that?
So I'm personally क्योंकि मैं columns ये सब लिखती हूँ, my research is very personally done by myself. Many people ask me who help you. After my parliament speeches, some people have asked me, does someone prepare your speeches? May I guess how big a staff I have? So they said, होंगे 5-6 लोग होंगे आपके साथ. मैंने नहीं, मेरे पास सिर्फ 2 लोग हैं और सारा research content मैं लिखती हूँ. वो लोग से बस मैं validate कराती हूँ कि ये जो मेरी information मुझे ध्यान आ रही है, is that correct? And can you get me the link? So that is all I do. But all this, जैसे सुधांशु जी के हम सभी तारीफ करते हैं, and I love debating with him. The point is, अगर आप खुद well read हो, आप में खुद में वो ये motivation हो to learn more, And across party ideology, I must say, across party ideology, you will always have a very well thought out speech that you make inside the parliament. And even outside, when you're as a spokesperson, you can present your content well simply because you know what will come from the other side. Because you've also tried to understand where they are coming from. So well-read, self-motivated, and well-researched is the only recipe for being a better communicator.
My last point, I asked this to some of the spokesperson in the morning. Outside your party, you already said Sudhanshu ji is somebody you love debating with, but outside your party, give me two people, one a female leader and one male leader who you look up to and why. Spokesperson, I'm talking
spokesperson only.
Purely
and
spokesperson.
Contemporary ones or the
Contemporary.
I answered that.
Contemporary. Yeah.
So because Sudhanshu ji is here, I'll say Sudhanshu ji is one person I like debating with, and he comes very well read, well informed, well researched, and his history, though I think nobody can beat him that. So his hold over who spoke what, even in 1853, he will be able to tell you. So yes, he's one. Amongst the women from the other party, or the other side. Right?
Other side.
I would say Shaina is someone I really like talking to, because Shaina is always someone who maintains the dignity of the discussion. And
she comes very few.
Rarely, but yeah, even I don't go every day anymore.
Yeah, no, but
So-
she's like, as compared, we've tracked the number of appearances, this, that, she's like, she's
Really,
not there.
maybe
Right now, at
other
least.
things are keeping
Like,
her
जैसे
busy.
जयवीर शेरगिल आपकी, I mean, sorry, Shiv Sena में, जयवीर शेरगिल of Congress doesn't come enough in the last 2 years. That's a fact. I mean, we've looked at our research, and that's when I'm saying
The
that.
rest, I actually don't debate much anymore, so I can't say anyone from the contemporary scheme of things, but definitely Shaina is one of those I'd love
Good.
to be.
I want to close this
Yes.
by saying that, spokesperson are very important for the message getting across, but they're also role models for a lot of young people I meet. आपको भी पता है कि people come up to you because they've over a long period. So I think you have a lot more responsibility than journalists. Journalists have a more responsibility than you, but you also have a lot of responsibility.
मैं तो बल्कि यही कह रही थी, हमें तो सब seriously लेते हैं, हम narrative है, phase है, सब है, पर political parties ही हमें हल्के में लेती हैं.
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता है. We take you very seriously, and this is the first year of the initiative. So thank you for being here. It'll become a big initiative. Please give Priyanka ji a big round of applause. Thank you.
Bhatia ji, Strategic Business Consultant Exchange for Media, sir. To please.
Heads the PR and Popcorn community and the outstanding work.
Oh, nice. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and Dr. Batra. Okay, our next fireside chat is on humanizing the narrative, taking it from it to we. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Syed Zafar Islam ji from BJP and Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Ladies and gentlemen, round of one, please. We all had, I think after lunch, this is the time. Lovely.
Thank you, Mahurkar Saab, and thank you, Priyanka ji, and thank you, Ankit, for doing that. Again, like our last spokesperson and MP, you made the journey from being a spokesperson to being a member of parliament. And I know Moradabad is your constituency. You have to give a lot of time, as you were saying, outside. How does the role of a spokesperson change when he or she becomes an MP?
Well, when you become an MP, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending this post-lunch session because it's very difficult to attend the post-lunch session. But with the question you have posed, honestly, the responsibility, it does, every position you assume, it comes with certain amount of responsibility. And when you become a member of parliament, merely becoming a member of parliament is something which Rajya Sabha people say that, yes, it is a very comfortable position. But in Bharatiya Janata Party, every position comes with a lot of responsibility. So, and the belief in Bharatiya Janata Party is that nobody is powerful. They are merely been given a responsibility and they are assumed that particular responsibility, whether it's constitutional position or otherwise, but it is a responsibility. So that sense of responsibility should be there with everyone. And that is something which we need to demonstrate it every day and night when we conduct in public space. So as a member of parliament, you have certain parliamentary responsibility, you have standing committee, you have parliamentary speech, as Priyanka ji was talking about. But away from that, you also have been given a lot of responsibility by the party as an MP, which you have to do for the party. Unlike many other party, Bharatiya Janata Party, and it's every member of parliament or Karyakartas, everybody is given some work, or they have also been assigned. So as a member of parliament, everybody like Sudhanshu ji, me, or everyone have a lot of other responsibilities away from the parliament. So a spokesperson, you just have to prepare and you have to speak, and you become the face of the party. But as a member of parliament, you assume much more responsibility than as a spokesperson.
Absolutely, that is, of course, because you have a parliamentary position. And again, the number of appearances I've seen of most MPs, except Sudhanshu ji, मैंने देखा प्रियंका जी की और हमने अपने रिसर्च में देखा कि आपकी भी number of appearances came down, and a bit of it is logical because you have other responsibilities. But is it a deliberate strategy for a spokesperson because you already become an MP? Like yesterday, you were all 6 or 7 channels, right? Because there was an important issue. And similarly, from other parties, there are days when very important spokespersons come because, you know, some are more credible than others. How does your approach, forget एक तो party आपको field करती है, आप अनिल बालूनी जी आपके party के media chief हैं, संजय मायूक जी हैं, but आपका what is your approach to choosing कि आज मैं जाना चाहता हूँ?
Well, let me tell you very candidly. I personally feel that my responsibility is to represent the party, and party expects certain deliverable from me. When they expect deliverables means that there are certain amount of message they want you to convey to the people by and large. If I feel that the topic which does not suit to my personality or my as an individual, which I think that may or may not be the most appropriate topic for me to represent the party on that particular issue, then I let go and let other people participate. Even though party has been extremely generous, I must thank my party that they are extremely generous, those who take the decision in my party, that they always give me the opportunity. Every morning they ask me whether I would want to attend or appear in today's debate on the television. And it is up to me whether to attend or not to attend. But I have certain guiding principle, and partly my colleague Sudhanshu ji is responsible for giving me that guiding principle at inception, that what I should choose, what I should not. And I must thank, since he is there, from every platform, I thank him internally and when I'm outside, that he has given me certain guidance. Then because my background is, I'm an investment banker, I understand economy better than many other things. So he has certain guiding principle for me, being a senior spokesperson, and I think it has helped me a lot, and I particularly follow that.
Thank you so much. You know, one of the things is I saw the bonding of spokespersons across parties today in the morning, and Sudhanshu ji, आपका नाम सवेरे से आ रहा है. मेरे को लगता है हर वक्ता ने आपको रेफर किया without the anchor prompting, and I must tell you that ये शुरुआत है, पहला साल है और हमने इसको जल्दी में किया है क्योंकि we wanted it as a satellite event to our news broadcast awards. But next year ये इसको हम full, जैसे हम इनबा करते हैं या न्यूज नेक्स्ट करते हैं, it will become an initiative, a B2C, where we'll bring citizens and society, civil society into the conversation. My last question to you, Zafarul Islam ji. आपकी अपनी रैंक, मैंने एक आप टॉप 10 में है स्पोक्सपर्सन आपकी पार्टी के, उनको फोन किया, मेरी उनसे थोड़ी सी परिचय है और ही इज वेरी नाइस टू मी, तो मैं इतनी हिम्मत कर पाया। तो उन्होंने मुझे बताओ मेरी रैंकिंग क्या है, और इसमें कोई गलत बात नहीं है पूछना, मैं उनको फोन कर रहा हूँ, उन्होंने मुझसे पूछ लिया। तो मैंने उनसे पूछा आपको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि वो थोड़ी सा मेरा परिचय है, तो मैंने इतनी हिम्मत कर ली उनसे। तो और मैं सुधांशु जी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, सुधांशु जी ने मुझसे पूछा नहीं, मैंने खुद ही बताया इनको क्या है, और ही वाज वेरी ग्रेसफुल अबाउट इट। बट तो उन्होंने बोला मेरी तो फर्स्ट ही होनी चाहिए। मैंने सुन लिया। अब आपको क्या लगता है आपकी रैंकिंग क्या होनी चाहिए?
I think when anybody who is doing a job, internally they know that what is their strength and what is their weaknesses. And I am no exception to that. I also know what is my strength, what is my weaknesses. But all I try to do to represent the party in the best possible manner. And I also feel that there are certain people who believe when they come onto television debate, they believe that they will shout, shrill.
पाकिस्तान पे आज ही कब्जा कर लेंगे।
They will do as many things that they would want to get people's attention, or there will be a disruptive force. Just
आप एंकर की बात कर रहे हैं?
Spokesperson, there will be disruptive force, like my friend Bhaduria ji. I have named him.
आपके बारे में शर्मा जी ने भी बोला।
I have named him Patpatia. Means every time you speak, he will interrupt. So there is a disruptive force. But I'm not overly. Just a second. All I can say that I'm not overly concerned about my ranking. All I want to do a fair job, what party has asked me to do, and I think, given that time and again party has given me this responsibility, I feel that I'm doing my job efficiently, not overly concerned about the ranking within and outside the party. As long as I'm doing my job and I get appreciation from my leadership and from my boss, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Fantastic.
Irrespective whether I rank at the bottom or at the top.
चलिए आप, थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग ग्रेसफुल, बट आई मस्ट टेल यू, मैं इनको पहली बार मिला था जब राज्यवर्धन राठौड़ जी आईएनबी मिनिस्टर थे, और एक 5 या 4 साल के अशोका में जो इवेंट हुआ था, आप ही एंड हमारे संपादक सुमन जी मुझे ले गए थे, तब मेरे को आपने अशर किया, और उसके बाद से मैं आपसे संपर्क में रहा हूँ। पिछले 5 साल से मैं आपसे संपर्क में हूँ। तो आई हैव ऑलवेज एडमायर्ड him for being kind and responsive and being very civil and always being helping. I think one of the things I keep saying, and I have to say, Sudhanshu ji, मेरे ज़्यादा politician जानकार नहीं है, दोस्त तो बहुत कम है, लेकिन मैं कुछ को जानता हूँ, इतना लोगों की मदद करते हैं जो कभी मीडिया में नहीं आता, उस पे कभी वो सोशल मीडिया पे पोस्ट नहीं करते। एक मुख्यमंत्री हैं आपके प्रदेश के, अब नहीं है मुख्यमंत्री, दूसरी पार्टी से हैं, तो आप नाम, उन्होंने अपने क्लासमेट की, 1 साल सीनियर उनसे, क्लासमेट नहीं है, नागपुर से है, तो अब मैं तो बता ही दिया कौन है। उन्होंने उनकी किडनी फेल हो गई, उन्होंने उनको इस्तांबुल लेके गए, उनकी बेटी ने उनको फोन किया, और उसमें बहुत खर्चा हुआ, मैं नंबर नहीं देना चाहूंगा, बहुत खर्चा हुआ, वो खर्चा लिया और उनको जीवन दान दिया। वो ईश्वर देता है, बट ऐसे ही पॉलिटिशियंस इतना अच्छा काम करते हैं, हम कभी बात नहीं करते मीडिया में। वो थोड़ी सी गलती करते हैं स्पोक पर्सन या पॉलिटिशियन, वो हेडलाइन बन जाता है, क्योंकि पब्लिक लाइफ में वो भी है। बट आई मस्ट सैल्यूट द फैक्ट दैट you're very cordial, civil, polite, very forward looking. I enjoy my conversation with you. Last time I was sitting with him, I went to his home to invite him for INBA 2 years back, और तब सुधांशु जी आपसे मिलने आ रहे थे, आप दोनों कहीं जा रहे थे, मुझे याद है कि आपका फोन आया। So please give मेरे को आप
एक बात just add करना चाहूँगा, since you repeatedly said civil, let me give you one anecdote that my party chief, president of the party, often tells us that whenever you go on TV and you debate, you do not worry about whether you're losing or you're winning the debate, because there is no loser, there is no winner in the debate. But you leave an impression for the people who are watching that you are civil. And that's something which is a victory for the party, and that is something which we have all been asked to follow. There's most unwarranted question. I think you need to be civil. That I always tell you on the television, and even today I'm guiding you that be civil.
अब जेपी नड्डा जी हैं, अब जेपी नड्डा जी हैं.
There's a
पहले
Can I ask you something which you'll feel bad? No. You should not cross the line when it is not warranted. I'm telling you.
अब जेपी नड्डा जी हैं तो सबको बताइए. Thank you. चलिए,
very
thank you,
much. Thank you.
thank you. So we have to give you a small lap.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please, for Zafar Islam ji and of course Dr. Batra for the lovely chat. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, and it's now time for our last and the next fireside chat for today. A day in the life of a spokesperson. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Sudhanshu Trivedi ji from BJP, and once again joining him is Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World and Exchange for Media Group.
Please give Sudhanshu a big round of applause. I must say our rankings will be out in next 20 minutes, so you'll be able to 15 minutes. But मैंने कम से कम 12 संपादकों को फोन किया, except one संपादक, आप मुझे नाम नहीं पूछेंगे. उन्होंने जो भी आपकी रैंकिंग है, 2 है, 4 है, 5 है, 10 है, 15 है, जो भी है, उस पे 12 संपादकों ने 11 ने बोला जो भी है वो ठीक है. सिर्फ एक संपादक ने बोला कि आप एक नीचे होने चाहिए, जो भी आपकी रैंकिंग है उससे आप एक नीचे होने चाहिए. तो मैं कह सकता हूँ, और कईयों की रैंकिंग पे बिल्कुल सहमति नहीं है संपादकों पे. XYZ में नाम नहीं लूंगा. And again, me and Sunil have debated that that's because of, number of experiences. What have they got? What is the own orientation of the anchor, orientation of the channel? There are a lot of factors, but we've stuck to a very objective research, as objective as it can be. And it's a process based. So it is not, I like X person, so his ranking is up. So मैं कह सकता हूँ कि आपकी जो भी परफॉर्मेंस है उस पे आम रैंकिंग छोड़ दीजिए, परफॉर्मेंस पे आम सहमति है संपादकों, बिकॉज दे इनवाइट यू एवरी डे, दे आर अ गुड जज. तो मैं आपसे सुधांशु जी, सवेरे से आपके बारे में कुछ ना कुछ रेफरेंस आ रहा है. हाउ डू यू अप्रोच अ सर्टेन टॉपिक व्हिच इज गिवन टू यू? कुछ घटनाक्रम हो गया, पॉजिटिव या नेगेटिव, और आपको उस पे बोलना है. और समटाइम एक मॉर्निंग में एक सेशन था, डिफेंडिंग द इनडिफेंसिबल. कई बार ऐसी चीजें होती हैं जहां हो सकता है कि गलती आपके पार्टी वाले से, ऐसा भी होता है. तो हाउ डू यू प्रिपेयर फॉर सच थिंग्स? हाउ डू यू मेक श्योर यू पुट योर पॉइंट अक्रॉस and you are still able to be graceful to the facts?
In this context, I would like to say that in case of any exam, the preparation of 1 or 2 days or few hours is not sufficient. The background has to be over the years. So we should have an approach that whenever you read anything, whenever you see anything, try to find out the basic crux and base of that object, problem, situation, whatever it is. And when you keep on settling in your mind the fundamentals of every aspect, I think whenever it is required, the answer will emerge from that base of fundamentals. This is very much required. And as far as the immediate researching and things are concerned, I would not like to say whether the people will believe or not. Sometime what happens when I sit in front of the camera, then I ask either to the anchor or others, what is the exact topic? They say UP, but what is the exact topic? So what happens if you are having a base of fundamental things over the years, things become very easy. And in certain areas, I'm not having that much strong base. In that, I sometimes ask the media person or the guest coordinator or the anchor that it is better you should ask Mr. So-and-so from my party, it will be better.
Thank you, Sudhanshu ji. Since our session is a day in the life of a spokesperson, what is the typical day? अब आप member of parliament भी हैं, so there's another more layer of responsibility. What is a typical day in the life of a spokesperson, and how has it changed since you become a member of parliament, which you have been for a while now?
देखिए, day तो बहुत significant क्या रहता है? You have to be prepared each and every time. पहले तो ये होता था, whenever you go out, anybody can put a mic in front of you and ask reaction of anything which you might have not heard. Sometimes the things that happened to me, I came out of airport and I was not knowing, और वो कहते नहीं साहब अभी आपको दिखाई देते हैं, इस पे कमेंट दे दीजिए. वो तो एक चीज है. अब आजकल तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो गई है, या सावधानी रखने की बात है. आप कहीं बैठे भी हुए हैं और कुछ भी बोल रहे हैं, पता नहीं कौन रिकॉर्ड कर रहा है. And then it will be projected in media as the official statement of your party and other things and this type of things. तो मेरे ख्याल से डे में सबसे important है, you have to be cautious each and every time.
Absolutely.
And second thing, keep on looking at the media, newspapers these days, digital media, other things regularly from morning to evening, whenever anything has happened.
Now, what about the social life of a spokesperson? Because आपको 7 बजे से, मैं 7 कह रहा हूँ, 6 भी हो सकता है, but there is pre-prime time, as we call it in media. There's a pre-prime time, you know. In fact, that's how the
social life थोड़ी difficult हो जाती, particularly when the parliament is there. As we have said that Zafar Islam ji, Priyanka ji and other all appearances have come down. It happens because parliament goes on till 6. So 5 and 6 p.m. debates are almost ruled out. Sometime it extends up to 7 and 8. Then those things are ruled out. And sometime we are going on the committees. Those things are ruled out. So what happens during the parliament session? Till 6, the parliament is there. 6 to 10, various slots of TV debates are there. So your day ends at 10 a.m. in the morning. So sometime it's a little bit different because in last around 10 years, the evening is almost full. So the most busiest time or the busiest time is in the evening.
Yes, I know. I also want to ask you, Sudhanshu ji, you are much in demand because the content that you would give plus the gravitas make gravitas. और मैं सब हर एंकर को जानता हूँ हिंदुस्तान में, कह सकता हूँ हर संपादक को जानता हूँ. मैंने अच्छी बात ही सुनी आपके बारे में. टॉप 10-12 से मैंने पिछले 15 दिन में बात किया ऑन रैंकिंग्स. सुनील जी ने जो बनाई उस पर स्ट्रेस टेस्टिंग मैंने बहुत की है. मैंने इतना तो आपकी पे एक्सेप्ट वन, उसने भी एक रैंक नीचे किया. ऐसे नहीं कि कुछ. हाउ डू यू, फॉर एग्जांपल आई विल टेक नेम, देयर आर चैनल्स दैट आर फ्रेंडली टू योर पार्टी और सीन फ्रेंडली टू योर पार्टी, and there are channels that are not seen to be friendly to your party. When you have a choice to go to a channel, of course ratings also matter कि impact क्या होगा, but ratings मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि ratings को अपनी credibility लानी पड़ेगी. मैं कहूँगा कि अभी ratings की जो पिछले 2 महीने में ratings आई हैं उसकी credibility नहीं है. वो एक विषय है जिसके बारे में मुझे थोड़ा सा ज्ञान है, तो मैं कह सकता हूँ हो सकता है credible है, लेकिन उनको prove करना पड़ेगा. तो आप कैसे चूज करते हैं कि किस पे जाना है? रेटिंग्स या ऐसा चैनल जहां पे आप जाएंगे तो आप न्यूट्रलाइज कर पाएंगे पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, कैसे चूज करते हैं?
देखिए हमारे यहाँ तो
क्योंकि आपको चॉइसेस होती हैं बहुत.
हमारे यहाँ पहले था, वी यूज्ड टू डिसाइड आवरसेल्फ, बट सिंस लास्ट 3 years or so, before 2019 लोकसभा इलेक्शन, पार्टी हैज स्टार्टेड सेंडिंग. हाँ, कभी कभी ये जरूर होता है, जैसे आपने कहा फ्रेंडली और नॉन फ्रेंडली भी होता है.
परसेप्शन वाइज
कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि मुझसे कहा जाता है कि वो नॉन फ्रेंडली है मगर उस पे आप ही को जाने के लिए कहा जाता है, तो होता है. तो इसमें हम लोग चूज नहीं करते. इट इज अ पार्टी विच डिसाइड हु इज टू गो देयर एंड वेयर. अनिल बरूनी जी डिसाइड करते हैं. एंड समटाइम्स व्हेन द सब्जेक्ट इज मोर क्रिटिकल, आई थिंक ही आल्सो कंसल्ट्स द लीडर्स, सीनियर लीडर्स आल्सो.
एब्सोल्युटली. मैं एक पार्टी कांग्रेस पार्टी की, जैसे अभी ये राणा कपूर की पेंटिंग का मुद्दा आया और प्रियंका गांधी जी का नाम आया, तो अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी फील्ड किए गए क्योंकि all said and done he has a certain credibility. Whether somebody agrees to it is another point of view, but even in our research, and there is you'll talk to editors, they'll say there is a certain believability and he gives in when you establish credibility by giving the other person also the due when he or she. So I would like to, is it fair to believe that when it comes to very important issues that the party face today, the party is among the top 2-3 spokesperson, if definitely, I don't want to give the list away, among the top, you're the topmost person to be fielded by the party for issues that are very important, very contentious, and जहां हो सकता है आपकी party needs you most because
देखिए मेरा
जैसे
मानना है कि
लखीमपुर हो गया, जिसमें एक उसमें आप बहुत आए।
मेरा मानना है कि इसमें पार्टी के नजर में कोई टॉप या मिडिल या लो नहीं है, ये डिपेंड करता कॉन्टेक्स्ट पे। फॉर एग्जांपल, इफ एनीथिंग रिलेटेड टू वुमेन, इट इज बेटर दैट सम फीमेल स्पोक्सपर्सन हैज टू गो। Anything related to UP, it is better that somebody from the UP background is to. If anything related to minorities and others, it is better that those, because they become the faces. And sometimes what happens, the matter is so sensitive that if the person with the same context is there, it is better because politics goes not only by the reality but also by the perception.
Absolutely.
So which is giving a good message also. So the content and message both are important. So accordingly it is decided.
Okay, my last question, and if there are other questions, because आप सबके समय की गरिमा का, there's a flight to be taken. I committed time to you. I know you have to go. Sayyid Zafar Islam ji has to go. Shama ji also has to go. My last question to you is: there is a Congress spokesperson who last to last year died. Of course, it must be lifestyle, or मैं हिंदू हूं तो मैं प्रारब्ध में बिलीव करता हूं कि लिखा होगा ऐसा, इट्स प्री ऑर्डेन्ड, बट द लाइफ ऑफ अ स्पोक्सपर्सन वेरी स्ट्रेसफुल। अब आप आगे बढ़ गए हैं, एमपी बन गए हैं, हो सकता है कल मिनिस्टर भी बन जाए, और वो कोई मैं ऐसी बात नहीं कह रहा हूँ, आई मीन पीपल नीड, मैं ऐसी कोई बात नहीं कह रहा हूँ जो, इट्स अ नेचुरल प्रोग्रेशन, वो होगा ही होगा। कब होगा? 1 साल बाद होगा, 2 साल होगा, 3 साल, उसमें कोई, मैं ऐसी बात नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि मैंने कुछ आइंस्टाइन की तरह जीरो इन्वेंट कर लिया। बट द लाइफ ऑफ स्पोक्सपर्सन हैज बिकम वेरी स्ट्रेसफुल बिकॉज इतना, यू हैव टू ब्रिंग सो मच एनर्जी टू द डिबेट्स, and I have talked to some spokesperson who said post that they were very worried for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. And in, for example, जयवीर शेरगिल मॉर्निंग में तुमने बोला मेरे पिताजी ने मुझे फोन किया और बोला कि तुम सोचो कि तुम ये करना चाहते हो कि नहीं करना चाहते हो, you have to evaluate that. How do you bring, is it possible? समाज में बहुत खिंचाव है, सिविलिटी कैसे लाएं कॉन्वर्सेशन?
देखिए मेरा मानना यह है, इस पर मैं थोड़ा एक दार्शनिक बात करना चाहता हूँ। वेदांत दर्शन में कहा गया है कि किसी कार्य को करने के 2 भाव हैं, एक है कर्ता भाव, मैं कर रहा हूं तो अच्छा रिजल्ट होगा तो खुशी होगी, बुरा रिजल्ट होगा तो दुख होगा। तो कर्ता भाव के साथ भोक्ता भाव भी संयुक्त है, असंपृक्त है, इट इज inseparable. When you are showing I am a doer, so either I am an achiever or I am a loser.
दार्शनिक for those of you
दूसरा
who
है,
are more comfortable in means philosophical.
दूसरा है दृष्टा भाव. Just you are witnessing, like you are witnessing a movie, you doesn't involve too much. तो मेरा मानना है जब आप टीवी डिबेट देख रहे होते हैं तो आप होते हैं दृष्टा भाव में, और जब आप टीवी डिबेट कर रहे होते हैं तो कर्ता भाव में होते हैं। तो बेहतर है कि डिबेट करते समय भी अगर हम दृष्टा भाव में रहेंगे तो स्ट्रेस होने का चांस बहुत कम रहता है। और अंत में मैं एक और बात भी करना चाहता हूं, बस एक बात का ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि स्पोक्स पर्सन्स को बोलने की जितनी कुशलता आनी चाहिए उतनी किसी मुद्दे पे शांत रहने की भी, क्योंकि अटल जी ने एक वाक्य बोला था जो हर राजनेता के लिए और स्पोक्स पर्सन के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि बोलने के लिए बुद्धि की आवश्यकता होती है और चुप रहने के लिए विवेक की।
क्या बात है, ये मैं कुछ एंकर्स को भी बोलूंगा आपके और अपने दोस्तों को, बट थैंक यू फॉर डूइंग दिस। आनंद जी हमारी समाचार फॉर मीडिया.com की टीम के वीडियो एडिटर हैं और बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं हमारे लिए। आनंद जी को माइक दे दीजिए, जयपुर से हैं और अभी नए नए पिताजी बने हैं।
हेलो सर। सर वर्तमान में आपकी गिनती सबसे बुद्धिमान प्रवक्ताओं में होती है। धर्म हो, सामाजिक व्यवस्था हो, राजनीति हो और शास्त्र हो, सबकी आपको समझ है। तो हमारे जैसे युवाओं के लिए जो जीवन में कुछ अच्छा करना चाहते हैं, कुछ आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैंने सिर्फ ये कहा कि किसी भी चीज के मूल तत्व को देखने का प्रयास करिए। मैं जितनी भी बातें बोलता हूँ इसमें कोई भी ऐसी चीज नहीं होगी जो आपने कभी पढ़ी ना हो या कभी देखी ना। मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ, जब मैं यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाता था तो कई बार हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हमसे कहते थे आपको इतना कैसे ध्यान रहता है। इंजीनियरिंग के स्टूडेंट थे, उस जमाने में अंग्रेजी फिल्म बहुत देखते थे। तो मैंने कहा क्यों, जेम्स बॉन्ड की फिल्म देखते हो? हाँ सर देखते हैं। कौन कौन सा हीरो? आप सीन कैनरीज, टिमोथी डाल्टन, रोजर मूर, पियर्स ब्रॉसनन, सबको सब नाम बता दिए। हमने कहा हु इज द क्रिएटर ऑफ द कैरेक्टर जेम्स बॉन्ड? अब 10 में 10 बच्चे चुप। मैंने कहा भाई जब कास्टिंग खत्म होती है मूवी की तो चाहे वो रोजर मूर से लेके पीएस ब्रॉसनन तक कोई भी रहा हो, लिख के आता इन एंड एज इयान फ्लेमिंग्स जेम्स बॉन्ड। तो पूरी जेम्स बॉन्ड देख ली और ये नहीं ध्यान दिया कि हु क्रिएटेड द कैरेक्टर। ये होता है, आप फंडामेंटल्स को पकड़ेंगे तो आपको कभी भी चीज बहुत अच्छी तरीके से ध्यान रहेगी।
और आनंद जी मेरे बहुत ही मेधावी साथी हैं और कई बार मैं इनके एंथुसिज्म को, क्योंकि मैं परफेक्शनिज्म कर्व कर देता हूं, बट बहुत मेधावी हैं। करण, डू यू वांट टू आस्क अ क्वेश्चन? नाजिया, Nazia is the editor of our exchangeformedia.com. She was with Hindustan Times and Express earlier. She's been editing our site for last 5 years. ये बॉम्बे में बेस्ड हैं, स्पेशली आई हैं।
Sir, I was not with Indian Express. I was with Times of India.
Times of India, sorry. और 10 साल कोर्ट्स कवर करती थी, उसके बाद बीजेपी कवर करती थी 2-3 साल।
Sir, been listening to you right now. I've been listening to you on television also. You're one of those BJP spokesperson, which is respected across party lines. So, if you had to give, I mean, it's तो आपने बोल ही दिया है, but you know, if I can just ask you again that if there's somebody you really admired, you know, when you were young, you know, as somebody who's a senior politician from your party and not from your party, you used to admire a lot.
देखिए,
आपकी पार्टी तो मुझे पता है, कंटेम्प्रेरी में भी बता दीजिए, आप बता दीजिए कंटेम्प्रेरी में भी।
अब देखिए, आपने कंटेम्प्रेरी पूछा तो एक प्रॉब्लम है। मैं 2011 से आना शुरू हुआ और उस जमाने में तो कांग्रेस पार्टी में सत्यव्रत चतुर्वेदी से लेके जनार्दन द्विवेदी जी तक आते थे। ऐसे एक बार आपको बताऊं, अनिल बलूनी जी बैठे थे, शायद जफर इस्लाम जी को याद होगा, तो कुछ चीज पे सुझाव मांगा गया। तो बलूनी जी ने हमारी और शहनवाज हुसैन जी की तरफ करके कहा कि आप दोनों लोग सबसे बहुत पुराने जमाने के हैं, तो जरा इस पे अपना व्यू दीजिए। तो शहनवाज जी ने कहा, साहब हम लोग इतने पुराने जमाने के हो गए कि लगने लगा अंग्रेजों के जमाने के बने हुए हैं। तो अब आप समझ लीजिए, उतने जमाने में किसी एक व्यक्ति के बारे में कहना थोड़ा मुश्किल काम है।
2-3 नाम बता दीजिए।
नहीं देखिए, अब मैं तो भाई इसमें पार्टी का प्रवक्ता हूँ, तो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी से लेके जगन्नाथ राव जोशी जी से लेके सुषमा स्वराज जी, अरुण जेटली जी,
आप सुन तो
प्रमोद
सभी को
महाजन।
रहे थे ना, सुन तो रहे थे आप, उनके व्यूज से एग्री ना करें, बट उनके स्टाइल से या जिस तरीके से वो कहते थे।
देखिए, हैं कई लोग, अब नाम लेना उचित नहीं है, मगर
ले दीजिए, क्या दिक्कत है?
नहीं, मैंने आपसे बोला, जैसे मैंने कहा ना, कांग्रेस में सत्यव्रत चतुर्वेदी जी से लेके और जनार्दन द्विवेदी जी तक थे, जिनसे देखने को मिलता। मनीष तिवारी जी को बहुत अच्छी नॉलेज है, नेशनल इंटरनेशनल अफेयर्स के ऊपर भी उनको बहुत अच्छी नॉलेज है। इवन भले ही हमारे धुर विरोधी रहे, कुछ कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के नेता भी बहुत अच्छा बोलते हैं। असदुद्दीन ओवैसी से हम लोगों का घनघोर वैचारिक मतभेद है, मगर टेक्निकल चीजों के ऊपर उसको भी काफी अच्छी जानकारी रहती है। शिवसेना में अब तो प्रियंका जी प्रमुख रूप से आती हैं, बाकी तो सब शिव सैनिक हैं, मतलब शिव सैनिक सभी हैं, बाकी शिव सैनिक समझ सकते हैं। तो इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि कई लोग हैं कंटेम्प्रेरी में जिन्होंने अच्छा बोला है, और मैं इस मामले में थोड़ा ऑब्जेक्टिव रहता हूं। मैं ये देखने का प्रयास करता हूं कि चाहे कंटेम्प्रेरी हो या पुराना, हमें उसको सीखने को क्या मिल रहा है, वो ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। किसी की शब्दावली अच्छी होती है, किसी का समायोजन अच्छा होता है, किसी की अभिव्यक्ति अच्छी होती है, यानी कंटेंट, कॉम्प्रिहेंशन एंड आर्टिकुलेशन किसी का जो अच्छा हो, तो भैया कहते हैं रहीमन इस संसार में सबसे मिलिए धाय, ना जाने किस भेष में नारायण मिल जाए।
Rohil ji, you request your presence on stage, sir, to please felicitate Trivedi ji. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Sudhanshu sir, and of course Dr. Batra. He's just got on for some work. We can be loud, everybody. This is the last one. और कर सकते हैं, हाँ. Lovely, done. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now it's time for the moment that we've all been waiting for since the morning. But before we go there, I would like to remind you that we would request you to please share your learnings and experiences from the day using the hashtag e4m party spokespersons 50 on all your social media handles. That's 4 numeric and 50 numeric. And before we proceed with the awards, I would request.
क्योंकि प्रियंका जी नहीं थे, श्री उदय मारुकर जी नहीं थे, सुधांशु जी नहीं थे, सबर इस्लाम जी नहीं थे, बाकी सब थे। शमा जी थी और श्वेता शालिनी जी भी थी, मिसेस तिरुंगुरी भी थी। मैं कहना चाहूंगा, ये मैं संक्षेप में बोलूंगा, मैं थोड़ा लंबा बोल गया मॉर्निंग में। ये पहला साल है सुधांशु जी, जफरुल इस्लाम जी, ये पहला साल है, तो इसमें हमने बहुत इनिशिएटिव्स किए हैं, बहुत शिद्दत से करते हैं और ऑनेस्टली करते हैं। मतलब उदय महाउरकर जी हमारी इनबा की ज्यूरी में थे इस बार, ये 2 दिन बैठे तो इन्होंने देखा कि कोई पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू नहीं रहता मेरा पर्सनल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, अनलेस अंटिल आई वांट टू वीटो समथिंग आई डोंट बिलीव इन। वो मतलब हो सकता है 50 अवार्ड में से एक होता हो, वो भी। और हरिवंश नारायण जी डिप्टी चेयरमैन ऑफ द राज्यसभा जूरी चेयर, वो इतनी गरिमा से और इतने प्यार से चलाते हैं, मतलब बिल्कुल अगर किसी ने कुछ बोला, शमा जी ने बोला, किसी ने भी, अनुराग जी ने बोला, सबकी बात सुनते हैं और उनको, एंड देन ही लेफ्ट इट टू मी, आई वाज डूइंग द संचालन। तो ये पहला साल है, हो सकता है आपकी 8 बनती है 9 हो गई हो, 9 बनती है 10 हो गई हो, 12 बनती है तो 13 हो गई हो, ऐसे हो सकता है छोटा मोटा, मुझे नहीं पता, हो सकता है बिल्कुल आप एक्सेप्ट भी करें, बट वी हैव डन इट थ्रू अ प्रोसेस एंड इन एन ऑनेस्ट वे। एंड वो जब सुनील जी ने बनाने का पिछले हफ्ते से 10 दिन से मैं इसकी स्ट्रेस टेस्टिंग कर रहा हूँ। आज मॉर्निंग में भी मैंने 2 संपादकों को फोन किया, दोनों मेरे दोस्त हैं, और सुप्रियो प्रसाद जी को और अमीश देवगन को फोन किया, 2 दोस्त हैं मेरे, औरों को भी बहुत किया, मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहूंगा, और सबके 90% सेम है। बट ये है कि अनुराग जी की एक्स होनी चाहिए, वाई होनी चाहिए, वो एक आध का ऊपर नीचे। मैं अनुराग जी, आपका नाम अनुराग है, मेरा नाम अनुराग, इसलिए आपका एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं मैं, आपकी कोई नीचे नहीं कर रहा, सब ऊपर करना चाहते हैं, तो मैं बता देता हूँ। तो ऐसे छोटा मोटा, एंड सुनील जी मेरे साथी हैं, मैं बता देता हूँ कि एंटरप्रेन्योर रहे हैं, इन्होंने 100, 150, 200 रेडियो स्टेशन लगाए हैं। मैं इनको बोलता हूँ ये बाबा रामदेव है रेडियो के, राइट? आई डोंट नो इट्स अ गुड एग्जांपल और अ बैड, and everyone in my team knows that if I have a knowledge thing, if I have stuck on some process, I'll go to Sunil ji and ask him, and if he says something, वो ब्रह्म वाक्य है। So ये खुद बहुत नॉलेज ओरिएंटेड है, टीवी देखते हैं, इनको समझ है, प्लस प्रोसेस ड्रिवन है, नॉलेज ड्रिवन है। So मैं, हो सकता है प्रियंका जी आपकी एक्स बनती, हो सकता है एक्स प्लस भी हो सकती है, एक एक्स माइ, मुझे नहीं, मैं, बट वी डन इट ऑनेस्टली विद नो मैलिस। एक बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता, उनको मैंने कल फोन किया, तो उन्होंने, मैं ज्यादा कुछ नहीं किया, 3-4 कोई, उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि आप मुझे निपटाने के चक्कर में तो नहीं। मैंने कहा मैं निपटाने के चक्कर में आपको, कहीं पार्टी में मेरा वो ना हो जाए, तो मैं कुछ बोल नहीं पाया। मैंने कहा सर देखिए, आप मेरे को जानते हैं, मैं ऐसे काम नहीं करता हूँ। शाजिया जी मुझे परसों फोन कर रही थी, अब मैं, शाजिया जी पत्रकार हैं और मेरी इनसे संबंध है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ, और यू नो आई ट्राई टू कीप माई, व्हाइल आई एम वेरी प्रोफेशनल, मैं इंसान हूँ। I'd like to believe in, I would normally joke that everyone likes me except my wife. This is my wife also likes me, so I'm doing okay. Yes, so I'm saying, you know, I didn't tell her the ranking, I haven't told Anurag ji the ranking, and you know there are other people. मैंने श्वेता शालिनी जी को खुद फोन करके बुलाया है, I haven't told her the ranking. जयवीर मेरे नेबर हैं, उनके पिताजी मेरे दोस्त हैं, मैं जयवीर से मेरा राम राम है, बिकॉज बिल्कुल सामने वाले घर में रहता था मैं। मैंने भी घर चेंज कर लिया, उन्होंने भी घर चेंज कर लिया, तो उन्होंने मुझे कल 2 बार फोन किया, परसों किया, मेरे पास नंबर नहीं था, मैं ट्रू कॉलर में देख लेता हूँ, तो उनका आ रहा था मिल्खा सिंह। फिर उन्होंने मुझे SMS लिखा, तो मुझको समझ आया उनका है, तो मुझसे 2 दिन से मैंने उनका फोन नहीं उठाया, क्योंकि मैं उनको रैंकिंग नहीं बता सकता। तो मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि ये छोटे टाइम पे किया गया है, IC अगले साल इंपीरियल IC मल्टीपर्पज हॉल कहीं बड़ी जगह करेंगे, मोटी बात, और कम से कम 300 से 500 लोग होंगे। ये पहला साल है, तो अगर छोटी मोटी इसमें गलती हो, इट इज नॉट इंटेंशनल, इट मे बी, इट इज प्रोसेस ड्रिवन, इट इज डेटा ड्रिवन, देयर इज अ साइंस टू इट, it is about number of appearances, it's about gravitas, it's about content, and I am saying it's a list I have bought into. मैं भी सुनील जी से जब भी मुझे कुछ इनपुट मिलती है, मैं इनको SMS लिखता रहता हूँ कि इसने ये बोला, आप देखो इस पे स्ट्रेस टेस्टिंग करो, इसमें वैलिड है तो इसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करो, नहीं है तो मुझे बताओ, ताकि मैं उनको बता पाऊं कि क्यों नहीं है ऐसा। लाइक मैं आपको एक उदाहरण दे सकता हूं, जैसे किसी ने बोला अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी की रैंकिंग इतनी हाई क्यों है, वो तो कम आते हैं। तो मेरे को सुनील जी ने वापस लिखा, उस दिन के भी और पुराने एग्जाम्पल दिए, कि आज ये कांग्रेस का जो ये यस बैंक वाला इशू था, उस पे पार्टी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में अभिषेक मनु जी को फाइल किया, तो वो there is a credibility and content, and that's why I have put him high. Then किसी ने बोला एक और कांग्रेस के स्पोक्स पर्सन है, वो तो ट्विटर पे ज्यादा दिखते हैं, टीवी पे क्यों नहीं आते, तो सुनील जी ने मुझे समझाया कि ये है, ऐसे है, पूरा उसमें, and I bought into that, right? So if anybody said to me अब अनुराग जी ने मुझसे 25 बार पूछा मेरी रैंकिंग क्या, मैंने कहा अच्छी है, राइट, क्योंकि मेरे 25 बार नहीं, मतलब मैं वहां पे ठीक है, तो मैं हट जाता हूं। सुनील जी, प्लीज सुनील जी को गिव हिम अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज।
Anurag has been having all the fun. I've been doing all the work. So I'll take it to the boring part of it, right? Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar. थोड़ा सा I mean, I'm very proud of the work we have done. So I just want to take us through that. So very quickly, you know, where it came from, right? We are into communication. We have been doing it since 2000, year 2000. We have believed in objectivity, creativity, accuracy, fairness of coverage. And we have been running these sites, which you all know about. And we do 50 of the kind of topmost events in the industry, right? How did the party spokesperson bit came in, right? Now, it's always meant mass communication. Even advertising depends a whole lot on advertising, which is mass communication. We have current, as Anurag said, been there in public relations for several years, which advocacy is now a part of that. That's mass communication. And for all of these, we have developed proprietary data collection and analytics tools for years. Like, you know, we do top 50 women in advertising marketing. So that's one of the things we do. Karan does top 100 of PR, top 100 game changers of PR. So he has a tool which he has developed, and entire industry accepts that, you know. I mean, some like it, some don't like it, but they accept it as the listing for public relations people, right? And based on that, we do these reports every year, right? Then when the emergence of 24/7 news environment began to happen, this is also to do with Twitter, to do with the digital media, and even television, like more channels, more news, is when we realized that there's this community of spokespersons who are making such a huge impact on society, on polity, is when we started monitoring it softly. You know, we never, like Anurag would often say, "Arey, ye bahut aajkal acha kar rahe hain. Ye aajkal maine ek naya face dekha, wo bahut acha kar rahe hain." It just kind of, we would talk editorially in newsroom kind of stuff, you know, never structured. Is when one day Anurag, 11:30, 12, he says, "Inki ranking kare." He does this often. अभी 10 और ऐसे हैं जो मैं आपको बताऊंगा अभी नहीं. तो मैंने कहा, क्या मतलब आप बताइए क्या नहीं करते? ऐसे पर अभी तो ये बहुत समय लगेगा ना, कोई बात नहीं लगेगा तो लगा देंगे, right? So this is how it happened. We were talking about it, not right, yeah, but never thought of structuring it, right? And then we got deeper into it in the editorial room, and we said, okay. So idea is to recognize the role that they play in democracy. We have to have a basis. We have to have a purpose for anything we do, right? Even brands have a purpose. So we definitely, as an editorial product, have to have a purpose. So we thought this should be the benchmark for the art and craft of political spokespersonship. It was spokesmanship. Several weeks ago, we said, no, the spokesmanship is out, it's spokespersonship. There's no such word in English dictionary, but it doesn't matter, times have changed. And also to draw learnings from the art and craft that you practice and apply it to other forms of mass communication. So if corporate communication people have a thing to learn from you, and they should, we want to be the medium for that, as we are a media company. So we want to create that. So as Anurag said, we want to make that conference that we had this morning, a small one, but we want to make it bigger. We want to talk about the art and craft of it, how it works, what doesn't work, what the learnings are, maybe a little more research, kind of market research, and figure what works, who's there, who's not there, right? And what worked in what election, in what way, if it worked, right? This is how it looks complicated, but it's not. I'll just say, so concept happened. For everything, we take it to our editorial board, you know, which is the senior editors of our publications. So we then, our IT people suggested, you know, we said, how can we get data? Can we get a team who will put that together? They said, not possible. It has to be done through machine learning, AI, and other tools. So we figured those tools. Before that, we figured the data points were needed together. I'll come to that. We figured the sources. She said, okay, yeah, I'll just finish in 2 minutes. Yeah. So we had this data way of analyzing it and validating it, but at every stage we kept taking it to the editorial board, which is what Anurag calls stress testing, right? That's his word. It's not there in the official documents. And the period where we did the collected data was Jan 21 to December 21, right? These were the data points: quality of arguments, uniqueness of points, presentation style, credibility among target audience, and visibility across media, right? These were the things on which so it was social media, it was how they appeared in newspapers, YouTube, several of things. And that's really done by machine. Humanly not possible to see how many videos of who had what views, right? Because they keep changing. So, but the dashboard we had, that would keep getting recorded till the December of 2021. These were not considered at all what party you're affiliated to, because it's about the art and craft. What was not considered was whether the person does it in Malayalam or Telugu or Hindi or English or bilingual, not important. Also, what was not important was the status of the person. You know, is he an MP? Is he a minister? Was a minister? How many times MLA? How many times minister? Because that's not important to the craft and art. It's there, not there. You know, as Anurag mentioned, where some places it could be an award, it could be a reward for how well you do it, but then that was not important to us because, as I said, our basis was how well the art and the craft of spokespersonship was practiced. So that's it. We are open to feedback. Tell us what we could have done better, data points that we could start collecting, because the work pretty much begins in the next 2 weeks. And thank you very much. Okay, the list, yeah, okay, yeah, that's the, can we have the list now? Yeah, okay. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the list, right? I don't need to read it, you can read it. Okay, if you read it, I'll go further. Yeah, hold it, Rakesh. Yeah.
We also
hold it.
Okay.
हाँ एक बार होल्ड कर लो 1 2 हाँ जैसे 13 देख लो फिर उसके बाद applause for everyone. So Sudhanshu Trivedi, Sambit Patra, Randeep Singh Surjewala, Gaurav Bhatia, Abhishek Manu Sangvi, Raghav Chadha, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Sayyid Zafar Islam, Shazi Elmi, Anurag Bhaturia, Derek O'Brien, Pavan Khera, Supriya, Srinate, okay, Nalin Kohli, Jaivir Shergill, Sanjay Mayuk, Gaurav Ballabh, Ghanshyam Tiwari, Sanjay Raut, Amit Malvia, Tehsin Poonawala, Nupur Sharma, Prem Shukla, Shahzad Poonawala, Sanjay Singh, Manoj Jha, Sushmita Dev, Sanju Verma, Ragini Nayak, Shama Mohammed. Sorry for the 1 second name, I still got it wrong. It should have been E. Single M. Shama Mohammed, Charu Pragya, Shweta Shalini, Charan Singh Sapra, Akhilesh Pratap Singh, Rajiv Gowda, Madhu Gaur Yakshi, Kesi Tyagi, Mahua Moitra, Pinaki Mishra, Jai Panda, Guru Prakash Paswan, Prajita Sarangi, Tom Wadakan, Anshul Avijit, Josna Tirunagri, Raju Bista, K. Ravi Chandra Reddy, Shravan Dasuju, Mahesh Bharat Tapase,
Here,
one
it's
left.
here, it's here, sir.
Yeah, and Sarvanan Annadurai DMK. So that's, ladies and gentlemen, is a list for you. It's, yeah, this is, I really see it as a thing for all the colleagues who worked on it. There were like 10 to 20 people who are working on it at different stages. So I see this applause for the hard work that the team put in. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
You know, Shri Uday Markarji, who is the Central Information Commissioner of India, is a former editor, journalist, author of multiple books, understands information and the impact of information and editorial, is our chief guest for the day, and he will, along with Sunil ji and me, Priyanka ji has a flight. We'll call Sudhanshu ji, aapko mubarak ho, you're number 1 on the list. I don't think, as I said, except one editor who said, you should be 2, मैं नाम नहीं बताऊंगा. उन्होंने मुझे बहुत दलील दी और ये वो, मैंने सुन ली. बट मैंने 11 और संपादकों को फोन किया, सबने बोला, मैंने उनको नाम नहीं बताया, सबने बोला सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी. So please give a big round of to Sri Sudhanshu Trivedi ji, and Sunil, if you can also join me on stage.
Yes, sir.
The award goes to Sudhanshu Trivedi, BJP.
Sir, we've heard you, but फिर भी अगर आप कुछ कहना चाहें for this.
देखिए, मैं ये मानता हूं कि जीवन में जो कुछ भी हम लोग करते हैं, जैसे अभी, तो वो एक उद्देश्य को समर्पित रहता है। समय समय पर आपको दायित्व मिलते रहते हैं, समय समय पर उपाधि मिलती रहती है, समय समय पर पुरस्कार मिलते रहते हैं, परंतु ये चीज मैं मानता हूं कि जीवन में उतना महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है जितना महत्व है अपने ध्येय के प्रति डेडिकेटेड रहना। बत्रा जी, अन्य सभी लोग जिन जिन लोगों ने इस जूरी में शामिल थे, उन सबका मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, परंतु मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि हम सबको बस जीवन में ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि जो कोई भी हमें नाम, रूप, उपाधि, पुरस्कार मिले, वो हमारे लिए अहम बढ़ाने का नहीं होना चाहिए, हमारे लिए कर्तव्य बोध बढ़ाने का होना चाहिए। एक दिनकर जी की कविता की पंक्ति कह के बात समाप्त करता हूं कि देव न वे थे और न हम हैं, सब परिवर्तन के पुतले। देव न वे थे और न हम हैं, सब परिवर्तन के पुतले। हाँ कि गर्व रथ में तुरंग सा, तुरंग घोड़े को कहते हैं, हाँ कि गर्व रथ में तुरंग सा, जो जितना चाहे जुतले। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, congratulations, sir. Okay, अब ranks सबने देख लिए, so we have the list ready. जो members हमारे साथ यहाँ मौजूद हैं, and the next member to be included in this list of e4m Party Spokesperson 50 awards is. Are you playing that? मैं नाम ले लेता हूँ, कोई नहीं.
And the award goes to Syed Zafar Islam, BJP.
Yes. Priyanka ji will call you. Yeah, we need it. It's okay. Please give Zafar Islam ji a round of applause.
Zafar sir, we've heard everybody. आपको भी हम बहुत बार सुन चुके हैं, but still, sir, what does this mean?
You can put the list.
Thank you very much, Batraji, and all the team members and the jury members who have chosen me and selected me as one of the spokesperson who deserve to get an award today. But having said that, this is, as I said earlier also, this is merely a responsibility, and all I want that whatever responsibility which has been given by the party, I must come across that I am delivering that responsibility efficiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, congratulations. So he's playing that here.
I just want to say in the list, there should be, yesterday in the journalism list, luckily out of 40, with 27 women. In this list, in the top 10, there are only 2 women, Priyanka ji and Shazia Almeji. So I just want to congratulate them. And, you know, again, we've not looked at if you're a woman and you're a spokesperson. It is an absolute about, you know, all the parameters that he talked. And we have data to support. Again, Shamaji made an input. I will share that with Sunilji. So I would like to request Ms. Priyanka Chaturvedi ji to come up, and please give her a big round of applause. Again, she carries herself well. I also called a couple of spokespersons, some in the room, some not, and stress tested everybody's list. So,
ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Priyanka Chaturvedi, please. You can be louder, everybody. This is a celebrations moment. Lovely. Priyanka, ma'am. Ma'am, you have a flight to catch. I know that, but very quickly, 2 words.
I just like to thank Exchange for Media. जैसे मैंने जब शुरुआत की थी डिबेट की, मैंने कहा था मेरी सवेरे 10 बजे की फ्लाइट थी. जैसे ही पता चला कि स्पोक्सपर्सन्स को भी फाइनली कोई एक्नॉलेज कर रहा है, I cancelled my flight and I'm here. So thank you so much, Exchange for Media, for acknowledging the importance of spokespersons. I thank the jury, and I just continue to do what I do best and continue to represent an India which is young continue to represent in India, which is aspiring, continue to represent India, which is truly inclusive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Congratulations. Please have a safe journey back home. Okay, and the next winner on our list who's present here is Shazia Ilmiji from BJP. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Please give her a big round of applause.
The award goes to Shazia Ilmi, BJP.
Shazia ma'am, you've mentioned, आज आपने कहा था कि it's time कि हम वो एक set pattern से आगे बढ़े. Now you've got a voice to raise. What more can we expect from you?
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ज़रा नवाजी के लिए. शुक्रिया अनुराग जी, आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. मजाज साहब का एक शेर है मेरे शेर वो खवास पसंद, लेकिन मेरी गुफ्तगू आवाम से है. तो लगातार एक बातचीत जो लोगों के लिए जाए, जो एलीट बैस्टियन से निकलकर ख़ास कमरों से निकलकर आवाम तक जाए, तो वो मेरा काम है, वो मेरा फ़र्ज़ है, और वो काम मैं हमेशा करती रहूँगी. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस मेहरबानी के लिए.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, and the next winner the member to feature on our list is Mr. Anurag Bhadoria ji from SP. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a huge round of applause.
The award goes to Anurag Bhadoria, Samajwadi Party.
मेरा एक ही काम है, समाज के असली मुद्दों को समाज के बीच में चिल्लाते रहना, बोलते रहना. चाहे किसी भी तरह आवाज दबाने की कोशिश करें आज की सरकार और आज के प्रवक्ता बीजेपी के, उससे हम डरने वाले नहीं हैं. ये आवाज जनता की और हमेशा जनता के लिए रहेगी. धन्यवाद.
हनुमान चालीसा सुनाइए जल्दी आप.
Congratulations, Anurag ji. Okay, and the next member to feature on the e4m Party Spokesperson 50 awards list is okay. You remember the list? Koi nahi sir, let's do this. Aa gayi.
And the award goes to Javeer Shergill, Congress.
And it goes to Mr. Javeer Shergill from Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a huge round of applause. Javeer sir, we heard you in the morning, but still a few words.
Thank you so much. It's the first time media house has conferred spokespersons with such an honor. We go through trial by fire every day. इतनी इज्जत बख्शी, इतना आपने सम्मान दिया, क्योंकि हमें ज़्यादातर अटैक की आदत है, तो आज कोई खुशी दे रहा है तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. I have learned a lot from every spokesperson for every political party. My colleague Shama is sitting, Sudhanshu ji, Sayyid Zafar Islami. Though we are on the opposite sides, but I've learned from everybody a lot from your experience, for your content. तो क्योंकि इन्होंने कहा एक शेर जरूर सुनाइए और सुनाना, तो प्रवक्ता अपने वोटर की एक कड़ी होता है. वोटर आप पार्टी का फेस, आप प्रवक्ता है, तो मैं कितना कहूंगा, हर दीन दुखी मन में उमंग तुम्हें भरनी है. हर दीन दुखी मन में उमंग तुम्हें भरनी है. हर आशा दीन हृदय में तरंग तुम्हें भरनी है. महाभारत हर युग की है अटल जरूरत. अर्जुन बन के सच्चाई की है जंग तुम्हें लड़नी है. सच्चाई की है जंग तुम्हें लड़नी है.
Okay, congratulations, sir. And the next member to feature on the e4m Party Spokesperson 50 awards list is
And the award goes to Shama Mohammed, Congress.
Shama Mohammed ji from Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a big round of applause. Shamaj had mentioned in the morning that taking a stand is very, very important. And now that you're here, what does this mean to you?
Well, I never thought in my life I would be a spokesperson. I used to watch Sujanshu Trivedi ji and many of my Congress spokespersons when I lived in Dubai, working as a dentist. Or really, even if I get into a party, I don't want to do this job, is what I used to think. But then, never say never anything in life. When I got it, I was happy. I am still happy. I think at the end of the day, it is you know what you are. Many awards will come, many awards will not come. But at the end of the day, if you know what you are, and if you have Atma Vishwas, you can do anything. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, ma'am, and thank you. Okay, and the next member to feature on the e4m Party Spokesperson 50 awards list is
And the award goes to Charu Pragya, BJP.
Ms. Charu Pragya from BJP. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a big round of applause. You know, Dr. Batra says this कि तालियां आपके दिल के लिए बहुत अच्छी होती है, दिल की मस्ती है. Lovely. Ma'am, what do you have to say about this?
Thank you, Exchange for Media, Anurag ji, every person you spoke to. I am probably the junior most spokesperson in this room. I started out very late in politics. My party seniors are here, people I learn from and I get guidance from, and I get points from when I'm confused about what is happening. I'm honored and I feel lucky if my voice can contribute to spreading the message of my party to my countrymen. I'm blessed. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am, and thank you for being with us today. Okay, and very quickly, the next spokesperson to feature on the e4m Party Spokesperson 50 awards list is
The award goes to Shweta Shalini, BJP.
Ms. Shweta Shalini from BJP. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a big round of applause. Shweta, ma'am, something from you, please.
So first and foremost, I think everybody has said big thank you to Anurag ji. All I would want to say is, Uday ji, I have nothing to do with politics. For long, I don't belong to a family of politics. I don't know how and why I'm here, but with this featuring in this list, looks like I'm here to stay. Thank you so much.
God bless you guys.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and congratulations. Okay. Okay, and the next member to feature on the e4m Party Spokesperson 50 awards list is
And the award goes to Jyotsna Tirunagari.
Ms. Jyotsna Tirunagari from TDP. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her. Thank you. Ma'am, the sari looks beautiful. I have to say this, I can't ignore that. What, something from you, ma'am?
At the outset, I would really appreciate the efforts that have been put in by the entire team of Exchange for Media. Thank you for recognizing our efforts. Thank you for recognizing us as the integral part of political parties. Thank you so much for doing that. And really, I should say, we have learned a lot in today's session. I should personally say that. And I would continue to do what I have been doing till date, making people heard the voice of the party, making people understand what the party's ideology is, and making people understand what they are in for as a political party, what we have to do for them. Thank you so much. And Hyderabadi hai sir, bilkul Hindi aayega, and I would be looking forward for such events.
Thank you so much, and congratulations, ma'am. I would request all the winners, please to join us on stage for a group picture. Javi sir, ma'am, Shweta ji. Jitne bhi winners have, please bring your trophies along. We'd request you. Aye. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. And abhi 6 baje, 6 p.m. onwards in Seminar Hall 1, हमारे हिंदी पत्रकारिता 40 under 40 awards hai. Please stay back for that, and we'll see you there. Thank you.